Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and join the squad for epic anime-inspired audiobooks that has twists and turns like never before. Today, we're unleashing something insane from Naruto, the wicked Hyūga Prodigy. Byakugan plus Shikotsumyaku equals Hyūga plus Uchiha equals? And what if you toss a bit of the gold and silver brothers, a hint of the Senju, and a touch of the Uzumaki into the mix? What kind of being would emerge from such a volatile reaction? Driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and power, Hyūga Ritsu decides to find out for himself, even if it means turning his own body into the crucible of forbidden evolution. A Hyūga who refuses to bow his head, a caged bird who dares to challenge heaven itself. This is the story of the boy born with innate wickedness, and his rise to defy destiny. Like, if you're hyped, comment your dream Kekkei Genkai below, support on Patreon at patreon.com/mv1717 for exclusive content, and let's jump right in.
Part 1 of Naruto, the wicked Hyūga Prodigy. Do you know what the essence of ninjutsu truly is? The answer is bloodline. Hyūga Ritsu. Konoha Year 50. The third great ninja war blazed on without end. Along the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire, thousands of Konoha shinobi were spread across the rugged shore, clashing again and again with the advancing forces from the Land of Water. Kirigaku's mist nin. The coastline, long and winding, had become a shared, festering wound, a place where both Konoha and Kirigaku bled endlessly. At Konoha's forward base, within a dimly lit command tent, two figures sat across from each other, each with a steaming bowl of instant noodles in front of them. Here, sensei, have an egg. Hyūga Ritsu smiled as he reached into his pocket, pulling out two boiled eggs. He placed one before himself, then stretched his arm across the table to drop the other into his teacher's bowl. But his teacher, Orochimaru's friend, Hirako, didn't even glance at it. His sharp eyes were fixed instead on his student. Ritsu, he said gravely, I'll ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to do this? Think carefully. If you fail, you'll die. Ritsu chuckled softly, cracking the egg in his hand. Sensei, I wish you had a little more confidence in the technique you perfected. I don't doubt my technique, Hirako said, tapping his egg against the edge of the table to crack the shell before peeling it with both hands. But you, he paused, his tone sharpening. You're not planning to perform it the proper way, are you? As he spoke, he peeled the egg and dropped it into his noodles, stirring it slowly with his chopsticks. The improved chimera technique I created, he continued, requires the absorption of 5 different Kekkei Genkai, balanced perfectly according to the 5 elements. Only then can they coexist within one body without backlash. That balance is everything. Across the table, Ritsu had already lifted his chopsticks, slurping up his noodles with a careless slurp, as if the words carried no weight. Hirako sighed, still holding his chopsticks midair. And yet look at you. You've only secured one bloodline, the Shikotsumyaku, and you're already impatient to begin. How can I have faith in your success? His voice wavered between irritation and worry. Ritsu looked up, his bowl already empty except for the lone egg floating in the broth. He smiled faintly. Sensei, I told you before, my clan's ancient records mention something intriguing. The Hyūga and the Kaguya once shared an ancestor. Sounds absurd, I know, but it's said that our bloodlines sprang from the same root. So I believe it might work. If I take in the Shikotsumyaku, perhaps my Byakugan will evolve, maybe even free me from the caged bird seal. Show me those records, Hirako demanded flatly. I would, but when I was a kid, I used them as toilet paper. You couldn't come up with a better lie than that. Hirako muttered, exasperated, finally eating his now cold noodles. He truly didn't know what to do with this boy. Ritsu had been his student for nearly 10 years, sharp-minded, fearless, and just as obsessed with forbidden techniques as he was. In many ways, the boy was more than a student, he was a successor, even a son he never had. Hirako never married, nor had any desire to raise a family. Ritsu was all he had. Which was why, ever since the previous night, when Ritsu declared his intent to use the Chimera technique on the captive mist nin from the Kaguya clan, Hiroko had felt a leaden weight pressing on his chest. He'd begun to regret teaching the boy the technique at all. The Chimera technique, after all, was no ordinary jutsu. It was originally a forbidden art devised by Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage, meant to fuse the limbs of ninja beasts with humans to strengthen the user's physical abilities. But such experiments were abhorrent to human ethics, the resulting half-beasts grotesque and pitiful. The technique was banned by Hashirama himself and sealed deep within Konoha's archives. Hiroko, however, had repurposed it, transforming it into a jutsu that could steal bloodline abilities from others, and now, Hyūga Ritsu intended to use it, to seize the Kaguya clan's Shikotsumyaku, the bloodline of bones. Well then, Ritsu said at last, setting his empty bowl aside, his tone suddenly serious. Let me give you another reason, sensei. He met Hiroko's eyes. Did you hear about what happened yesterday? You mean Hyūga Taisho, having his Byakugan stolen by the mist? Hiroko's expression hardened. He quickly finished his meal and set down his chopsticks. There had been many incidents on the battlefield, but this one was different. A Hyūga from the main family, Hyūga Taisho, had led his squad into battle, only to be ambushed by an elite mist team. The squad was annihilated, and Taisho himself returned in disgrace, one eye gone. A Byakugan, stolen by the enemy. The news had shaken the entire village, and the Hyūga clan most of all. Ritsu's gaze grew cold. That's why, sensei. If the mist can steal our eyes, then I'll steal theirs. After all, the Hyūga's Byakugan is famed across the shinobi world, a top-tier Kekkei Genkai. It grants a full 360 degrees field of vision with no blind spots, telescopic sight for kilometers, and the ability to see through flesh and bone. On a battlefield those gifts are priceless, and naturally many factions covet them. 1,000 years ago, the Hyūga's ancestors, determined to stop outsiders from stealing their bloodline, set up the main house branch house system to protect the clan's heritage. The main house brands the branch houses with a seal called the caged bird. If a branch member dies or if anyone tries to extract a branch member's Byakugan, the seal triggers, destroying the eye outright, and gives the main house direct control over the branch member's life and death. That the main house's own Byakugan could be taken, such a thing was unheard of, so it's easy to imagine the fury that would sweep the Hyūga clan. Sensei, Ritsu asked, voice steady, what do you think will happen to us branch members at the front if the main house's Byakugan was stolen? Happen. Hiroko frowned at the loaded word. What business is it of yours? You're a branch, yes, but you weren't Tosho's bodyguard. If you hadn't shown up when you did and driven those mist-nin off, Hyūga Taisho and the others might never have come back alive. That's exactly the problem, Ritsu said, exhaling once. What do you mean? Do you think Hyūga Taisho is thanking me for saving his life, or blaming me for not arriving sooner? He would dare, Hiroko started, then stopped. The rest of the sentence died in his throat, because he could. The Hyūga system gives the main house enormous power over branch families. The caged bird can kill a branch member on the spot, and Konoha traditionally keeps its distance from internal clan affairs. Village authorities rarely interfere in the private punishments of the great families, and Hiroko knew Hyūga Taisho well enough to be worried, talented, arrogant, and lacking in responsibility, the sort of man who would rather shift blame than accept it. It was well within Tosho's character to resent Ritsu's impetuosity and make him pay. Ritsu, Hiroko said quietly, do you really think this is the time to risk everything to remove the caged bird seal? I don't want to gamble that the main house are all wise, fair men who can tell right from wrong. Hiroko let out a long, weary sigh. He pinched the soft-boiled egg from his bowl and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing as he muttered around it, I'll go find Orochimaru. He can put you on a recon detail, something innocent, officially sanctioned. That'll get you away from the front without raising suspicion. Ritsu's eyes flashed, but his voice was calm. Sensei, I don't want to be hidden away. If the main house can have a Byakugan taken from them, then the threat is immediate. I'd rather go after it than run from it. Hiroko swallowed the last of his noodles and stared at his pupil a long moment. The tense canvas rustled as distant artillery and the cries of men carried in on the sea breeze. Outside, the war continued to chew at both nations. What I can do, Hiroko said at last, tone flat, is buy you time. I'll arrange something with Orochimaru, a cover mission. But Ritsu, if you move forward with that chimera technique, remember this, there are costs we cannot foresee. If that balance you spoke of slips, the backlash may not be something we can fix. Ritsu picked up his empty bowl, the single egg now gone. I understand. He folded his hands around the rim and looked out toward the coastline as if he could already see the mist in among the waves. If they can take a Byakugan, then we must take what they possess. Not for glory, for survival. After finishing his modest dinner of instant noodles and boiled eggs, Hyūga Ritsu stayed behind in Hiroko's tent to rest. His teacher, meanwhile, left to pull some strings, to seek out the commander of the Eastern Front, one of the legendary Sannin, the famed genius Orochimaru. Hiroko and Orochimaru were former classmates. In fact, he had studied alongside all three of the Sannin back in the academy days. But while the Sannin soared like phoenixes among the clouds, Hiroko had always been the sparrow perched quietly beside them, content to flutter in their shadow. He had long since grown tired of being a nameless, colorless man, which was why he had dared to defy Konoha's laws and secretly dabble in the forbidden art known as the chimera technique. He wanted proof that he, too, could touch the domain of genius. Yet to Ritsu, his teacher was far from ordinary. Whether or not he could truly stand alongside the Sannin didn't matter. The fact that Hiroko had taken the second Hokage's original jutsu, a crude technique meant to fuse men and beasts, and refined it into one capable of seizing and harmonizing 5 Kekkei Genkai was enough to mark him as a man of extraordinary brilliance. Most shinobi couldn't even comprehend a forbidden jutsu, let alone reinvent it. Caged bird, Ritsu murmured the words as he reached up and removed his forehead protector. He took a small mirror from his pouch and held it before him. Reflected in its surface was the faint outline of an X-shaped seal etched into his skin. That was the caged bird curse mark, placed upon him by the Hyūga main house when he was only 3 years old. His right index finger brushed lightly over the mark. Even after all these years, the touch of it made his pulse quicken. From the moment that cursed brand had been burned into his flesh, he had sworn that one day he would destroy it, this symbol of bondage, this mark of servitude masquerading as protection. To achieve that dream, he had schemed his way close to Hiroko, eventually becoming his disciple at the age of 6. But truth be told, Hiroko hadn't been his first choice. His original goal had been Orochimaru, the greatest scientific mind of the shinobi world, a man rumored to grasp secrets that even the gods envied. The caged bird seal had existed for over 1,000 years without a single successful removal. That alone spoke volumes of its power. And in Ritsu's mind, if anyone could crack such an ancient curse, it would be Orochimaru. Unfortunately, at the time he was merely a branch house child, a minor Hyūga with a gifted label and little else. Too young, too low in rank, and far too insignificant to even stand in the same room as one of the Sannin. So he compromised. If he couldn't reach the phoenix, then he would start with the sparrow that once perched beside it. And so he sought out Hiroko, a seemingly unremarkable jonin, but one whose forbidden research Ritsu knew, from his prior life memories, would one day shake the shinobi world. In the movie timeline of this world, Hiroko would ultimately succeed, using his perfected chimera technique to absorb 4 Kekkei Genkai into his own body. He had claimed that acquiring a 5th would grant him true immortality. Immortality? Who could say if it was real or mere delusion? But Ritsu didn't need eternal life. All he wanted was to erase the curse carved into his flesh. That alone would be enough. After Ritsu became Hiroko's disciple, his teacher dug deeper into the mystery and confirmed what Ritsu had long suspected. The root of the caged bird curse was the Byakugan itself. There were 2 ways to break such a seal. One was to devise an unbinding jutsu surpassing the skill of the seal's creator, an almost impossible task, for the Hyūga ancestor who forged the caged bird had been a prodigy of terrifying genius. Hiroko admitted that even with his talents, he could not promise he could invent such an antidote in his lifetime. Fortunately, there was another approach: cut off the source. If the Byakugan, the very bloodline limit that the curse latched onto, could be changed, the curse would lose its foundation. Like a tree without roots or a river without a source, it would wither and vanish on its own. By sheer luck, Hiroko's chimera technique targeted Kekkei Genkai. In other words, it might be possible to use the chimera technique to alter the Byakugan and dissolve the caged bird seal. At last, there's a chance to get rid of this thing, Ritsu whispered to himself. What did you say, Ritsu? Hiroko pushed aside the tent flap and stepped in. Just thinking out loud, Ritsu replied, reaching for his forehead protector and rotating it across his brow. He noticed the paper in Hiroko's hand. Is it ready? Just a word from Orochimaru, Hiroko said, handing the document over. Ritsu unfolded it and scanned the contents carefully as Hiroko continued. Before I left, Orochimaru told me something. The theft of Hyūga Uchiha's Byakugan has stirred a massive uproar in the village. The clan's head, Hyūga Hiyashi himself, is traveling to the eastern front. Only Hiyashi? Ritsu asked. They say several main house members and a number of branch guards are accompanying him, Hiroko answered, his expression darkening. Orochimaru let slip that their arrival is less a condolence visit and more a reckoning. At the Hokage's office they're demanding someone be held responsible for the loss of the main house's Byakugan, accusing the frontline branch reinforcements of responding too slowly. The finger points squarely at you, Ritsu. Predictable, Ritsu said, calm on the surface. He folded the paper and tucked it into his sleeve. Hiroko let out a long, helpless sigh. He had underestimated how far the Hyūga main house would go. He had hoped that, since Ritsu had saved Uchiha's life, the main house would at least preserve a shred of honor and not pin the blame on a branch boy. But it seemed they needed no honor at all, or perhaps they never truly regarded their branch families as kin. To them, branch members might as well be servants, and punishment from the main house was simply their prerogative. And so Ritsu, who had rushed into battle to pull Taisho from death's door, had become the target of every sharp tongue. If Orochimaru hadn't tipped us off out of old-school ties, Hiroko muttered, they would have arrived with no room left to maneuver. Ritsu, leave now, Hiroko urged. Get out of the immediate whirlpool. But you must understand one thing, if you use the chimera technique to erase the caged bird, you will become a living thorn to the main house. As your teacher, I have to say this, if it ever becomes absolutely necessary, save yourself. Stay far from the danger. Those words were awkward, almost unbefitting a shinobi's code. To stay far from danger, in this case meant abandoning the village without permission, in plain terms, desertion. That Hiroko would say such a thing showed how truly he considered Ritsu like a son. Ritsu was silent for a few heartbeats, then nodded. I understand. Then move quickly. Hiroko pulled back the flap and peered at the dimming sky outside. If we leave now, we can reach the laboratory before dawn. With Orochimaru's personally signed travel order in hand, Hyūga Ritsu passed through the heavily guarded eastern front camp without so much as a question. Once outside the gates, his figure flickered, 3 light leaps, and he vanished into the dark northern forest. For nearly 6 kilometers, he moved soundlessly beneath the moonlight filtering through the trees, until he finally came to a halt. Byakugan, activate. The veins around his temples bulged as his eyes turned a pure, unbroken white. The world expanded. A 359-degree panorama flooded into his perception, every motion of insect and leaf mapped within his mind. But after a few moments, he narrowed his focus, retracting his vision to normal range. Turning toward the south, he extended his sight across the distance. The sprawling frontline camp soon appeared in his far vision. The Byakugan's 360-degree awareness, long-range observation, and chakra vision were not passive traits, they were tools to be fine-tuned at will. Without the control, even daily life would be unbearable, let alone combat. However, His observation soon hit an obstacle. The camp was enclosed within a massive spherical barrier. His sight couldn't pierce its chakra membrane, leaving the inside obscured. But that didn't bother him. His purpose wasn't to spy on the camp. He was scanning the terrain between it and his own position. Everything was normal. No tails. No watchers. He turned his vision across the other directions as well. Empty forest, shifting shadows, nothing more. Only then did he press on, Byakugan still open, his movement silent and steady. Caution. Precision. Discipline. Those weren't just habits. They were instincts, carved into him after countless missions where he had danced on the edge of death. Even though he possessed what many would call the bonus of reincarnation, a cheat of another world, his wasn't exactly the sort you'd envy. His luck, apparently, had been poor from the start. As he'd once joked to himself, when they drew lots for divine gifts, my goddess must have just come back from the bathroom and forgotten to wash her hands. His so-called gift, a psychic power known as body regeneration. Its origin, Academy City. Its rating, Level 1. Effect, automatically seals ruptured blood vessels by forming a thin regenerative membrane, temporarily stopping bleeding without conscious control. In the world of shinobi, that barely qualified as a trick, next to useless, really. He had no miraculous bloodline, no god-tier chakra beast sealed inside him, no destined protagonist plot armor. So he learned to survive the old-fashioned way, by being cautious, clever, and patient. Fortunately, his ability could evolve. He began training it at 5 years old. Over 10 years, it had evolved twice. First evolution, minor cuts and shallow wounds could heal within minutes. Second evolution, all non-fatal, non-amputating injuries could fully regenerate, and that was the cornerstone of Ritsu's confidence in using the Chimera technique in a way no one else dared. Since becoming Hiriko's disciple 9 years ago, Ritsu had contributed his own refinements to the forbidden art. Their research had revealed that the true difficulty of the Chimera technique lay not in stealing a Kekkei Genkai, but in fusing it. The fusion process was extraordinarily dangerous. It required a body with immense vitality, one that could withstand both rejection and mutation. That was why Hiriko had designed the method around 5 Kekkei Genkai, not out of greed, but to use the elemental principles of mutual generation and restraint among the 5 natures to balance the unstable fusion process and lower the risk of death. Now, with his regenerative ability advanced to what he called Level 3, Ritsu's life force was far beyond that of a normal shinobi. His body could endure the extreme cellular stress that fusion would cause. But that wasn't his only reassurance. The target he had chosen, the Kaguya clan's Shikotsumyaku dead bone pulse, shared the same ancestral root as his own Byakugan. Both the Byakugan and the Shikotsumyaku originated from Otsutsuki Kaguya, and unlike elemental Kekkei Genkai like ice release or lava release, these were physiological bloodlines, transformations written into the very structure of the body. Fusing such a power was far more dangerous, but also far more promising. If he succeeded, the fusion could reshape the Byakugan's genetic foundation itself, and when the foundation changed, the caged bird would finally have no perch to cling to. It would crumble, just like the chains that had bound him since childhood. According to Ritsu's calculations, fusing the Shikotsumyaku should inevitably trigger a structural evolution in his Byakugan bloodline, dismantling the very foundation that the caged bird seal relied upon. Once the root was gone, the curse would collapse on its own, an empty tower suspended in air. When the moon sank and the stars began to fade, just before dawn, Hyūga Ritsu finally stopped after running through the night without pause. Deep within a desolate forest, thick with the scent of wild beasts, he stood before a towering dead tree. Without hesitation, he slipped into a hollow at its base. His fingers brushed against the rough bark, pressing a concealed trigger beneath the roots. A section of the ground slid open, revealing a narrow passage plunging into darkness. Ritsu dropped in. His sandals struck the rock face lightly as he descended the vertical shaft with practiced ease. A moment later, he landed softly on solid earth. It was pitch black, a darkness so dense that even his outstretched hand disappeared before his eyes. But for someone with the Byakugan, such darkness meant nothing. He activated his eyes once more, the veins around his temples swelling faintly as the subterranean world unfolded in his mind's vision. The entire secret laboratory lay mapped before him, every corridor, every sealed chamber. Everything was just as he had left it. No intrusions, no disturbances. Even the precious specimen they had been keeping here was still alive. Ritsu moved through the dark with unerring precision, his steps silent, until he reached the reinforced cell at the end of the corridor. A faint snap echoed as he struck a match and lit a candle. The wavering light pushed back the darkness for several meters around, revealing the cell's grim contents. Suspended by chains from the ceiling was a man, tall, gaunt, dressed in what had once been a white uniform now shredded and filthy. His long black hair hung in matted strands over his face, and 2 red markings dotted his forehead. Even bound and beaten, his features carried a feral cruelty. As the candlelight touched his eyes, he squinted, blinking rapidly before the madness returned to his expression. A hoarse roar tore through the chamber. "You damned Hyūga brat, I'll kill you." He struggled violently, the chains clattering against the stone walls with sharp metallic echoes. Clang. 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 Ritsu didn't even flinch. The man's chakra pathways had been sealed by a gentle fist strike, rendering him unable to mold chakra or use any jutsu. No matter how fiercely he thrashed, it was meaningless. Still, Ritsu couldn't help but admire the prisoner's tenacity. This man, a jonin of Kirigaku's Kaguya clan, possessed the Shikotsumyaku, a bloodline that allowed him to manipulate and weaponize his own bones. On the battlefield, he had been a terror, slaughtering countless Konoha shinobi. It had taken both Ritsu and Hirako working in tandem to lure him into an ambush. Even then, capturing him alive had required every ounce of their skill. They had concealed the capture from everyone. The official report claimed the Kaguya had been lured into a trap and blown to pieces by explosive tags. In truth, he had become the private prize. Bringing such a specimen, a shinobi bearing a Kekkei Genkai, back to the main camp would have meant immediate confiscation by the Anbu. Once that happened, the body would vanish into the village's classified archives, never to be seen again. Neither Ritsu nor Hirako would be permitted to conduct their research, especially not research involving the Chimera technique, a forbidden art that Konoha had outlawed for decades. Ritsu stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He raised his right hand and jabbed sharply at the man's neck. The Kaguya's furious shouts died mid-breath. His body went limp, head dropping as he sank into unconsciousness. "Perfect," Ritsu murmured. He turned, walked to the cell's entrance, and sat down cross-legged on the cold floor. From his pack he pulled a small ration bun and a water flask, eating slowly, quietly. He would need his full strength soon. The night's exertion had drained him, and what he was about to attempt required not only chakra, but absolute focus, perfect control, and a body that could endure pain beyond human limits. He chewed the last bite of bread, set the flask down, and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, the Byakugan gleamed faintly in the candlelight. Tomorrow, he would no longer be a caged bird. He would tear open his fate, bone by bone, blood by blood. After resting for about half an hour, Hyūga Ritsu felt his mind sharpen and his chakra steady, his entire being tuned to its peak. He lit another oil lamp and set it on a small stone ledge jutting from the cave wall. The dim amber glow painted wavering shadows across the rough stone. Then he walked forward, unlatched the cell door, and stood before the unconscious, precious specimen. Ritsu drew in a slow, deep breath. Then, his hands began to move. The Chimera technique required 19 hand seals. With each completed seal, his chakra surged and rotated through precise meridians, flowing according to an ancient pattern that only he and his teacher truly understood. By the time the final seal formed, his palms were glowing with a faint blue light. Through the Byakugan's sight, that glow revealed its true nature: thin, blade-like layers of chakra, overlapping and humming with cutting energy. Those blades sliced across his own pale hands, opening dozens of thin, deliberate wounds that wept scarlet lines of blood. Without hesitation, Ritsu pressed both palms against the prisoner's bare chest. A sharp shake. tore through the silence as fabric shredded under the chakra blades. Moments later, a web of small, bleeding cuts bloomed across the Kaguya's muscular torso. Droplets of blood began to well and bead, glowing faintly as chakra enveloped them, before being drawn, strand by strand, into Ritsu's palms. The exchange had begun. Instantly, the veins in his forearms bulged like writhing serpents. His muscles convulsed. His pulse pounded so violently it felt as though his veins would burst. But Ritsu's expression stayed hard as iron. Not a flinch, not a cry. He continued the jutsu with unwavering focus. At the same time, he released the regenerative ability he'd kept suppressed. Each time a vessel ruptured, it immediately began to knit back together. But maintaining that balance had a cost. His palms needed to be reopened again and again, cutting deeper, faster, to keep ahead of the healing. The pain was unspeakable. The slicing in his palms was nothing compared to the agony that followed inside. His blood burned, boiled, surging wildly through his body as if trying to escape. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, twitching as though struck by lightning. Then came the bones. Agonizing grinding, twisting, drilling pain erupted from within, as if someone were carving intricate patterns into his skeleton with an electric saw. Every nerve screamed, every joint shuddered. Even his eyes, the Byakugan, throbbed with unbearable pressure, sharp, stabbing pain radiating from deep within the sockets. Blood leaked in thin crimson threads down his cheeks. Cold sweat soaked him from head to toe. He trembled, drenched and pale, his breathing shallow, his teeth clenched so tightly they threatened to crack. Time began to lose meaning. Seconds stretched into minutes, minutes into hours. Each moment dragged endlessly, like running along an infinite serpent path toward a horizon that never drew closer. His consciousness wavered, sinking and rising through the pain, his mind dissolving into a haze of agony and instinct. And then, it broke. The pain, which had climbed higher and higher, suddenly fell away, a sheer drop, a release so profound that for a second he felt weightless, hollowed out and utterly clear. His entire body tingled, flooded with lightness, as if every pore had opened, every impurity had been scoured away. The contrast was so intense it almost made him moan aloud. Did it work? Ritsu blinked, dazed. He had drifted somewhere between waking and dreaming during the process, but now, snapping back to clarity, he immediately sensed the difference. First, his chakra. It was no longer the familiar steady flow of 10 units. It had multiplied, surging within him like a river after a flood. If his chakra before was 10, now it was at least 100, a tenfold leap, and more than that, he could feel his body differently now. His consciousness extended through every bone in his frame, as though his very skeleton had become an extension of his will. His fingers curled, and the motion rippled down into his bones, answering with faint, living resonance. So this is the power of the Shikotsumyaku. He stared at his trembling hands, breathing shallowly, the faint blue chakra still flickering between his fingers. The experiment had worked, but deep beneath that thrill of success, something ancient and cold stirred within his blood, something that did not belong to the Hyūga, something that was watching him back. He raised his right hand and willed it. A sharp, pale white shard of bone, smooth like carved jade, protruded from the center of his palm. Shikotsumyaku. Hyūga Ritsu stared at the bone jutting from his hand, a small, almost imperceptible smile tugging at his lips. It had worked. He had, by means of the Chimera technique, successfully seized the Kaguya clan's Kekkei Genkai, the Shikotsumyaku, but that was only a byproduct. He had not risked everything merely to wield another bloodline. He opened his Byakugan. The veins around his temples throbbed as the world snapped into crystal clarity. This time it was a full, unabridged vision, a true 360 degrees without the 1-degree blind spot the caged bird seal had always forced upon branch members. That extra single degree made his heart race. He removed his forehead protector and fetched the small mirror he had used earlier, holding it to the tiny flame of the oil lamp. The reflection that looked back was vivid and alive, a handsome face, eyes the purest white like the finest jade, and most importantly, his forehead was smooth and unmarred, The caged bird seal had collapsed of its own accord. There was no trace left. Finally, it's done. Ha ha. He laughed without restraint, laughter echoing in the hollow laboratory until tears streamed from his eyes. After a moment, he composed himself. There was no time for celebration. Removing the caged bird was only the opening move. Hiroko's parting warning returned to him. Even freed from the seal, he was not free. The main house's system, main versus branch, was its own prison. The moment the Hyūga leadership learned the seal was gone, he would become their target, a living reproach to be cut down to set an example. Only by making an example of him could the main house snuff out the branch family's ambitions and keep the clan's hierarchy unshakable. This is a fight to the death, Ritsu murmured to himself, feeling the words harden into resolve. There's no room for compromise. If anyone yields, it will only be to gather strength to strike back. The expression in his white eyes chilled like cooling magma. A killing intent flared there, cold, precise, unbearable. He would not follow Hiroko's advice to leave Konoha. Konoha offered the highest standard of living in the shinobi world, closest to the modern life he remembered from another life. In his 15 years here, he had learned every street and tree, had built relationships and a place for himself. Why should he abandon all of that because a few entitled main house bastards thought branch members were no better than property? Why should he become a hunted deserter, living on the run while the Anbu never let sleep rest on his eyelids? The ancients said, the one who lives apart either becomes beast or deity. Ritsu wanted neither. He wanted to be a social creature, a normal human with ties and a life. To him, desertion was the worst, last resort option, only to be considered when all other roads had closed. Until then, he would fight with everything he had. He would exhaust every possible avenue to stay, to struggle, to win. Hyūga Ritsu stepped forward to examine the specimen. The body was already cold, drained of life, but he treated it with the same precision as if it was still alive. From his pouch, he withdrew a scroll and unsealed it upon the ground. With practiced movements, he placed the corpse inside and sealed it away once more. Every shinobi's corpse was a vault of secrets, but the body of a Kaguya Jonin was nothing short of a treasure trove. There were countless techniques to extract intelligence, memories, or biological data from the dead. If he brought the body back, Hiroko-sensei could help him uncover the hidden principles behind the Shikotsumyaku bloodline. Even if Ritsu couldn't wield all of it himself, the knowledge would be invaluable. From here on, he murmured, tightening his grip on the scroll, the real battle begins. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. He would not run, but he also knew that the main house would never allow him to live freely once they discovered what he had done. So there was only one choice left, to set right what was twisted, to return clarity and justice to the Hyūga name. I'll restore the Hyūga to a world of open skies and clean air. Retracing his steps, Ritsu climbed the 10-meter rock shaft, triggered the mechanism, and emerged once again through the hollow tree. Morning light greeted him. Judging by the sun's angle, it was already past 10. He activated his Byakugan and expanded his field of vision. Before the fusion, his Byakugan could extend up to about 8 kilometers. Now, his perception stretched to nearly 11. Not only had the Shikotsumyaku dissolved the caged bird, but it had also enhanced the Byakugan itself. Sharper, farther, clearer. Ritsu smirked faintly. A blessing within the blood. He moved quickly, following the same path back toward the front lines. Hours passed. When night finally descended, around 9, perhaps 10, he stopped at a ridge roughly 10 kilometers from Konoha's eastern forward camp. He knelt, activated his Byakugan, and observed from afar. The camp was still shielded by a massive barrier, preventing him from peering inside. But beyond it, scattered among the woods, were several hidden sentries. One of them, his chakra signature familiar, belonged to a member of the Hyūga branch family. Perfect. Ritsu waited quietly, concealed among the trees. A minute and a half later, the sentry's face changed, eyes widening in sudden realization. Their Byakugan had locked onto each other across a 6-kilometer gap. Two pairs of pure white eyes met through layers of forest and night. They saw each other, truly saw. Ritsu lifted one hand and made a simple gesture. Come. We need to talk. The other Hyūga hesitated, then nodded subtly. 5 seconds later, the sentry formed a rin seal with practiced hands, and in a puff of smoke, a shadow clone appeared beside him. The original remained prone in the treetop, watching the perimeter. The clone, silent and cautious, began to move, slipping through the undergrowth, leaping between branches, heading straight toward Ritsu's position. 6 kilometers was nothing for a shinobi, a few light steps, and the distance was gone. Before long, the shadow clone appeared before Hyūga Ritsu, his face drawn with anxiety. Ritsu, you're not supposed to be here. He hissed. Didn't you defect? What are you doing back? You need to leave. Now, before Elder Hisho and Elder Daichi notice you. Go as far as you can, and don't ever come back. Hisho and Daichi, you say? Ritsu asked with a faint smile. The shadow clone's original was Hyūga Hayato, Ritsu's childhood friend, same age, same branch family, both 15. A jonin already, and one of the few people Ritsu truly trusted. You're still smiling, Hayato snapped, half angry, half desperate. Ritsu, listen, the clan head and the two elders arrived at the front camp around noon. They hadn't even unpacked before Elder Hisho started shouting that you were to be summoned and punished immediately. And the bastard Hyūga Taisho, Hayato's fists trembled, voice rising with rage. He accused you in front of everyone. Said you stood by and let him be surrounded, that you deliberately delayed to sabotage him. That's why his Byakugan was taken by the Mist Nin. By the time he finished, Hayato was breathing hard, fury tightening his jaw. Ritsu only sighed softly. Just as I expected. It was exactly for this reason that he had fled to perform the Oniyaro ritual, to act before the storm broke. Hayato, don't waste your anger on him. You know what kind of trash Taisho is. If those Mist Nin hadn't attacked me first, I wouldn't have lifted a finger to save him at all. I still can't accept it. Hayato growled. How could that fool even compare to you? You made jonin at 11. That idiot barely scraped by at 16, and only because of his clan name. The fact that someone like him's in the main house is just, he cut himself off, shaking with frustration. Yes, Ritsu said quietly, his eyes cold. I can't accept it either. No one born beneath another's heel ever could. Sorry, Hayato muttered after a pause. Here I am, ranting at you again. You're the one they should be apologizing to. Ritsu waved it off. There's no need for that. Anger won't change anything now. Tell me, what's the situation at the front camp? When I didn't return to face judgment, how did the elders react? Any idea what they're planning? Hayato frowned, thinking. Orochimaru-sama met with the clan head and the elders. He told them you were sent out on a reconnaissance mission. Elder Hisho blew up over it, nearly started a fight with Orochimaru-sama, but the clan head and Elder Daichi calmed him down. For now, they're staying at the front camp, waiting for you to return. So they'll remain there for a while. Ritsu's gaze sharpened. A daring thought flickered to life in his mind. The clan head, both elders, and many of the loyal branch and forces were all away from the village. Meaning, the Hyūga compound in Konoha was nearly empty of the main house's core power. That was opportunity. Ritsu. Hayato's voice broke through his thoughts. Why are you asking this? You should be getting as far from here as possible. If either of those elders spots you, they'll trigger the caged bird seal instantly. Even the memory of that pain, the skull-splitting agony, made Hayato's voice tremble. Once was enough to scar anyone for life. Ritsu smiled faintly. Thank you, Hayato. That's all I needed to know. Now, forget you ever saw me. Continue your post as if nothing happened. Don't worry about me. I'd never sell you out, Hayato said fiercely. But please, go. Get far away. And don't come back. With those treasonous words spoken, the shadow clone's form shimmered, and burst into a puff of pale smoke, dispersing into the night air. 6 kilometers away, the original Hayato remained motionless atop his tree perch, performing his duty as lookout, a loyal shinobi, betraying nothing. Ritsu stood in silence for a long moment, his Byakugan fixed on the distant frontline camp 10 kilometers away. Then, without hesitation, he turned his back on it. There was nothing there for him now, no truth, no justice, no future. Everything he sought lay back in Konoha village. He exhaled slowly, lowered his stance, and ran, his figure blurred, tearing through the night forest, faster than a wild horse. Each stride carried him closer to the village, and to the storm he intended to bring down upon the Hyūga main house. "You've caged me my whole life," he thought, wind roaring past his ears. "Now it's my turn to break the bars, and remind you that the sky belongs to us all." Konoha village, though called a ninja village, its prosperity once rivaled even the grand capital of the Land of Fire. But after years of endless war, that brilliance had dimmed. The once bustling streets now carried a somber stillness, a quiet shadow draped over every rooftop and alleyway. Only the laughter of children still rang freely, innocent and unburdened. The adults, however, all wore the same grim faces, tight with fatigue, with loss, with fear. The wars had not ceased for years. Blood had not stopped flowing. In Konoha, mourning had become routine. You couldn't walk 3 streets without seeing funeral banners or the black garments of the bereaved. Nearly every family had lost someone, a father, a brother, a friend, left behind forever on the front lines. Those who returned home came either as corpses, or not at all. Hyūga Ritsu had only just stepped foot back into the village when he heard it. Faint sobs carried on the passing wind. He turned a corner and saw them, clusters of villagers in black, walking slowly, faces drawn tight with grief. Women wiped at their eyes as they whispered prayers. Even Ritsu, who had long since steeled his heart, felt that sorrow seep quietly into his chest. Another funeral. The thought flickered through his mind. And then, Ritsu-kun. A familiar voice called out. Ritsu looked up, and froze. Standing before him was a man with golden hair and clear blue eyes, his handsome features almost too flawless to belong to the mortal world. Minato-senpai. Ritsu blinked, stunned. He hadn't expected to see him here, the Yellow Flash himself, hero of the battlefield. Minato Namikaze was supposed to be in the north, leading Konoha's forces against Iwagakure. What was he doing here, back in the village, attending a funeral? A sudden, heavy realization struck Ritsu's mind like thunder. No, it couldn't be. This funeral, it couldn't possibly be. He swallowed, his voice low and uncertain. "May I ask, who was it that fell?" Minato's expression softened, his blue eyes dimming with a grief too deep for words. After a long pause, he answered quietly, "It was Obito." Minato's expression was heavy with sorrow, and even his voice carried a faint rasp. So it was true, Uchiha Obito was dead. That meant the battle at Kanobi Bridge had already taken place. Which also meant, Obito had likely fallen into the hands of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Ritsu pressed his lips together, his tone low and respectful. "Minato-senpai, please accept my condolences." Minato shook his head gently, as though pushing the grief aside. "Ritsu-kun, what brings you back? I thought the Eastern Front against the Mist was still active." He didn't want to speak further about his fallen disciple. Instead, he turned the topic toward Ritsu, a kindness disguised as small talk. Their acquaintance was an indirect one. Ritsu's teacher was Hirako, while Minato's had been Jiraiya, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Mount Myoboku, was the most open-hearted among the Sannin, and his friendly relationship with Hirako had led to Ritsu and Minato meeting a few times in the past. Ritsu quickly assessed the situation. Minato must have just returned from the northern front, likely unaware of what had transpired on the eastern battlefield. Keeping his tone calm, Ritsu replied, "The war with the Mist shows no sign of ending soon. I came back because of a clan matter. Once it's handled, I'll return to the front lines." "I see." Minato nodded lightly. "And you, senpai, has the battle with Iwagakure ended?" "The stone nin have withdrawn," Minato explained, though the fatigue behind his calm voice was clear. But the Cloud Nin are restless. The fourth Raikage has just ascended, and he's eager to make his mark. I'll likely head north again in a few days to keep an eye on them. Cloud Nin causing trouble again. Ritsu sighed softly. The two exchanged a few more polite words, nothing deep, just the kind of restrained conversation between comrades in passing. They were familiar, yes, but not close. When Minato finally turned and disappeared down the street, Ritsu leapt lightly onto a rooftop and dashed toward the Hyūga compound. Meeting Minato, who didn't yet know the truth of the Eastern Front, was a stroke of luck. Had it been anyone else, someone aware of the chaos with the clan elders, it might have jeopardized everything. Not long after, Ritsu arrived at the Hyūga estate. As one of Konoha's most powerful clans, the Hyūga occupied a vast portion of land in the village. Their compound was like a miniature city unto itself. Streets, shops, gardens, all operated by their own. The shopkeepers were usually non-Byakugan family members, those who'd never awakened the clan's signature eyes. While the Byakugan wasn't as rare as the Uchiha's Sharingan, not everyone in the Hyūga was born with the ability to awaken it. Many lived and died with dormant eyes. Ritsu's own parents were among them, ordinary branch members who had never opened their Byakugan. Ritsu, however, was different. Whether due to the strange consciousness that had entered his body before birth or sheer natural talent, he had awakened the Byakugan at an unusually young age, earning the clan's title of Prodigy. Being one of their own, Ritsu slipped past the outer sentries with ease, unseen and unheard, and made his way deep into the compound. He vaulted a wall, crossed a narrow alley, and landed silently in the courtyard of a secluded residence. Ritsu ni! The shout came from a young boy in the training yard, startled mid-practice. The boy's stance faltered as he saw Ritsu appear out of nowhere. Why, you're back. Did the clan head and elders drag you here? Ritsu shot him a glare. Watch your mouth, Arima. Who are you cursing? But it's true. The clan head, Elder Daichi, and Elder Hisho all went to the front to punish you. I was worried if they really did something to you, I'd cover myself in explosive tags and, enough. Ritsu cut him off sharply, though a faint smile touched his lips. Arima, I need you to call Takuma and Akiha here. There's something important I need to discuss. Got it. Without hesitation, Hyūga Arima bolted off, not even bothering to ask why. He'd always been that way, loyal to a fault. Arima, only 14 and recently promoted to Special Jonin, was one of the few branch members who'd managed to survive the war so far. Orphaned, impulsive, and fiercely devoted to Ritsu, ever since the day Ritsu had pulled him back from the brink of death on their first mission together. If Ritsu told him to face down the Hokage himself, Arima would do it without blinking. Ritsu settled cross-legged beneath the corridor's wooden eaves, eyes half closed, waiting. 7 or 8 minutes later, Arima came bursting back in, dragging a young man and woman by the sleeves. Ritsu ni! He shouted breathlessly. I got Takuma and Akiha. Arima, you brat, grumbled Hyūga Takuma, 17, older and perpetually irritable. He smacked Arima lightly on the head before looking toward Ritsu, frowning. Ritsu, what's going on? What happened at the front? Why did you come back? Did you see the clan head or the elders? Ritsu's eyes opened slowly, calm, focused, unreadable. The moment had come to reveal what he had discovered, and what he planned to do next. Damn it, Takuma, you said everything I was going to say. What am I supposed to add now? The long-haired girl standing beside him scowled and drove a sharp punch into Takuma's back. The blow sent him stumbling forward with a grunt. Her strength was nothing to underestimate. Akiha, Takuma yelped, wincing. Can you not hit like that? You nearly broke my spine. And another thing, don't go copying Arima and calling me Takuma. You could at least show some respect and call me big brother. The girl, Hyūga Akiha, shot him a look of pure disgust. Big brother, please. You're just Takuma. Don't act like some saintly senior. Everyone knows you hang out in the adult section of the bookshop. How do you even know that? Takuma froze, color draining from his face. Arima snickered, unable to resist. The better question is, who doesn't know? Takuma's face went white, white enough to match his Byakugan. Enough. Ritsu pinched the bridge of his nose, exasperated. His friends might be loyal, but together they were chaos incarnate. At any other time, he wouldn't have minded their antics. But tonight was not for laughter. At the sound of his voice, the three fell silent immediately. In their small circle, Hyūga Ritsu's authority was absolute. He looked over them, Takuma, loud and proud, Akiha, sharp-tongued but fierce, Arima, reckless yet devoted. These three were his people, the only ones he trusted enough to stand beside him now. Takuma, Akiha. His voice steadied into something cold and deliberate. You already know what happened on the Eastern Front. Even Arima's heard the rumors, so I won't waste time repeating them. The short version, the main house wants me to take the fall. He let that hang in the air. They're accusing me of delaying the rescue, of sabotaging a main house mission, of betraying the clan, all to cover up their own incompetence. Takuma's jaw tightened. Those main house bastards, they always do this. The moment something goes wrong, it's our fault, the branch. Arima slammed a fist into his palm, face red with anger. They'll twist anything just to make us look weak. Every time, it's the same story. Quiet, Ritsu said, his tone sharp but calm. Anger alone won't change anything. He stood, the faint lamplight glinting across his pure white eyes. The main house built this cage to keep us divided, and for generations, we've accepted it. They can kill us with a thought, destroy our honor with a word, and the branch just bows its head. His gaze hardened. That ends now. The air grew tense, a quiet, electric stillness. Akiha frowned slightly, catching the edge in his tone. Ritsu, what exactly are you planning? Ritsu's eyes were like polished steel. Not rebellion. A faint, humorless smile touched his lips. Rebellion means you're still trying to take back something from your oppressor. I'm not interested in taking back anything. He stepped forward, his shadow falling long across the floor. I'm going to erase the main house, completely. From blood to bone. From the flesh itself. The words dropped like stones into water, rippling through the silence. Even Takuma, usually brash, could only stare at him. You mean, kill them? Ritsu didn't answer right away. He let the question hang, his eyes drifting toward the distant clan compound beyond the paper doors, the symbol of centuries of oppression. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, almost serene. No, I mean to free them, from the illusion of their own divinity. And if that means killing them, he turned, the faintest smile crossing his face. Then yes, I'll start from the flesh. Akiha ground her teeth, hatred all over her face. None of the composed grace she wore in public remained. She was Ritsu's cousin. Her father, Ritsu's uncle, had been sent on a mission 6 years earlier alongside a main house team. Because the main house commanders fled in the face of the enemy, Akiha's father was ambushed and killed. The main house survivors pinned the blame on him, calling him reckless and power-hungry. Only after a non-Hyūga teammate, unable to bear the lie, quietly told Akiha's mother did the family learn the truth. Since then the straightforward, righteous girl had nursed a burning hatred for the main house. Ritsu, tell us what to do, she said, eyes blazing. I know you didn't come back to take the blame for them. Don't explain, just tell us what needs doing. Because Ritsu's parents had never awakened the Byakugan, he learned the family's gentle fist from his uncle, the same uncle Akiha had lost. Though cousins, the bond between Ritsu and Akiha was closer than that of most siblings. She knew him well. The boy branded a prodigy from an early age wasn't someone who would swallow insults and accept punishment meekly. He would never quietly bear the main house's framed guilt. First, I'll show you something. Ritsu said simply. What? Akiha asked. You'll see. He removed his forehead protector. Your head. What am I? Akiha began, then froze. Ritsu, where's your caged bird mark? Where did it go? Her voice almost broke. Arima, an orphan the family had pushed to the compound's edge after his parents' deaths, had been placed in this very residence to live. That's why Ritsu hadn't returned home first. He'd come straight here so no curious neighbors would overhear. The yard was private, and with no one nearby, they could speak freely. Takuma and Arima stared as if their eyes might pop from their sockets, fixed on Ritsu's smooth, unscarred brow. Disbelief filled their faces. How did you do it? Akiha demanded, grabbing his forehead and rubbing it hard. Careful, Akiha, don't peel the skin off. Ritsu shoved her hand away with an impatient half-smile and then went serious. Takuma, Arima, Akiha, you all see it. I've broken the caged bird seal. The main house can't hold me with that mark anymore. He paused, then grinned with a flash of white teeth. I'm going to destroy the main and branch system that's soaked in our blood. I'll tear the caged bird seals off every branch member's brow. Akiha punched the air and shouted, let's do it. She wanted nothing more than to march to the main house and smash those nauseating faces into the ground. Ritsu, tell us what to do. Arima's fists were ready. He'd been pushed to the margins after his parents died and still wore optimism like armor, blind loyalty to the one he called brother. If Ritsu ordered him to cut down a pillar of the clan, Arima would not hesitate. Takuma, the oldest and the calmest of the three despite his foolish habits, rubbed at his temple. He'd been promoted to Jonin at 14 and was reliable in the field. How exactly are you planning to do this? He asked, trying to temper the heat of the moment with reason. Ritsu's answer was blunt, simple. Eliminate the main house members physically. He spoke as if stating a fact. Institutional change was not achieved by pleas. The powerful never voluntarily gave up privilege. Gentle reforms would fail. Violence was the only tool that could smash the old system and make space for a new order. Takuma's eye twitched. Isn't that a bit extreme? He muttered. Even if most of the main house are useless, they still have fighters like Lord Hyasu. And many branch members would die defending the main house. There's no way the four of us can just wipe them out. Ritsu's gaze hardened, the edges of his resolve cold as steel. The quiet that followed felt like the eye of a storm, small, charged, and about to break. I can do it, Hyūga Ritsu answered without hesitation. He looked directly at Takuma and laid out the facts. All 7 bloodlines of the main house add up to only 17 people. 9 of them are Jonin, but the clan head, Hyūga Hyashi, and elders Hisho and Daichi, plus that useless Hyūga Taisho, are all at the eastern front camp. In reality, the main house left only 5 Jonin behind in the village. 2 of them are over 70 and no longer combat capable. That means only 3 main house Jonin remain who can actually fight. Ritsu paced slowly, letting his words sink in. He then explained the Hyūga main versus branch structure for the others' benefit. The system was founded generations ago. The clan's ancestor had 7 sons, the seeds of the 7 main line branches. In each generation within a branch, there are a small number of main line seats, typically 1, sometimes 2 or 3. In rare cases of many generations living together, a branch can have 4 or 5 mainline members. Everybody else is branch family. He pointed to a concrete example, Hyashi's line. Hyashi is the eldest son of his branch, so he holds the main line position. His father was main line, and a future firstborn would be too. Because Hyashi's elders are dead and he has no children, his branch currently contains only him as a main line member. Most branches, however, maintain 2 to 3 main seats across living generations. Takuma pressed a practical objection. You didn't count the branch members who still fervently support the main house. Even if the head and 2 elders are away, there are still more than 10 Jonin left who will defend the main house. Ritsu's reply cut through the worry. Takuma, didn't you forget one thing? I no longer carry the caged bird seal. Do you think I couldn't wield the seal's authority the way the main house does? Takuma froze. Even knowing Ritsu had removed the seal, the old assumptions ran deep. It hadn't registered that Ritsu might now turn the mechanism against them. If Ritsu could manipulate the caged bird mark like a main line, then the branch jonin who'd fiercely guard the main house would be far less of a problem. If you can control the seals as the main house does, Takuma said slowly, then the branch jonin aren't the main obstacle. We only need to decide how to take down those 3 real combatants, the remaining main house jonin. Ritsu nodded. The plan was no longer fantasy. It could be made into a concrete, winnable fact. Takuma fell silent for a beat, then admitted Ritsu's plan had real merit, but he raised another problem. Have you thought about how we'll explain it to the village? If we strike at the main house and destroy the main and branch system, will Konoha just stand by and let that happen? In Konoha, clans largely governed themselves. So long as a family's business didn't spill into village administration or threaten outsiders, the village elders tended to leave it alone. Still, the Hyūga were different. Unlike the headstrong Uchiha, the Hyūga were tightly bound to the village. The Byakugan's reconnaissance power gave Konoha a battlefield edge. It was a strategic asset the village could not afford to lose. For that reason, the higher-ups wouldn't permit the clan to erupt into civil war, at least not while the war raged. Ritsu's reply was calm and simple, as long as we move fast and make it a fait accompli. The idea sank in. If the main house were dead and the Hyūga could remain stable without the direct rule, what could the village do? Force the branch families to submit to a broken system nobody wanted. The leadership cared more about preserving order than about which faction within a clan was morally right. If Ritsu could create an irreversible fact, main house gone, branches intact and functional, then the village would have little choice but to accept it. Takuma and the others weren't naive. Arima and Akiha were hot-headed, but Takuma, at 17, had a steadier head. He understood the ugly truth. Konoha's leadership would prioritize stability over justice. Akiha, impatient and fiery, stamped her foot. Stop talking and tell me when we're going to kill those main house bastards. Wait until we're ready, Ritsu said, standing. He didn't retie his forehead protector. He slipped it into his pocket and left his brow bare. Takuma, Arima, Akiha, prepare yourselves. Take whatever tools you need from Arima for now. We'll replenish his supplies later. I'll go fetch them. Arima darted inside and returned after 2 minutes carrying a pile of well-maintained gear. Takuma and Akiha had only brought minimal equipment. The privacy of the clan compound had lulled them into complacency, so they quickly filled their pouches with shuriken, wire, and explosive tags. Big brother, aren't you taking anything? Arima asked, concerned. No. Ritsu waved him off with a grin that was almost arrogant. Call it cocky if you like, but with what I've got now, those main house jonin aren't a problem. Since stealing the Shikotsumyaku with the Chimera technique, his chakra reserves had multiplied tenfold. The Byakugan's range and acuity had improved across the board, and now he wielded a bloodline power that directly counters taijutsu specialists. Back when he was still just a branch prodigy, people already called him a genius. With level 3 body regeneration and his recent gains, handling 3 ordinary main house jonin was well within his capability. What I do worry about, he added, is intervention from the village. Konoha's top fighters are not beneath contempt. The main house's enforcers are the real wildcard. Are you all ready? Ritsu asked, scanning their faces. Yes. Akiha shouted, fists clenched. I want to smash their nasty faces right now. Arima's eyes glittered. Standing by, Takuma said, though a small, tense smile betrayed his excitement. They were nervous, eager, afraid, a volatile mix. But beneath it all sat Ritsu's iron resolve. The plan was risky. The plan was violent. The plan would make a new reality. If they succeeded, the Hyūga would no longer be defined by cages on their brows and chains on their will. They would be free, and the world above them would have to accept that new fact. The sky darkened as heavy clouds rolled in from the east, blotting out the fierce sun. The air remained stifling and humid, clinging to skin and making movement sticky and unpleasant, a sharp contrast to the dry weather many in Konoha preferred. For Hyūga Ritsu, though, the discomfort meant nothing. 2 years of fighting along the eastern coast against the mist had trained him to move in damp, clinging air. The oppressive hush that comes before a storm matched the mood in his chest perfectly. The stagnant calm of the Hyūga clan was about to be ripped apart by a storm it had never seen. The four of them ran fast through near-empty alleys, keeping low and urgent. "Ritsu, if we go much further it'll be hard to stay hidden," Takuma warned. The buildings grew denser ahead, the open yards and trees thinned out. They were approaching the compound's center. In the Hyūga estate, the main house families clustered at the center while branch families spread outward. The closer to the center, the heavier the foot traffic and the more eyes. The clan had rules: don't open your Byakugan casually in public, only in training grounds shielded by barriers was it permitted. But rules could only do so much. In crowds, even without opening the Byakugan, movement and faces were easily noticed. "It doesn't matter," Ritsu said without slowing, his voice flat. "Even if we're seen, it won't ruin things. Takuma, when Arima found you and told you I was looking for you, what did you think I'd come back for?" I didn't know," Takuma answered honestly. Then, as if a thought hit him, his eyes widened. "Oh, I get it now." He'd been blank for a moment, unnerved, but realized he did understand their purpose. The other clan members didn't. And, crucially, the main house hadn't formally accused Ritsu yet. He wasn't a universally recognized criminal. Being seen would prompt questions, perhaps gossip, not an immediate arrest. That made detection tolerable. They turned a corner. Someone saw them. Hyūga Ritsu. A man leaned over a second-floor balcony, smoking. He stared down the alley and recognized the Prodigy at a glance. He hadn't even noticed the cigarette drop from his mouth as shock registered. "When did you get back? The clan head and elders haven't punished you. Wait, what's wrong with your forehead? Where's your seal? Your caged bird mark?" the man blurted, panic cracking his voice. Ritsu didn't answer. He simply pushed forward and urged the others on. Rules against opening Byakugan in public weren't enough to stop people from prying in private. Many residences posted clan wards, 5 barrier talismans placed on every side of a house and the roof, to block Byakugan surveillance and protect domestic privacy. In public people kept decorum. At home, lonely, twisted voyeurists or petty gossips could be ruthless. So the ward practice existed, a modest fortress around each home that denied prying eyes even from within the clan. They moved through the outer layer of residences and into streets lined with those ward talismans. The hustle of daily clan life went on around them, shop fronts, courtyards, children running to training, and yet the heart of the estate pulsed with tension. Ritsu could feel it. Each step brought them nearer to the faces he intended to change forever. Even with his Byakugan open, Ritsu couldn't see inside the clan houses. Each residence was shielded by the clan's privacy wards, and the smoke-backed man on the balcony had been inside that protected zone, which is why Ritsu hadn't spotted him earlier and had literally walked into the man's line of sight. The middle-aged man stared in stunned outrage. "What the hell is going on?" He hesitated for less than 3 seconds, then vaulted over the railing and gave chase down the alley. He didn't know exactly what he would do if he caught them, only that staying behind would leave him sick with worry. Ritsu didn't stop. He strode straight to a white-walled, black-tiled residence flanked by pines. 2 young branch guards stood at the gate. "Is Elder Hyūga Shunsuke home?" Ritsu asked. The guards opened their mouths, but before they could finish their question, Ritsu struck a single, brutal palm blow that sent one man sprawling and out cold. The second guard managed one choking syllable before he too collapsed into instant sleep. Ritsu looked over at Arima. "Stay out here. Open your Byakugan and watch the estate. If anyone from the village enters, tell me at once." "Yes, Ritsu-ni," Arima yelled, immediately widening his vision to the farthest reach and monitoring every entrance. Ritsu pushed through the gate and into the courtyard. Once inside the warded perimeter, his Byakugan could pierce the interior. He scanned the compound and located the main house elder practicing gentle fist in the indoor arena. Hyūga Shunsuke, mid-exercise, felt the intrusion. He stopped, frowned, and hurried out of the training hall. Ritsu halted in the yard and waited for him. 13 seconds later, Shunsuke stormed into the courtyard surrounded by 8 branch guards, voice booming with righteous fury, "Hyūga Ritsu. How dare you! You sabotaged the main house on the front lines and let the Byakugan be stolen by the mist. Now you've broken into my home. Are you rebelling?" Ritsu smiled, calm as iron. "Yes, I came to rebel." Shunsuke's voice rose, trying to cow him. "If you don't want to drag your parents into disgrace, surrender now," Ritsu repeated, louder and with deliberate clarity. "I said I came to rebel. I have returned to the clan to smash this slave-like main and branch system." Hyūga Shunsuke froze. He, who had spent his entire life commanding branch members as though they were mere tools or livestock, had never once imagined this, a branch clansman daring to stand before him and declare, to his face, rebellion. Instinctively, his fingers formed a seal. His body reacted faster than thought, muscle memory guiding the motion, the caged bird seal. Generations of main house training had forged that reflex. When a branch defies, the seal reminds them of their place. If mere pain failed to humble them, death would ensure obedience. But nothing happened. Ritsu stood unmoved, calm, smiling faintly, as if nothing in the world had changed. Only then did Shunsuke's mind catch up with his body. His eyes darted to Ritsu's uncovered forehead, pale and flawless. No mark, no seal, no trace. The elder's face twisted, his composure collapsing into raw terror. He looked as if he'd heard a ghost story come alive right behind him. His voice trembled, cracked by disbelief. "Hyūga Ritsu, your caged bird seal, where is it?" Ritsu's reply came soft, almost cheerful, something that ugly. "Naturally, I erased it." How dare you say that?" Shunsuke roared, all grace gone, his voice jagged with panic. "Impossible. The caged bird seal was the life's work of our third clan head, a masterpiece refined over 1,000 years. No one has ever broken it. What kind of vile sorcery did you use?" His fury echoed through the courtyard. And yet, it wasn't only the elder who faltered. The gathered branch guards, those accustomed to bowing and obeying, were wide-eyed with shock. They could hardly breathe as realization settled in. It was true. Ritsu had done the impossible. The seal that bound their foreheads, that defined their birth and death, was gone from his. The boy who had long been hailed as the branch's greatest prodigy now stood free, and unafraid. And worse, he was speaking aloud the forbidden dream in every branch heart. Rebellion. Freedom. Ritsu's words cut through them like a blade through silk, stirring thoughts they had never dared to think. Their hearts raced, their discipline frayed. What if the seal were gone? What if we could live without it? They struggled to control their expressions, to hide the spark in their eyes, yet they couldn't help glancing at one another. When gazes met, panic flickered. Did you think it too? Did you feel it? The air thickened with an emotion long forbidden. Hope. And then Ritsu's voice rose again, steady and sharp, pulling all attention back to him. The so-called life's masterpiece, he said with a mocking smile, was nothing more than a tool for subjugation. The third clan head's genius amounted to enslaving his own kin. Tell me, what kind of pitiful fool spends his life figuring out how to shackle his family? With ancestors like that, no wonder our clan's been cursed for generations. Ritsu's voice carried like a blade cutting through the silence, merciless, sharp, and unrestrained. He tore into the so-called third clan head, the man who had created the caged bird seal, with the venom of truth. Arrogant. Unforgivably arrogant. Hyūga Shunsuke's face flushed scarlet, fury and humiliation twisting his features. Hyūga Ritsu, you dare insult our ancestors. Your crime cannot be forgiven. Everyone, seize this ungrateful wretch who dares blaspheme our bloodline. Yes, elder. Behind him, 8 branch guards barked their obedience. 2 of them were jonin, the rest chunin, loyal, obedient, conditioned to follow orders without thought. They surged forward, forming a semicircle around Ritsu, but before any could strike, fall. Ritsu's right hand flicked through a single seal. A moment later, all 8 collapsed at once. Their bodies convulsed, twisting like boiled shrimp. They clutched their heads, screaming in agony as the caged bird seal burned through their nerves. The courtyard filled with the sound of their wailing. Hyūga Shunsuke froze, so did everyone watching from outside the gate. Why you? The elder's hand trembled violently as he pointed at Ritsu, his voice strangled between disbelief and terror. He couldn't even form the words. It was obvious what had happened. Ritsu, freed of his own seal, now possessed full command of his Byakugan's heritage, including the ability to activate the seals of others, just as the main house could. It was the natural consequence of wholeness restored. The realization shattered Shunsuke's mind. The thought that a branch member could control the caged bird seal had never existed in their worldview. His logic broke apart like glass. His mind simply refused to adapt. Hyūga Shunsuke, Ritsu said, his tone calm and deliberate. If you want to punish me in the name of justice, then come, do it yourself. He smiled. But to Shunsuke, that smile was monstrous. The grin of a dragon baring its fangs before it devoured him. He staggered back a step before realizing what he'd done. Shame flared, but fear drowned it quickly. This boy, no, this man, was the branch's prodigy, the genius who could fight seasoned. Jonin and win. And Shunsuke. He was a relic, a politician who'd only stepped onto the battlefield long enough to collect corpses before retreating behind the safety of the main house walls. He had enough self-awareness to know one thing: he couldn't win. Without hesitation, he turned and fled, his speed surprising even himself as he vaulted over the wall like a startled hare. He needed backup. Numbers. If the main house elders fought together, surely they could crush this insolent child. Or so he told himself. Ritsu, aren't you going to chase him? Asked Takuma, nervous energy bubbling in his voice. Ritsu shook his head. No rush. He stepped forward, unhurried. The main house, even banded together, is no threat to me. Let them scramble for help. I want the branch members to see what their so-called masters are really worth. He smiled faintly. To him, this wasn't just execution. It was revelation. He wanted every branch member to watch, to witness the weakness and corruption of the main house, to have their illusions shatter before their eyes. After all, before he eradicated the main house, he would first strip them of the divine facade. Outside, Arima kept watch, Byakugan scanning the perimeter. If there was even the faintest sign of Anbu or any leaf interference, Ritsu would eliminate the main house before they could blink. The 7 main house estates were clustered close together. True to Ritsu's expectations, Shunsuke didn't run far. He sprinted straight toward his kin. Within 10 minutes, all 5 remaining main house jonin had gathered, 2 of them elderly relics in their 70s, their once keen chakra dimmed by age. They assembled at the broad avenue outside the estate, surrounded by several dozen branch members who had followed to see the commotion. Soon, the spectacle swelled. A ring of spectators, inner circles filled with jonin, middle with chunin, and the outermost packed with genin and civilian Hyūga alike. The tension thickened. The crowd hummed with whispers, fear, and barely concealed anticipation. It was no longer just confrontation, it was a reckoning. And for many watching, it was also something they never thought they'd see in their lifetimes: a branch member standing tall before the main house, and the main house trembling. Hyūga Ritsu, surrender now, the tall, stern-faced man warned, voice flat as iron. If you give yourself up, only you will be punished. If you keep resisting, your parents, your friends, everyone connected to you, will be held accountable. He stepped forward like a judge passing sentence. His name was Hyūga Masamune, a main house elder, a jonin, and the de facto strongman of the main house despite being under 30. Among the 6 elders, his rank and influence came second only to the clan head. You little upstart, another elder spat, tone dripping with contempt. Don't think a few flattered words about talent make you special. The Hyūga have produced geniuses for a millennium. Plenty like you have come and gone believing they could change the world. Where are they now? Who has ever truly overturned the main and branch order? Old Hyūga Asushi, years past 70 but still hale in posture, looked down at Ritsu with that privileged, ancestral disdain. Likewise, The other septuagenarian elder, Hyūga Mizuki, sneered at the three youths who stood behind Ritsu. Takuma, Akiha, Arima, what folly is this? Move away from the criminal's side, or are you planning to share his punishment? They expected fear. They expected desertion. Instead, the three stood the ground, unflinching, a small, stubborn line behind Ritsu. They had no intention of abandoning him. Ritsu glanced at Shunsuke, the elder who'd rallied the main house, and then turned to the gathered crowd. Shunsuke, he asked lightly, would you care to speak again? Shunsuke, red with fury, bellowed for Ritsu to kneel and confess. His threats rang loud but lacked the weight of conviction. The words sounded hollow from a man who had never truly bled for the clan. Ritsu straightened. The polite smile faded from his lips as his voice hardened like winter ice. Have you finished? He said. Then allow me to speak. He stepped forward and addressed the compound, his words ringing clean and cold. Your good life, built on sucking the blood of our branch families, ends today. I will challenge you. I will defeat you. And when I become clan head, the main and branch system will be gone. From that day on, every Hyūga will be family. Like the Uchiha, merit rises, the strong shelter the weak, and the weak respect the strong. His voice carried across the courtyard and into every ear. Among the spectators, reactions fractured into disbelief, hope, anger, and fury. Some hearts warmed at the daring, others bristled at the audacity. Many who had long suffered in silence felt something new stir beneath their ribs. Masamune snorted in contempt. Without hesitation he moved, palm raised. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. It was the Hyūga Gentle Fist's highest level ranged strike, compressed chakra fused with air to form a pressure shell, a concussion so violent it could shatter stone. On flesh it crushed organs and splintered bone. It was one of the few Hyūga techniques designed to strike from distance, terrifying, precise, absolute. Masamune was not alone. Shunsuke and Hyūga Tiger, another main house jonin, surged forward in perfect sync and unleashed the same technique. Their coordination spoke of planning and command, a practiced counter to any rebellion. Everyone's chakra flow told me exactly what you were going to do, Ritsu said, shifting into stance. He did not look afraid. The Byakugan's white glare flickered. A cold smile traced his lips. Ritsu pivoted on his right leg, left leg extending outward as chakra surged from every tenketsu in his body. In an instant, his entire frame began to spin like a top, chakra roaring out from his network of meridians. The rapid rotation shaped into a shimmering, hemispherical barrier of energy, a translucent dome that pulsed with violent motion. The incoming 8 trigrams vacuum palms struck the barrier, and dissolved on impact. Not even a ripple remained. Rotation. That's rotation. But that's a main house secret technique, the so-called ultimate defense. How could Hyūga Ritsu possibly use it? The branch members watching from the perimeter broke into gasps, disbelief and awe flooding their faces. Even the main house couldn't maintain composure. That brat, how does he know rotation? Who the hell taught him? No one would dare teach a branch member such a secret art. He must have stolen it. The little thief must have stolen the main house's technique. Hyūga Shunsuke's teeth ground audibly, his face contorted with rage. 8 trigrams, palms revolving heaven, the pinnacle of Hyūga defensive arts, a technique said to render its user untouchable. For generations, it had been guarded as a main house exclusive. Its mastery required perfect chakra control and balance. Even among the main house, few succeeded. Shunsuke himself had spent a full year training it in his youth, and failed, and now, before his eyes, a branch-born youth executed it flawlessly. Jealousy seared through him like acid. Stolen, you say? The chakra barrier dissipated, leaving Ritsu standing firm upon the courtyard floor, a crater 10 centimeters deep carved beneath his feet from the sheer force of the rotation. He lifted his gaze, eyes glacially calm. I understand, he said lightly, that your rotted brains can't comprehend what true genius looks like. Explaining it would be a waste of breath. So, save your whining. If you have any real techniques left, Bring him out. He raised his left hand and crooked a finger, a silent dare. Masamune's expression darkened. Shunsuke. Tiger. Together. The three elders' chakra flared like blue fire. Masamune stepped forward first, forming two luminous lion's heads of compressed chakra that coiled around his hands like living beasts. He kicked off the ground, launching himself at Ritsu, the air shattering in his wake, and thrust both palms toward the young man's chest. Gentle step twin lion fists, a high-level technique, equal in status to rotation, another secret reserved solely for the main house. Unlike standard gentle fist strikes, the twin lion fists utilized chakra-shaped transformation, amplifying both range and destructive power. Even the faintest brush of those chakra lions could crush bone and rupture internal organs, but Ritsu caught the attack head-on. His voice was calm, almost curious. Not as hard as it looks. Chakra surged once more through his tenketsu, and brilliant azure flames spiraled around his own hands. Two fierce lion heads took shape, identical, yet brighter, sharper, and far more alive. The air between them howled, the old world and the new collided, and the clan watched, wide-eyed, as the prodigy they had scorned now wielded their sacred techniques better than the main house itself. What? Disbelief flashed across Hyūga Masamune's pure white eyes. A storm of questions whipped through his mind. How could Ritsu possibly use the gentle step twin lion fists? Was his talent so preternatural that one look taught him the move? Or, had Shunsuke been telling the truth earlier? Had Ritsu secretly stolen and mastered a cache of main house secrets? His composure wavered, but his body did not. The two lion-headed palms of compressed blue chakra slammed toward Ritsu's chest with unrelenting force, and met equal blue lion heads curling about Ritsu's own hands. Four palms collided. The impact detonated like a string of explosive tags. A shockwave tore outward, buffeting the watching crowd. Masamune staggered back 7 or 8 steps before finding his footing. The chakra lions that had crowned his hands dimmed and frayed. His hands shook uncontrollably, as if struck by a fit. At once, Shunsuke and Tiger, his partners in the pincer attack, were driven back too, and worse off. They hadn't mastered the twin lion fists the way Masamune thought they had. When Ritsu's perfected version struck them, Shunsuke's right metacarpal bones snapped in 3 places, his fingers mangled into grotesque angles, and Tiger's right forearm fractured. Both men sweated and bit their lips, but couldn't cry out. There were too many eyes watching. To make a sound now would be to lose more than pride. It would be to shatter the main house's dignity. This move is pretty useful. Ritsu grinned, relaxed and unbothered, and didn't pursue the fleeing elders. He flexed his hands. The lion heads of chakra on his palms opened their jaws and roared with vivid life. He explained to the stunned branch crowd, compared to our basic gentle fist, the difference with the twin lion fists is simple. You increase output to the hands and shape the chakra into form. That expands range and multiplies impact. He continued, matter of fact, there are 2 core difficulties. First, how to increase hand chakra output without injuring yourself. That depends on the precise tenketsu used. Without precedent you'll hurt yourself. Second, how to stabilize both high-volume chakra output and a consistent form change. That requires exceptional chakra control. Ritsu laid bare the technique's essentials in front of dozens of branch families. Then he shook his head with genuine regret. If our branch jonin could learn this, our survival on the battlefield would rise dramatically. But the main house, those short-sighted fools, would rather watch us die than teach us their secrets. His words rippled through the crowd. Lower-ranking shinobi felt none of it. The main house secrets were out of reach for now. But the jonin among the branches stirred. They had bled on the battlefield and lived to tell it. The idea that such techniques might lengthen their lives and save comrades struck a chord. A change, subtle and dangerous, slid through people's minds. Yet the faction most loyal to the main house could no longer restrain itself. They had watched the elders humiliated, struck down and wounded by this upstart. Enough patience had passed. Hyūga Ritsu. Traitor, die. A branch jonin's face went slate gray, his voice thunderous. In the next instant he leapt forward like a hunting bird, closing on Hyūga Ritsu. He wasn't alone. Seeing one man charge, a clutch of main house loyalist branch members surged after him, ready to surround and strangle the upstart who dared raise his hand against the clan. Behind them, Arima and Akiha's faces changed. They were about to join the fray. Takuma grabbed their sleeves. Don't. Remember, Ritsu can control the caged bird seal now. Whispers ran through those who had seen Shunsuke's household earlier. The news spread in sharp, quick waves. Fall. Ritsu barked, forming a hand seal. The charging men froze, their faces crumpling as violent headaches ripped through them. In unison they collapsed, clutching skulls, rolling on the wet ground and uttering fractured, agonized screams. Seizing the moment, Ritsu pointed at the 20 or so crippled attackers and called out in a clear voice, "You see this? Set your own feelings aside. Do you still want your children's brows to be stamped with that cursed slave mark?" His words struck many like a slap. Color drained from faces. Hyūga Ritsu. Masamune, who had just steadied his shaking hands, snapped in fury. "How dare you blaspheme? Shut up. One more peep and I'll kill you," Ritsu roared over his shoulder, his gaze savage. Masamune, a man of stubborn pride, refused to bow in front of so many branch members. But he lunged, and Ritsu answered with an explosive 8 trigrams vacuum palm, a pressure blast of chakra and compacted air. Masamune had expected a direct clash and braced himself. As a main house power he had not only mastered aggressive arts like the twin lion fists but also the supposed unbeatable defense, rotation, the hemispherical chakra barrier. He spun, releasing chakra from every tenketsu, forming the dome to shield himself. The dome shattered. Masamune spat blood and was hurled backward. "You think rotation will stop my blast?" Ritsu scoffed. "Have you looked through your Byakugan at the difference between our chakra? The same technique in different hands is an entirely different thing." Their earlier collision had already shown why Masamune faltered. After Ritsu stole the Shikotsumyaku, his Byakugan and chakra were not merely restored but dramatically enhanced. His chakra level had multiplied tenfold and its quality had improved, so identical moves in Ritsu's hands hit with far greater force. Besides, Ritsu said coldly, "You asked me if I intended to kill you. I said I would. So I will." He struck again with blinding speed. The pressure blast slammed into Masamune's chest. The sickening sound of bones collapsing filled the courtyard as the elder's ribcage caved. He died in an instant. Dead, Hyūga Masamune lay there as if felled like a dog, struck down in the street. Everyone stared, stunned, at his body. His pure white Byakugan eyes gaped up at the sky, empty and terrible. An invisible shackle seemed to shatter in the chest of every onlooker. The sound of chains breaking rang. Inside their hearts, thunder split the clouds. Rain began to fall in fat, stinging beads. The long brewing storm had arrived, and the downpour washed the blood from Masamune's corpse in a cold, hissing sheet. "Run. Scatter. Get out of here." The septuagenarian elder Hyūga Mizuki finally snapped out of his paralysis. The chill of rain and the cold, clinging clothes told him this was no nightmare but a brutal, waking reality. Panic and regret gnawed at him like worms. "Find the Hokage. Bring the third Hokage here to judge this," he screamed, driven by a sudden, desperate clarity. They had miscalculated. They should have brought Konoha's authorities in as soon as Ritsu returned. Now it was too late. Ritsu's voice, distant and cold, answered him. "You really think you can run from me? I said I would destroy the main and branch system. You relics belong in the trash heap." 3 precise strikes of the 8 trigrams vacuum palm cut through the rain and found their marks. Hyūga Shunsuke, Hyūga Tiger, and the agile old veteran Hyūga Asushi collapsed where they stood. Their bodies hit the ground, lifeless. The avenue was suddenly littered with motionless forms. Only Hyūga Mizuki remained standing. "You'll die miserable deaths," Mizuki roared, stumbling forward on shaking legs and flinging himself at Ritsu as though to stop him with the fury of a cornered man. It was a hopeless, heroic lunge, but the old man's body could no longer summon much power. Ritsu sidestepped easily, amused, and spoke as he moved. Mizuki, you were probably counting on the clan head and the elders to bring me down. Too bad, they're not capable of that. In fact, they'll soon be joining your friends down there. The palm wrapped in dense, azure lion chakra struck the elder's chest. His life left him in a single instant. Not one main house adult remained alive on the compound. Branch members stood drenched in the rain, rooted to the spot, unable to decide whether to rush Ritsu and avenge the main house or to flee and tell the Hokage the truth of what had just happened. Instinct recoiled from both choices. Around them, the most faithful main house adherents wreathed. The caged bird seal flared in their brows, agony tearing them into the dust. They couldn't rise, they could only howl. Takuma, Arima, Akiha, tie up these brainless fools, Ritsu ordered. I'll go clean up the remaining threats from the main house. He leapt back toward the main house estates. There were 17 main house seats in total. 4, including the clan head Hyūga Uchiha, were at the eastern front. 5, including Masamune, had been killed by Ritsu. That left 8 main house members inside the compound, none of them Jonin. In a short while Ritsu returned, carrying 4 heads dripping with rain and blood, 3 middle-aged men and 1 elderly man. With that, every grown main house member had been wiped out. Only children remained, and the wives who were not main house by status were left alive. The main house is finished, Ritsu declared, standing above the stunned crowd. I will replace Hyashi and become the leader of the Hyūga clan. Who opposes me? Hyūga Ritsu stood in the rain, clutching the severed head, and shouted his challenge into the storm. Silence answered him. No voice dared to rise. Only the sheets of rain fell, as if the heavens themselves had burst, soaking everyone to the bone. 10 seconds passed. Ritsu wiped his face and was about to speak when a large man from among the branch families stepped forward. Hyūga Ritsu, do you really mean it when you say you'll never brand our children with the caged bird seal again? He called. Ritsu's gaze hardened. Faces around them registered surprise. The man who had come forward was Hyūga Hisashi, the younger brother of the clan head Hyūga Uchiha. Though technically a branch, Hisashi carried a weight no ordinary branch member did. Even main house elders treated him with an unusual measure of restraint. Ritsu smiled and answered loudly, clearly, of course. The caged bird seal is the cornerstone of the main and branch system. I said I would crush that rotten system, so I will never allow our children to be marked. I'll even have my teacher Hiriko continue researching a way to break the seal. I'll help anyone remove it. How did you get the seal off? Hisashi demanded. I used a forbidden jutsu, Ritsu replied. It can't be replicated or mass-produced. A forbidden jutsu? Hisashi narrowed his eyes. That answer made sense. If the caged bird could be undone so simply, the whole thing would be a lie. He didn't press for details. Instead he asked the question everyone feared. It's true the seal reduced outsiders' appetite for the Byakugan. If the caged bird is gone, and you claim the clan head's position, how will you stop people from trying to steal our eyes? Ritsu scratched his chin and grinned brighter. Simple. We become stronger. When we are strong enough, anyone who dares covet the Byakugan will be crushed. I'll kill whoever threatens it. A palpable, lethal aura radiated off him, the same hard, honed killing intent he developed fighting the mist. It would intimidate inexperienced genin. Hisashi wasn't one to be cowed lightly, but he had just seen the main house's supposedly invincible techniques shattered, and that image lingered. It made Ritsu's words feel terrifyingly possible. One last question, Hisashi said, fixing Ritsu with his gaze. Does my brother die as well? Do you take me for a bloodthirsty man? Ritsu smiled softly. The children of Masamune and the others will live. But Hyashi's men, Hyūga Uchiha and Hyūga Tosho's line, they must die. Those elders are rotten. As for Hyūga Uchiha himself, he paused, then continued plainly, because he has not oppressed the branches and has, at times, protected them, if he does not stubbornly resist, he will be spared. Ritsu spoke with authority and offered his promise. At that, Hyūga Hisashi, brother of the current clan head, kneeled before Ritsu in full view of the gathered branch families, single knee pressed to the wet ground. Hyūga Uchiha, salute the clan head. Hyūga Arima, salute the clan head. Hyūga Takuma, salute the clan head. The three froze a moment, then, bitter at the way Hyūga Hisashi, the clan head's brother, had knelt, each dropped to one knee in imitation and shouted the call. Their voices cut through the rain and spread like a match to dry tinder. Sparks of rebellion turned to a rolling blaze. They began calling friends. Torei Zaburo, you idiot, hurry and salute the new clan head. Kashu, why are you standing there? Don't you remember your life was saved by Ritsu from the mist? Sister Koko, come on, don't you want to chase Ritsu? If you marry him, you'll be the clan head's wife. Akiha's teasing was nonsense, yet effective. With Hisashi's public kneel and the three acting as catalysts, one by one bold branch members stepped forward, fell to their knees, and cried out, "Hail the clan head." Like a cascade of dominoes, the crowd followed. Hundreds of branch relatives dropped to the wet ground in succession. The refrain, "Hail the clan head," swelled until it drowned out the rain. In the end, only Hyūga Ritsu remained standing in the downpour, accepting the homage. Go wash and change. In 20 minutes, every Jonin and special Jonin assemble at the Martial Hall of Tamatsu Shrine. That was the first order Ritsu issued as clan head. The rain increased. Speaking in the open was impractical, and there was no immediate danger of a countercup. The main house's leadership had been wiped out. Hyūga Ieyasu and the others were still at the Eastern Front, and the clan's power had become a vacuum. Ritsu could afford a measured start, give people time to process, let the new order settle. If anyone later regretted their allegiance, he wasn't afraid. Small-time troublemakers were easy to handle. Besides, many branch members still wore the caged bird mark. Anyone who tried to back out now would be courting death. Understood, clan head. The crowd answered in one voice. Takuma, find some hands and deal with the bodies. Take those men down to the jail and let them sober up. See if any are worth saving. Ritsu handed Takuma the grim task. Along with the severed heads he was still carrying, the main house corpses required careful disposal. Without the caged bird seal, the Byakugan could be extracted and used, if the body and host could manage the strain. It wasn't as demanding as the Sharingan, but it wasn't plug and play either. The Jonin dispersed to clean the scene and gather supplies. In less than 20 minutes they'd be at Tamatsu Shrine. Hisashi. Ritsu called after the man who had knelt. Yes, clan head. Why did you support me? Hisashi answered plainly and earnestly. My son was born recently. I named him Neji, Hyūga Neji. He's lively and sweet. I don't want him to be branded with that slave mark like I was. It was the answer Ritsu expected, yet it still touched him. A father's love thinks generations ahead. Ritsu replied solemnly, from today on, our clan will never again brand our children with that slave mark, the caged bird. I expect you to make that true. Hisashi said, then hurried off. Arima, Uchiha, let's go. Ritsu called the two along. Uchiha and Ritsu were cousins who lived near the compound edge. Arima's home was also nearby. At the shrine, you don't need to come. Go explain the situation to my parents and aunt instead. Ritsu assigned Uchiha a task at the gate. Hey, don't. I want to go to the meeting, she protested in a high voice. This is the clan head's order, Ritsu said without changing expression. Ritsu, this is cheating, Uchiha accused, but she obeyed. Rain hammered the roofs. The new order had begun, and the clan moved to follow. Hyūga Uchiha was on the verge of tears. She had no choice but to accept the troublesome task her cousin had dumped on her. In her mind's eye, she could already see her mother and aunt closing in like a pair of squawking hens, each one more relentless than 500 ducks combined. Her uncle might be quiet as a stone, but those two women. Their questions could drown her. Do your best, Uchiha, Ritsu said, flashing her a teasing smile. When this is all over, I'll teach you the gentle step twin lion fists. Really? You promise? Her eyes lit up immediately. I promise. The girl's gloomy face broke into a radiant grin. Sure, being interrogated by her mother and aunt would be painful, but imagining herself mastering that elegant, devastating technique made the suffering feel worth it. They parted at the gate. Ritsu pulled out his key and stepped inside. The sound of the door drew a middle-aged woman's head out from the kitchen. "Ritsu, you're back," she said, both surprised and overjoyed. Then her joy gave way to worry. "I heard the main house wanted to punish you. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Mom. The main house won't bother me again," Ritsu replied quickly, kicking off his sandals as he dashed toward the bathroom. "I've still got work to do, just changing clothes before I head out. If you and Dad have questions, ask Akiha next door." He disappeared into the washroom, the sound of running water following. Seconds later, the door creaked open again and his wet head popped out. "Mom, grab me a clean set of clothes, something formal." "What?" She blinked, caught off guard. Her husband stepped in from the living room, quiet as ever. The two exchanged a glance. "I'll get them," she said at last, drying her hands on her apron and hurrying upstairs. From his room, she fetched a white long-sleeved robe, traditional, crisp, and dignified, and laid it neatly by the bathroom door. Then she turned to her husband, who still stood in the entryway looking lost. "Well, don't just stand there. Let's go see Akiha. Ritsu says he's fine, so maybe he is, but we should find out what's really going on. Since when do the main house people just let things go so easily?" "All right." The man nodded quietly. They slipped out into the rain and crossed to the neighboring house. 2 minutes later, Ritsu emerged from the bath, his hair still damp, dressed in pristine white robes. He grabbed an umbrella, stepped out into the storm, and vaulted onto the compound wall in one effortless leap. The rain drummed hard against the paper canopy as he sprinted across the rooftops, straight toward the Tamatsu shrine at the northern edge of the Hyūga compound, where destiny, and a clan reborn, awaited. Hyūga Hisashi, Hyūga Takashi, Hyūga Shinichiro, Hyūga Isamu, Hyūga Karen, and Hyūga Tenma are hereby appointed as elders of the Hyūga clan. The Uchiha clan had Naka Shrine, and the Hyūga clan, whose lineage was just as ancient, had its own sacred hall, Tamatsu Shrine. Of course, unlike the Uchiha's shrine, Tamatsu Shrine didn't conceal any secret stone tablets or world-shaking mysteries. It was simply a family shrine, moved and rebuilt many times across the centuries. Its original divine relic, the jewel branch, long lost to history. The deity worship there also differed. The Uchiha honored the Sage of Six Paths, the father of shinobi. The Hyūga revered the mythical goddess of creation, Megami. Just as the Uchiha used Naka Shrine for the clandestine councils, the Hyūga held all major clan meetings at Tamatsu Shrine. When Hyūga Ritsu arrived at the shrine's training hall, a vast, polished floor that could hold 100 people, over 30 had already gathered. They sat in neat rows according to their status, kneeling formally on the wooden planks. "Clan head." Voices rose in unison as Ritsu entered. "You all came quickly." Without hesitation, Ritsu strode to the raised platform at the front, where a row of cushions awaited. Taking the central seat, the one reserved for the clan head, he sat cross-legged, calm and unshakable. Within 20 minutes, the entire upper echelon of the clan had assembled. Nearly 100 jonin and special jonin filled the hall, half of them full jonin, the rest special rank, and even that wasn't all of Hyūga's might. The third great ninja war still raged across the nations, and Hyūga shinobi were deployed to nearly every front. Former clan head Hyūga Hiyashi had taken 15 elite branch jonin east to the front lines. Their strength as a clan was staggering. Hyūga stood among the true pillars of Konoha. When the last of the murmurs died down, Ritsu's voice cut cleanly through the heavy air. "The time's up. Everyone who should be here is here." He let his pale gaze sweep across the kneeling crowd. "There are things I didn't have the chance to say earlier. Now, as the acknowledged head of this clan, I'll make them plain. From this day forward, certain things in the Hyūga clan will change." Silence. Only Ritsu's voice echoed through the hall. Dozens of sharp white eyes turned toward him, intent and waiting. First, he said, "The main house branch house system ends today. There will be no more division of main and branch. Children not yet branded will remain free of the caged bird seal. Those who already bear it need not despair." He paused, then continued, steady and confident. "I've already said this once, I will commission my teacher to study a proper release technique. The forbidden method I used to erase. My own mark was taught to me by him, but it's dangerous, too complex and unstable to replicate. Still, my success proves it's possible. One day, we'll find a way to lift the curse safely for everyone." No one spoke, but in those unblinking eyes, faint light began to stir. "Second," Ritsu went on, "the clan cannot be run by one person alone. The old main house elders are gone, save for a few stragglers, and the seats must be filled anew. Therefore, I will appoint 6 elders to help govern the clan." He stopped, head turning slightly toward the entrance. "Arima, clan head," came the clear reply. "We have guests. Go and welcome them, bring them here." "Yes, clan head." Arima dashed out, quick as a spark. Ritsu's tone didn't waver. "While he's gone, we'll begin the nominations. I'll start. I nominate Hyūga Hisashi. His skill runs deep, his reputation is strong, and he deserves one of the 6 seats." The hall stirred, a few jaws slackened, then countless envious glances flicked toward Hisashi. So this was the reward for kneeling first. If they'd known, some thought bitterly, they would have done the same without hesitation. Hisashi himself was stunned. He hadn't expected such a gift. He hadn't supported Ritsu for power or prestige, only for his son's future. But after a few seconds of silent thought, he accepted. For himself, and for Neji, he had no reason to refuse. Ritsu's voice carried once more, "Each of you will speak in order of rank. You may recommend others, or yourselves. If there are more than 6 candidates, the top 6 by vote will be appointed. In the event of a tie, I'll decide personally." It was a simple, pragmatic system. Not perfectly fair, many Hyūga Jonin and Special Jonin were still deployed on distant fronts, but necessity left no room for idealism. And for the first time in the clan's long history, change, real, irreversible change, had begun to take shape inside the Hyūga. Hyūga Ritsu needed capable people. Now, the clan was headless, the structure in ruins. The only way forward was to appoint a leadership first. If problems arose later, he could always make adjustments. "I nominate myself, Hyūga Hisashi." Hisashi was the first to speak. As the former clan head's younger brother, his standing among the branch house was the highest by default, and his voice carried weight. Once the first stone was thrown, the rest followed easily. One after another, names were called out, each belonging to an exceptional Jonin of the branch family, some seasoned veterans, others promising young blood. By the end of the process, 8 candidates stood before them. After counting the votes, the 2 lowest were eliminated. The final 6 were Hyūga Hisashi, Hyūga Takashi, Hyūga Shinichiro, Hyūga Isamu, Hyūga Karen, and Hyūga Tenma. All of them were recognized elites within the clan, battle-hardened, skilled, and respected. The eldest, Hyūga Takashi, was 44, the youngest, Tenma, only 22. "Then it's settled," Ritsu declared. "Hyūga Hisashi, Hyūga Takashi, Hyūga Shinichiro, Hyūga Isamu, Hyūga Karen, and Hyūga Tenma are hereby appointed as elders of the Hyūga clan." No ceremony, no scrolls, no seals. Just a single, decisive statement. It was as informal as it could get, almost like a makeshift council hastily pulled together in a village hall. And yet, with nearly 100 Jonin and Special Jonin kneeling in silent acknowledgement, this makeshift council held real power. "Now," Ritsu continued, rising to his feet, "everyone can rest for a bit. Our guests from the village have arrived. Elders, come with me. We'll meet them together and formally inform Konoha of the changes within our clan." He turned toward the door and strode out into the rain. Hyūga Hisashi followed at once, no hesitation in his step. The other 5 elders exchanged quick glances, tightened their jaws, and stood as well. At this point, there was no turning back. Whatever road Ritsu chose to walk, they would follow. To the end. A short while earlier, after attending the funeral of his late student, Uchiha Obito, Minato Namikaze had wandered through the drizzle-veiled streets of Konoha, heavy-hearted and silent. That was when he happened to cross paths with someone unexpected, the Hyūga clan's greatest branch house prodigy, Hyūga Ritsu, dusty, travel-worn, and moving with hurried purpose. At the time, Minato hadn't thought much of it. He assumed Ritsu had simply been recalled from the Eastern Front for rest and recovery. But later that evening, as he sat numbly on the sofa, his wife Uzumaki Kushina tried to cheer him up, chatting to steer him away from grief. "You know," she said casually, "I heard something strange today. Apparently, the Hyūga clan's main house lost a Byakugan to the hidden mist, and they're blaming that Ritsu kid for failing to provide support. So the clan head, Hyūga Hiyashi, and a few elders headed to the front to punish him, and maybe recover the lost eye." Minato suddenly sat upright, startling her. "So you're saying, the Byakugan was taken by Kirigakure, Ritsu was blamed for negligence, and now Hiyashi and the elders are at the Eastern Front to deal with him?" Yeah, that's about it," Kushina said, blinking. "And the Ritsu you're talking about," Minato pressed, "that's the Hyūga Ritsu. The branch prodigy, the one who became a student of Orochimaru's former peer, Lord Hirako." Yeah. I don't think there's another Hyūga Ritsu running around," she replied, sounding suddenly uncertain. But Minato's expression had already hardened. "Kushina," he said quietly, "I met Ritsu earlier." Her eyes widened. "You what?" Quick as she was, Kushina instantly grasped what her husband was implying. A supposed criminal, meant to face punishment on the battlefield, showing up casually in the village, that was no small thing. "Maybe Lord Orochimaru sent him back," she offered. "He and Hirako-sensei studied together, right? It's possible he wanted to protect his classmate's student." Minato shook his head. If the goal was to protect him from the main house's judgment, the last thing they'd do is send him back here. They'd assign him to a covert mission, keep him far away until things blew over. Returning to the village, he frowned. "That's walking into the wolf's den." Kushina thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, that does sound weird. So what's really going on? Is it serious?" "I don't know yet," Minato admitted. "Maybe I'm just overthinking it." But, he paused, recalling that brief encounter in the street. "At first, when we met, Ritsu's body was tense. Like a man ready to react at any moment. That's normal for someone fresh off the battlefield. But then, when I asked about the Eastern Front, he suddenly relaxed. His voice dropped lower. That's when I realized, he was afraid of me." Kushina blinked. When I ran into him, he was on edge because he thought I might confront him. He didn't have an official recall order. He must have deserted the front and returned on his own." Minato rose to his feet, the realization chilling him. "Kushina, I'm sorry. I have to go out again. I need to report this to the Hokage immediately." He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Wait for me, okay? I'll be back soon, and when I am, we'll make dinner together. Then take an umbrella, or better yet, this." Kushina hurried off, rummaging through a closet before returning with a bright yellow raincoat folded neatly in a tote bag. "This rain's gonna come down hard any minute." Minato smiled, taking it from her. "I'll be quick." And in the next instant, he vanished, leaving only a swirl of wind in the doorway as he reappeared atop the Hokage tower. He pushed open the unlocked rooftop door and descended the stairs to the office floor. Knock, knock. "Come in," came a gravelly voice through the haze of smoke. Minato stepped inside. The spacious room was veiled in curling clouds of tobacco, all emanating from the pipe clenched between the fingers of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. Hiruzen looked up with weary eyes. Minato. What is it? I've heard some troubling reports. Something about the Hyūga clan's main house losing a Byakugan to Kirigakure, and blaming the branch member, Hyūga Ritsu. Do you know what's really going on there?" Minato stepped forward until he stood before the Hokage's desk. "I've heard the same, sir. But I'm here because I ran into Hyūga Ritsu earlier today. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Oh, you met Ritsu. From your reaction, Minato replied, his brow furrowing, I take it you weren't aware that he's returned to the village. For a heartbeat, the air was still, then thunder cracked outside, lightning illuminating the office through the tall glass windows. Moments later, rain began hammering down in sheets, the droplets exploding against the glass with sharp splashes. Hiruzen's expression darkened. He spoke quietly but with unmistakable steel in his tone. Anbu. A shadow flickered. One of the masked agents appeared before the desk, kneeling. Find out exactly when Hyūga Ritsu returned to the village. Yes, Hokage-sama. And in an instant, the agent vanished. Hiruzen took a long, hard drag on his pipe, exhaled a thick curl of smoke, and fixed his gaze on Minato. Tell me, Minato, what do you think Ritsu came back to do? Minato hesitated. There's too little information to draw conclusions. I can't, then guess, Hiruzen interrupted softly, his eyes sharp beneath his shadowed brow. The worst-case scenario, Minato said after a moment's thought, is that Ritsu intends to defect. If that's the case, then he likely returned to retrieve his parents. I know him fairly well, he's extremely devoted to his family. He wouldn't abandon them and flee alone. Hiruzen nodded slowly. So you believe this is personal, not political? That's my assumption, yes. The third Hokage sighed, a deep, tired sound that seemed to carry the weight of years. Your guess matches my own. If Ritsu can't accept the punishment from the main house, fleeing may be his only path. But still, he rubbed his temples, muttering as if to himself. What a headache this Hyūga situation has become. Konoha had two great clans, the Uchiha, with their cursed and fiery Sharingan, and the Hyūga, with their serene, godlike Byakugan. The former were known for their passion, and their volatility. As the second Hokage once said, they are a clan born of love, doomed to hatred. The latter, in contrast, were stable, disciplined, yet bound by a cruel system unlike any other in the ninja world. To outsiders, the Hyūga's main house branch house structure looked less like a hierarchy and more like slavery. The caged bird seal chained every branch member's life to the whims of the main house. Without that curse mark, the clan would likely have torn itself apart long ago. And so, even as concern crept into Hiruzen's voice, his conclusion remained the same: as long as the cursed seal still binds them, Ritsu's rebellion, if it truly exists, can only go so far. At worst, he'll try to take his family and run. He tapped his pipe against the ashtray, the sound sharp and final. Still, he murmured, looking toward the rain-smeared window, something tells me this storm over the Hyūga is only just beginning. While they waited for the ANBU's report, Minato Namikaze didn't leave the Hokage's office. The silence between him and the third stretched long, broken only by the occasional rumble of thunder outside. Finally, Minato spoke up. Lord Hokage, the Hyūga's system, he hesitated. Choosing his words carefully, is there truly no way to change it? Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh, his pipe resting between his fingers. Smoke curled upward, softening the old man's tired expression. The Hyūga system's flaws are obvious, he said quietly. Anyone with eyes can see that. But as I told you before, the autonomy of the great clans, the Hyūga, the Uchiha, the Aburame, was established by the first Hokage himself. It's not something we can alter lightly. If we tried, the other clans would never stand for it. He tapped the pipe against the ashtray with a dull clink. And besides, Hiruzen continued, the caged bird seal gives the main house absolute control over the branch house, life and death in a single thought. The branch families have no power to resist. Without strength, there can be no reform. Minato's brows furrowed. Then isn't that a deadlock? The branch house can't resist because of the seal, but the only way to change the system is for the branch house to resist. The third Hokage smiled bitterly. Exactly. That's the paradox. He took a slow puff before continuing, voice low and contemplative. In my experience, true reform succeeds only when it begins from below, not imposed from above. The Hyūga branch house is too shackled, too fractured to rise up. Even if the village interfered directly, it would do no good. Force our hand, and we'd only alienate the main house further, turning them against Konoha itself. Those words weren't mere politics. They were the confession of a weary man who had seen too much, and Minato knew it. The only reason Hiruzen spoke so candidly, without pretense or caution, was because Minato was more than a subordinate. He was the old man's student's student, and in many ways, the one Hiruzen privately considered to be his successor. Then it really is a dead end, Minato murmured, his tone heavy. For the branch to change their fate, they'd need to break free of the caged bird seal. But to break it, they'd have to interfere with the Byakugan itself. Precisely, Hiruzen said, nodding gravely. That seal is the foundation of the Hyūga hierarchy. Whoever first designed it, one of their ancient ancestors, no doubt, was a genius of the highest order. He paused, the faintest flicker of regret in his eyes. Truth be told, Minato, I once studied the seal myself, in secret. I wanted to see if it could be undone, if there was any way to free the branch house and mend the clan's divisions. Minato's eyes widened slightly. You did. Hiruzen gave a small nod. I spent 3 months on it. And what I discovered was humbling. The caged bird is bound to the very nature of the Byakugan. Its structure isn't merely ink on flesh, it's woven into the Hyūga's bloodline limit itself. To remove the curse, you'd have to tamper with the Byakugan directly. He leaned back, a cloud of smoke exhaling from his lips. That, Minato, is beyond even me. After 3 months of effort, I had nothing to show for it. No progress, no insight, just a growing respect for the cruelty of its design. In the end, I gave up. I couldn't afford to waste more time on the impossible. Minato fell silent. Even without studying the seal, he understood exactly what those words meant. If a man hailed as the professor of ninjutsu, the one who had mastered every jutsu in the village, had declared something too difficult, then the caged bird wasn't just a curse. It was a prison carved into the soul itself. For several seconds, silence hung heavy between them, the rhythmic tap of rain against the window filling the space. Then Minato Namikaze finally broke it. Lord Hokage, what do you intend to do about Hyūga Ritsu? If he truly returned to the village intending to flee with his family, Hiruzen shook his head, cutting him off before he could finish. Making decisions based on assumptions stacked upon assumptions is meaningless, Minato. Before Minato could respond, the door creaked open, and a drenched Anbu operative knelt before the desk, water dripping from his cloak and pooling on the floor. Lord Hokage, the operative reported in a deep voice, we've confirmed Hyūga Ritsu entered the village at 1:17 this afternoon. He presented a travel order bearing Orochimaru's signature. The gate guards assumed it was a legitimate redeployment. Orochimaru's signature. Hiruzen's brows furrowed deeply. That piece of information hung in the air like thunder. But after a moment's pause, he waved it aside. Whether the paperwork was genuine or forged, the result was the same. Hyūga Ritsu was in the village. The question was, what now? The third Hokage's expression hardened into one of thought. If the document was authentic, then Ritsu's return was officially sanctioned. In that case, there was no legal ground to accuse him of desertion. But if it was fake, they couldn't accuse him without proof either. Either way, acting rashly would cause more harm than good. After a long moment of contemplation, Hiruzen exhaled through his nose. Minato, he said finally, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Visit the Hyūga compound and speak with Elder Hyūga Masamune of the main house. Ask whether they can show leniency toward Ritsu. And while you're there, assess the situation for me. It was the safest plan, calm, diplomatic, and informative. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato didn't hesitate. He wanted answers too. If possible, he wanted to protect Ritsu. Not because of Hiriko, but because Ritsu was a rare talent. A Hyūga prodigy like him wasn't just a family asset, he was a village treasure. He pulled the bright yellow raincoat from the tote bag Kushina had packed for him and slipped it on. I'll head out immediately, he said, nodding respectfully. Hiruzen gave a slow nod in return, watching as the young man vanished in a swirl of wind and golden light. Outside, the storm had grown wilder. Minato reappeared beneath a sprawling tree at the edge of the Hyūga clan's estate. Rain hammered the leaves in steady sheets, heavy drops splashing down like silver beads. What a downpour, he muttered, narrowing his eyes. The curtain of rain was so thick he could barely make out the walls ahead, and the clan's barrier field distorted his chakra sensing. He started walking quickly toward the main gate, but when he arrived, his steps faltered. There were no guards. That single detail made his stomach twist. This wasn't normal. Not for the Hyūga. The Hyūga were one of Konoha's proudest clans, second only to the Uchiha in prestige. Their main house, in particular, prided itself on order and decorum. Even in a storm, the gates should never be left unattended. Something was very wrong. Minato's instincts sharpened. If anything, this only convinced him to move forward faster. The stranger the situation, the more important it was to find out why. He'd only made it a short distance past the gate when movement flickered through the rain, a figure darting straight toward him. Minato stopped, tense but calm, ready to react. The man skidded to a halt before him, bowing slightly. So it truly is the Yellow Flash. My name is Hyūga Arima. I come on behalf of our clan head to welcome you. He spoke with careful politeness, though his breathing was still rough from running. Clan head, Minato repeated, eyes narrowing. That word hit him like a splash of cold water. Wait. The clan head. So Hiashi Hyūga had returned as well. When? How? What was going on in this clan? First Ritsu sneaks back into the village, now the clan head too. What next? The entire main house, quietly returning, one by one. Was sneaking into the village some sort of Hyūga hobby? Minato exhaled through his nose. Your clan head returned. When? Arima simply smiled. Please, Lord Fourth, this way. The clan head is waiting for you at Tamaki Shrine. He said nothing more, making no effort to clarify that the clan head he referred to was not Hiashi, but Ritsu himself. His mission was clear: escort the Yellow Flash to the shrine. No more, no less. Lead the way, Minato said after a moment. He didn't argue. Better to see things firsthand. Once he met Hiashi, all these mysteries would sort themselves out. Or so he thought, completely unaware that the clan head, awaiting him in the storm-drenched Shrine, was not Hiashi Hyūga at all, but the man who had just torn the Hyūga's ancient system apart. Led by Hyūga Arima, Minato Namikaze stepped for the first time into the Tamatsu Shrine, the heart of the Hyūga clan's sacred grounds. He'd been to the Hyūga compound before, of course, but always to visit someone's home. The shrine itself was something he'd only heard about in passing, a name that carried centuries of weight. Now, however, he had no mind for admiration. The rain outside came down like a waterfall, and the tension in his chest left no room for curiosity. Arima guided him into a quiet tea room, sliding the shoji door closed behind them. Servants came forward to offer tea. Please wait just a moment, honored guest, Arima said politely, bowing. The clan head is finishing some important matters. He'll be here shortly. He never finished the sentence. From beyond the shoji came the sound of quick, synchronized footsteps, several sets at once. Then the door slid open. A young man strode in with a bright smile and a casual wave. Minato senpai, he greeted warmly, it's been a while. Minato froze. His composure cracked for half a heartbeat, his shoulders tensed, his breath hitched. Hyūga Ritsu, the man who wasn't even supposed to be in the village. And following behind him, 6 of the Hyūga's most renowned branch house elite, all of them calm and deferential, falling into line behind Ritsu as though they were his attendants. Minato's heart sank. What in the world is going on? He'd come expecting to meet Hiashi Hyūga, the clan head. Instead, he was face to face with a man who should have been under punishment at the front lines, accompanied by 6 high-ranking Hyūga who looked nothing short of loyal. It took every ounce of his training not to show his confusion. When Ritsu knelt gracefully across the tea table, Minato sat down opposite him, expression composed but solemn. Ritsu-kun, he began carefully, what's the meaning of this? This young man, Arima, told me he was sent under orders from your clan head, Hiashi-sama, to escort me. Is Hiashi-sama not here? Ritsu tilted his head slightly, then glanced at Arima. I said I was following the clan head's orders, Arima explained innocently, and in that instant, Minato understood. Arima hadn't lied, he'd just left out the crucial detail who the clan head was. Ritsu smiled faintly. Ah, that misunderstanding's my fault. The clan head Arima mentioned isn't Hiashi-sama. Hiashi is our former clan head. As of today, that position belongs to me. Minato blinked. What? For once, the man known as the Yellow Flash was at a complete loss for words. You're saying, Hiashi-sama is no longer the clan head. Ritsu's calm demeanor only deepened the surreal atmosphere. Minato could hardly believe what he was hearing. A coup. In the Hyūga clan. He forced himself to breathe steadily, eyes fixed on the young man before him. Ritsu-kun, please, explain this clearly. What happened here? Lord Hokage sent me to speak with Elder Hyūga Masamune. Where is he? Could you bring him here? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Ritsu's tone remained composed, almost serene. Hyūga Masamune and the other main house elders were tyrants, men who treated the branch like cattle, who lashed and humiliated us without restraint. Today, my brethren and I rose up against the cruelty. The main house members have been judged and executed. Though the former clan head, Hiashi-sama, was away at the front lines, the entire clan gathered in fury and grief. By unanimous decision, he was removed from his position. And after that, he smiled slightly. Though I'm unworthy, I could not refuse my clan's trust. So, for now, I've taken up the role of clan head. He delivered the entire story smoothly, without a single tremor or pause, as if he were reading from a script he'd rehearsed 100 times. Behind him, Hyūga Hisashi and the other new elders exchanged covert glances, half astonished, half impressed. Even after all they'd seen of Ritsu's power, his composure in front of Konoha's yellow flash left them awestruck. So this is what it means to lead, they thought. Even lying sounds like truth when he says it. Minato sat in stunned silence. His mind was a whirlwind of disbelief. A coup d'état within Konoha's most ancient clan, executed cleanly, quietly, in a single night. It sounded impossible. And yet the serenity with which Ritsu spoke made denial feel equally absurd. The only thing that kept Minato still was the absence of killing intent. No hostility emanated from Ritsu or his followers. Otherwise, he doubted he'd even be able to sit calmly right now. Ritsu continued smoothly, turning to gesture toward the 6 men behind him. While you were on your way here, Minato-senpai, the clan's Jonin and special Jonin gathered at this shrine to elect our new council of elders. These 6, his gaze swept across them, were chosen unanimously by over 100 of our ranking members. He emphasized that number deliberately. 100 Jonin and special Jonin. Minato caught the implication instantly. This wasn't the whim of a few radicals, this was the collective will of the branch house. So, Minato finally said after a long pause, his voice low and grave, you're saying this group before me, is the new leadership of the Hyūga clan. Ritsu smiled faintly. Not quite, Minato-senpai. There is no longer a main or branch house. From this day forward, every Hyūga stands equal. Minato's expression tightened. Then can I ask, how exactly did you deal with the former main house? Ritsu met his gaze without flinching, the calm of a man who'd already accepted the weight of his choices. And though the air in the room was still, Minato could feel it, a quiet, unyielding resolve radiating from Ritsu like heat beneath the surface of calm water. The kind of resolve that told him, beyond any doubt, Hyūga Ritsu would never turn his back now. He had already burned every bridge behind him. Simple, Ritsu said. I raised my caged bird seal. Those main house worms weren't a match for me. He unfastened his forehead protector and set it down openly. There was no point hiding it. Minato blurted the question before he could stop himself, "How did you do it?" Ritsu only smiled and put the protector back on. He could tell Hisashi and the others that he'd used a forbidden jutsu to remove the mark, but he would never say that to Minato, who stood for the third Hokage. Forbidden techniques were forbidden for a reason, banned from study, use, and practice. To confess to using one would give the village the right to punish him. "My apologies," Minato said, lowering his gaze. Of course Ritsu wouldn't speak of such things. It was a foolish question born of shock. "No matter," Ritsu replied. "I understand how you feel, Minato-senpai. But the deed is done. Please inform the Hokage of our situation. Though much has changed in the clan, the Hyūga remain Konoha's Hyūga. Every Hyūga shinobi is still a Konoha shinobi. That will not change." He spoke each sentence with measured calm. "There are still matters to settle here. Once the clan is stable, I will come and pay my respects to the Hokage in person." Minato's mouth twitched. A few large changes, he thought, when in truth the world had been turned upside down, but Ritsu's attitude was composed and respectful. That mattered. Perhaps, Minato reflected, this upheaval might not be entirely bad. If the clan's inner strife was gone, the Hyūga might emerge stronger and contribute more to Konoha. Duty bound him, though, his only option was to report the facts to the Hokage. He stood up. "I understand. I will report everything exactly as I've seen it. Excuse me then." With those words, Minato vanished in a flash. "Flying Thunder God, truly something," Ritsu murmured with approval as the air stilled. He flicked his sleeve, facing the clan elders. "Our guest has left. Let's return to the meeting." Whatever the Hokage's reaction, Ritsu's priorities remained the same: continue consolidating clan power and make his leadership real. Only by binding the entire Hyūga to him could he build the leverage he would need when negotiating with the village. When Minato reappeared on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, rain still pouring around him, he didn't waste a second. His sandals splashed against the wet stone as he raced down the stairwell and threw open the door to the Hokage's office. "Lord Hokage, there's been a major upheaval in the Hyūga clan." Hiruzen Sarutobi, seated behind his desk, arched a brow but remained composed, exhaling a thin stream of smoke from his pipe. "Calm yourself, Minato," he said evenly. "Take a breath and explain." The calm in Hiruzen's tone grounded him. Minato drew in a deep breath before speaking. "Lord Hokage, I met with Hyūga Ritsu." "Oh." Hiruzen's eyes glinted with interest. "I thought the main house had decided to punish him." But Minato shook his head gravely. "There is no main house anymore, at least, not within the village." "What?" For the first time, the third Hokage's composure cracked. His pipe nearly slipped from his hand as his eyes widened. "What do you mean, no main house?" Minato recounted everything as clearly as he could. According to Hyūga Ritsu, the branch members could no longer endure the main house's tyranny. He led them in open rebellion, executed Hyūga Masamune and the other main house members, and, through a clan assembly, stripped Hyūga Hiyashi of his title while he was still away at the Eastern Front. Afterward, Ritsu was unanimously chosen as the new clan head. He then convened a meeting of over 100 jonin and special jonin and had 6 elders elected from among the branch members. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. Then his hand slammed down on the desk. His face, usually calm and grandfatherly, hardened into something fierce. "Are they insane?" he thundered. "What are they planning? Is the Hyūga clan trying to rebel against the village?" He stood, eyes blazing, killing intent flickering like lightning behind them, slaughtering the main house, deposing their leader, establishing a new government. These weren't the actions of a family dispute. This was a coup. And if it was a coup, then the Hokage had to prepare for the worst. Had the branch house merely struck back in vengeance? Or was this the spark of something larger, something that could engulf all of Konoha? If the branches could turn on their own kin, what would stop them from turning on the village that had stood by and done nothing for decades? If the Hyūga truly meant to rebel, how should the village respond? One scenario after another raced through Hiruzen's mind, each one darker than the last. Just then, "Please, Lord Hokage, Minato interjected quickly. Let's not jump to conclusions. I don't believe things have reached that point yet. Hyūga Ritsu told me himself, word for word, that the Hyūga clan remains one of Konoha's founding families, and that every Hyūga is still a Konoha shinobi. He said that once the clan stabilizes, he'll personally come to meet you. Hiruzen froze. He said that himself. 3 minutes ago, Minato replied firmly. The old man's expression softened slightly, though suspicion still lingered behind his eyes. And do you believe him, Minato? Minato nodded. I do. This feels like an internal power shift, not a rebellion. Ritsu was calm, composed. He knows exactly what he's doing and what lines not to cross. I don't believe he intends to oppose the village. Hiruzen studied his student's face, then slowly sank back into his chair. He turned toward the rain-streaked window. The downpour outside had turned heavier, the wind slamming fat droplets against the glass in relentless rhythm. The storm blurred the view of the village beyond. Only the dim orange glow of lanterns flickered through the sheets of rain. What a cursed night for this to happen. For ordinary shinobi, this weather would have been crippling. But for the Hyūga, whose Byakugan could pierce fog, darkness, and even solid walls, this storm was no obstacle. That was the very reason the Hyūga had been stationed on the eastern front against the mist. The Byakugan could easily counter the Kirigaku's infamous hidden mist technique. Now, though, the very same advantage made the thought of a Hyūga uprising even more chilling. Hiruzen clenched his pipe and barked an order, "Bring in more men." At once, 4 masked Anbu appeared in the room, kneeling in a perfect line before his desk. "Ape," Hiruzen addressed one of them sharply, "go find Danzo. Tell him everything Minato just reported about the Hyūga clan. Have root agents spread around the Hyūga compound, surround it, monitor every movement, and report immediately if there's so much as a whisper of disturbance. And tell Danzo to come see me in person." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Anbu vanished, leaving only the thunder outside and the acrid scent of pipe smoke curling in the air. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing into the storm. He could only hope, pray, that Minato was right, because if he wasn't, then the Hyūga clan's internal revolt might soon become Konoha's civil war. "Wisteria," Hiruzen said sharply, his tone carrying the weight of command, "go to the police department and tell Uchiha Fugaku to quietly assemble his jonin. They're to be on standby for immediate deployment, but don't tell him the reason." "Yes, Lord Hokage." "Jackal," the third continued, "notify the 2 senior advisors, Mitokado Homura and Koharu Utatane. Tell them to come to my office at once." He turned to the last masked operative. "Leopard, contact the heads of the major clans. No, wait. Split up. You and Jackal will each go to fetch one of the 2 advisors." One order after another left Hiruzen's mouth, crisp and decisive. The Anbu squad bowed as one, their voices echoing through the smoke-filled office. "Understood, Lord Hokage." Then, in a swirl of movement, the 4 operatives vanished into the storm outside, silent shadows darting across rooftops under the pounding rain. Minato stood quietly beside the desk, saying nothing. It was clear that the Hokage, despite Ritsu's assurances, had no intention of lowering his guard. He was preparing for the worst, and honestly, Minato couldn't blame him. If he were Hokage, he would have done the same. Trust was one thing, but preparation was survival. Because in the shinobi world, nothing was more dangerous than the word, "what if?" Hiruzen turned to him. "Minato, I'll have to trouble you further. Stay here with me for now." In times like this, having someone of Minato's caliber nearby eased the mind. One yellow flash was worth more than 100 men. And if the unimaginable happened, if the Hyūga truly rebelled, Minato's wife, Kushina Uzumaki, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, would be the village's final assurance of control. Minato gave a faint, rueful smile. "I told Kushina I'd be home early tonight. Looks like that's not happening." Hiruzen's pipe glowed faintly in the dim light. "Minato, tell me again, what's the situation inside the Hyūga clan? That boy, Hyūga Ritsu, he's only 15, isn't he?" Genius or not, can someone that young really hold the seat of clan head? Minato shook his head slightly. It's hard to say, but from what I saw, the new 6 elders were absolutely loyal to him. Their obedience wasn't forced, it felt like genuine conviction. Oh, Hiruzen's brows lifted slightly. I almost forgot to ask, these 6 new elders, who are they exactly? I don't know many in the Hyūga personally, Minato admitted, but I happen to recognize all 6 names. They are Hyūga Hisashi, Hyūga Takashi, Hyūga Tenma, Hyūga Shinichiro, Hyūga Isamu, and Hyūga Karen. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. All branch house, and all formidable shinobi. He recognized every name. Each one was a proven jonin of exceptional ability, war-hardened, loyal, and respected within the clan. The youngest, Hyūga Tenma, had already earned multiple commendations for valor on the battlefield. The fact that these 6 now stood behind Ritsu spoke volumes, but what truly unsettled Hiruzen was one particular name, Hyūga Hisashi, Hyashi's own brother. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, his eyes clouding with unease. If even Hyashi's blood brother had turned his back on the main house, then perhaps the Hyūga's old order hadn't merely fallen, it had collapsed beyond repair. You're saying Hyūga Hisashi supports Hyūga Ritsu as well. But even if he's from the branch house, he's still Hyūga Hyashi's own brother. Lord Hokage, Minato said evenly, perhaps that should be said the other way around. Even though he's Hyashi's brother, he's still from the branch house. The order of the words changed, and so did the meaning. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. A long moment later, he exhaled a heavy sigh. So, the rift between the Hyūga's main house and branch house has grown this severe. He had assumed that someone like Ritsu, who had always been distant from the main house, might rebel one day, but Hisashi, the clan head's own younger brother. Even as a branch member, Hisashi had always enjoyed special treatment. It should have been impossible for him to betray his own blood, and yet, here they were. It struck Hiruzen that, for years, he'd failed to pay enough attention to the festering divisions within the Hyūga. He hadn't realized the resentment had run so deep, deep enough that even the clan leader's brother had chosen to turn his back on him. He frowned. There's something I don't understand. How did Ritsu and the others even manage to kill the main house? With the caged bird seal, the branch members shouldn't have the ability to resist. That's just it, Minato replied. Hyūga Ritsu erased his own seal. He didn't say how, but I'm certain he was the one who personally killed Hyūga Masamune and the rest of the main house elders. What? Hiruzen was visibly shaken. Back in his younger, more ambitious years, he'd secretly studied the caged bird seal himself, hoping to find a way to free the branch house and end the Hyūga's archaic system. But after months of research, even the professor of ninjutsu had achieved nothing. For Ritsu to erase his seal entirely, it was beyond belief. Then Hiruzen caught himself and gave a wry smile. That was a foolish question, wasn't it? The method must be a closely guarded secret. Of course he wouldn't tell you. Minato said nothing, only nodded in silent agreement. He understood the Hokage's shock. He'd blurted out the same question himself when Ritsu first revealed it. Hiruzen's brows drew together again. Without the caged bird seal, doesn't that mean Ritsu can now control the other branch members, just as the main house once did? I suspect he could, if he wanted to, Minato admitted. Then isn't that simply making Ritsu the new main house? Their exchange ended abruptly when the office door slammed open. Hiruzen, you're still sitting here. The voice was cold and cutting. A middle-aged man with a jagged X-shaped scar on his chin strode in, his single visible eye sharp as a blade. His presence filled the room with suffocating tension. Shimura Danzo, the man known as Konoha's Darkness, leader of Root and Hiruzen's oldest rival, had arrived. The Hyūga are rebelling, and you're still sitting here. Danzo barked. Why haven't you summoned the Jonin and crushed the uprising already? Crush an uprising, Hiruzen retorted coldly. And who said there is one? The entire main house was slaughtered. Danzo slammed a hand against the wall. What do you call that if not rebellion? Are you waiting for Ritsu and his followers to storm this building before you finally admit it? It hasn't come to that, Hiruzen said flatly, meeting Danzo's glare without flinching. The air between them thickened with unspoken history, two old comrades, two opposing philosophies. Hiruzen. Danzo. Two elderly voices cut through the tension. The door opened again, revealing Mitokado Homura and Koharu Uchiha, the village's senior advisors, walking in side by side. Even from the hallway we could hear you two shouting, Koharu said sternly. Humph. Danzo snorted but said nothing further, folding his arms. The four elders of Konoha, the so-called Konoha F4, took their seats in the meeting area. Minato followed, sitting quietly among them. Though his youthful face stood out starkly against their weathered ones, none of them objected. Minato Namikaze was no ordinary jonin. His reputation, his brilliance, and his power had long since earned him a place at this table. And besides, they all knew what Hiruzen was thinking. When the time came to choose the fourth Hokage, the choice would come down to Orochimaru, or Minato Namikaze. Right now, Hiruzen said, laying out the facts plainly, Hyūga Ritsu led a large number of branch members, slaughtered the main house elders who remained in the village, including Hyūga Masamune, and proclaimed himself clan head. He then had 6 elders appointed. Meanwhile, the legitimate head, Hyūga Hiashi, is at the eastern front with a portion of the clan. One more thing, Ritsu somehow raised his own caged bird seal by an unknown method. All in all, that's the situation. Tell me your stance and your proposed course of action. Hiruzen didn't waste time on Danzo's earlier theatrics and moved straight to the point. My stance is to kill, Shimura, Danzo said first, his voice low and icily determined. Those branch traitors murdered the main house. If we let this pass, tomorrow they might swing the blade at us. Every participant in this rebellion must be executed. Minato's brows tightened at that. Danzo's reply was extreme. You're too much, Mitokado Homura interjected. The Hyūga aren't the Uchiha. We all know the main house branch house system buried problems that would erupt sooner or later. It's just that the eruption happened on our watch. He paused, then continued. What we should do immediately is recall Hyūga Hiashi and the others from the front. Let Hiashi deal with Ritsu and the rebels. Konoha can provide support from the side. Mass slaughter is unwise, Koharu Uchiha added. You don't need me to explain the strategic value of the Byakugan. If we butcher their ranks, we weaken the village. But if we fail to punish such insubordination, we encourage other resentful factions. We must make an example, execute the ringleaders to deter future mutiny. Koharu's words carried a lethal gravity, though she advocated a narrower, more targeted response than Danzo. 3 perspectives now sat on the table. Danzo, immediate and total extermination of the rebels. Koharu, limited executions focused on the ringleaders to deter others. Mitokado, recall the legitimate head and let the clan's internal mechanisms settle the matter with Konoha's assistance. Hiruzen, pipelit and smoke curling, made no instant judgment. He turned to Minato. What do you think, Minato? How should we handle this? Minato frowned, thinking for several long seconds before answering slowly. I'm more inclined to Mitokado-san's approach. The rift between main and branch runs too deep. Killing alone won't fix it. Bloodshed must be the last resort. Land of Fire, eastern coastline. The Konoha Forward Command base stretched for miles across the windswept shore. Over 1,000 shinobi were stationed there, locked in a bitter stalemate with Kirigaku's forces. At the center of it all stood the command tent of one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, the cold, serpentine strategist in charge of Konoha's eastern front. In one corner of the massive encampment lay a distinct section, quieter, cleaner, and notably uniform. Dozens of Konoha shinobi with pale, milky white eyes and snow-colored robes moved about in ordered precision. This was the area Orochimaru had allocated specifically for the Hyūga clan delegation. The Hyūga had not come as reinforcements. They were not under Orochimaru's command. Their purpose here was singular, to investigate the theft of a Byakugan, and to discipline the branch member held responsible. Hyūga Ritsu. Recovering the stolen eye, however, would be a longer and far more delicate process. Damn that Orochimaru bastard. He's infuriating. With a violent sweep of his arm, Hyūga Hisho, one of the main house elders, threw open the tent flap and stormed inside, his face twisted with anger. Watch your tongue, Hisho, said the man seated at the head of the table, Hyūga Hyashi, the clan head himself. His brows knitted in displeasure. You forget where you are. Indeed, another elder, Hyūga Daichi, added sternly. The clan head is right. Orochimaru is Lord Hokage's personal student, and one of the strongest shinobi alive. He may very well become the next Hokage. You'd better think twice before letting that mouth of yours bring disaster upon the clan. Hisho scowled, waving a hand irritably. All right, I get it, my words were reckless. But still, that snake Orochimaru, tch. He's the same as ever. I just came from his tent, and guess what? He still claims he has no idea when Hyūga Ritsu will return. He dropped heavily onto a seat, glaring toward Hyashi. Clan head, are we just going to keep waiting like this? It's already the third day, and that little brat Ritsu still hasn't shown his face. I'm starting to think he's defected. Hyashi's expression darkened. Little brat, was it? And yet, if Ritsu, a branch member of the Hyūga, was a little bastard, what did that make them, who bore responsibility for him? He shot Hisho a cold glare. After a moment of silence, Hyashi spoke, his tone calm but weighted. No, Ritsu wouldn't defect. Not unless he intends to vanish from the world entirely. Where could he run? His parents are still within the clan, and I know that boy. He's not someone who would abandon his family. Hisho snorted. HMPH. You're giving him too much credit. Hyashi was about to reply when hurried footsteps echoed outside. Clan head, came a voice from beyond the tent. A branch Jonin knelt at the entrance, his tone formal and tense. Lord Orochimaru and Jonin Namikaze Minato request an audience. They say it's urgent. Hyashi blinked. Taken aback. Minato Namikaze. The yellow flash. Wasn't he stationed up north dealing with Iwagakure? Has he been reassigned to the Mist Front? He rose slowly to his feet, a faint sense of unease stirring in his chest. If Orochimaru and Minato were coming together with urgent news, then whatever awaited him next was unlikely to be good. The question vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Hyūga Hyashi pushed the stray thoughts aside, glanced at the elders flanking him and said, Elder Daichi, Elder Hisho, since Lord Orochimaru and Jonin Minato Namikaze are here, let us go greet them together. Orochimaru and Minato were the two men most talked about as candidates for the fourth Hokage. Even the Hyūga, proud and insular as they were, treated such visitors with solemnity. Daichi and Hisho nodded without objection. The three of them stepped out together, and at the tent entrance they found Orochimaru and Minato standing side by side. Lord Orochimaru, Jonin Namikaze, pardon our poor welcome, Hyashi said politely. Before Hyashi could finish the formalities, Minato cut straight to the point. Hyashi-senpai, I've come with urgent business. There isn't time for pleasantries. Please, take us somewhere secure where we can speak plainly. He looked meaningfully around. There were too many Hyūga present here for delicate conversation. Hyashi's face tightened. Minato's tone had unsettled him, but he swallowed his unease and led the two visitors to a tent he used as a study, a small space reinforced with a privacy barrier. Once the flap was drawn and the curtain closed, Hyashi asked, tense, Minato Jonin, what has happened in the village? Is something wrong? Minato hesitated. Facing the three main house elders, the clan head and two senior elders, he felt the weight of what he had to say. He took a breath and delivered the news as clearly and calmly as he could. This will be a shock. Please steel yourselves for the worst. Hyashi's face drained of color. Daichi and Hisho exchanged a grim look and pressed their lips together. Orochimaru, however, only smiled, curiosity bright in his eyes. He had been told Minato came at the Hokage's behest, but had not been given any details. That ignorance made the scene all the more delicious to him. Minato went on, earlier today, branch house John and Hyūga Ritsu secretly returned to the village. He slaughtered the main house elders who remained in the clan compound, then gathered the branch families and voted to depose Hyūga Ritsu proclaimed himself clan head and selected 6 elders from the branch jonin. Hyūga, are you well? Minato watched Hyūga closely, worried he might faint at the blow. Fortunately, Hyūga managed to stay upright. Elder Daichi did not. His eyes rolled back and with a soft thud he collapsed to the floor. Elder Daichi! Hyūga cried. Someone, call the medical ninja. The tent erupted into activity. Hyūga and Hisho rushed to Daichi's side and Minato barked for medics. Only Orochimaru stood back, a gleeful glint in his face. The information Minato had brought fascinated him. To be honest, Orochimaru admitted to himself, a few days earlier when Hiriko had come asking a favor, requesting a simple assignment for his prized pupil, he'd assumed Hiriko was arranging a cover for Ritsu to slip away. Out of friendship he'd signed the papers without a second thought. For the last few days Hisho had come to bother him, and Minato had impatiently sent him away, assuming Ritsu had gone off somewhere far afield. Now, seeing how things had unfolded, Orochimaru's assumptions were wrong. Ritsu had come back to Konoha, and he hadn't just come back, he'd done something enormous. Faced with the prospect of being blamed for the main house's failures, he'd simply turned the tables and struck the main house down. The audacity of it made Orochimaru's skin tingle with a strange mix of shock and grim amusement. It was utterly fascinating. If the Eastern Front weren't keeping him pinned down, he would have raced straight back to the village to see with his own eyes how that brat pulled off such a brazen, world-shaking move. Orochimaru standing on the riverbank treated the whole scene like a spectator sport, but inside the tent the 3 main house elders were truly being overwhelmed. The shock hit them like a wave that stole their breath. Daiga, my son Hyūga Daiga, is he all right? Elder Daichi, once he came to, grabbed at Minato and demanded news of his boy. Minato could only offer a pitying, helpless sigh. I'm sorry. Daichi froze. His legs trembled as if he might collapse again, but this time he forced himself upright. Flames seemed to burn behind his pale eyes. His voice, when it came, was like ice. Clan head, return to the village at once and execute the rebels. Elder Daichi, restrain yourself for now, Hyūga said, calm but urgent. We must first ascertain the facts. What is there to clarify? Daichi snapped, barely containing his fury. Didn't Minato just tell us enough? Anger scorched his reason and he even called Minato by name in his heat. Minato, broad-shouldered and patient, took the insult in stride. He understood a father's grief, and did not take Daichi's slip personally. Minato Jonin, Hyūga said, collecting himself. Please forgive his words. A father's grief has overrun his tongue. Tell us plainly, how did Masamune and the others perish? Was it an ambush? With their skill, surely they could have used the caged bird seal. Minato met Hyūga's eyes squarely. I did not witness the exact sequence, he said. But this I can confirm. Ritsu has removed his own caged bird seal. Removed the caged bird. Hyūga's face went ashen. Daichi and Hisho mirrored that pallor. No wonder, Hyūga muttered, heart pounding. If Ritsu is free of the seal's constraint, with his talents the main house elders could well be defeated. For a moment Hyūga's thoughts spun. Return to the village, punish Ritsu, restore order, that was the straightforward course. Yet the more he considered it, the more uneasy he felt. Could the 3 of them, himself, Daichi and Hisho, even stand against Ritsu? Even if loyal branch jonin accompanied them, could they trust those branches not to be overridden by Ritsu's newfound authority over the seal? Hyūga knew the answer in his bones. He could not be confident. The 2 elders at his side bore the marks of hard years and battlefield survival, but they were no Hyūga prodigy like Ritsu. Hyūga felt his own competence fray. Were it not for half a year of grinding combat with the Cloud Shinobi to steel him, he might doubt himself as well. We need to know the village's stance, Hyūga said finally, turning to Minato. What is the Hokage's attitude on this? Since Minato had been sent by the Hokage to deliver the news, Hyashi hoped the villagers' intent might clarify their options. Bring the Hokage's force to bear, one elder snapped, hot with indignation. Send Minato, call the Hokage, let the village help us cut down Ritsu and his traitorous band. The tent erupted into cries and pleading, the raw pain of a clan whose traditions had been shattered. Minato listened, calm but grave. He understood the stakes on all sides, the Byakugan's value to Konoha, the worms of oppression that had hollowed out the Hyūga's system, and the impossible choice between blood and order. Of course, Hisho near him blurted, the Hokage will never allow the Hyūga to fall into chaos. Send the Hokage's hand, let him help us strike down Ritsu the traitor. Minato Jonin, please help our clan put down this rebellion. When the third Hokage steps down, our clan will support you for the fourth. Hyūga Hisho's words died on his lips as Hyūga Daichi clapped a hand over his mouth. Hyashi and Daichi exchanged awkward looks. If Minato had been the only outsider present, such blunt talk might have passed, but Orochimaru, now widely discussed as one of the leading candidates for fourth Hokage alongside Minato, stood there as well. Openly insulting someone of Orochimaru's stature would be foolish. Orochimaru's smile didn't change a whit. Minato's brow tightened slightly. His opinion of the main house elders had dropped further. No wonder the Hyūga always looked so easy to take advantage of. They had the largest number of jonin in the village, yet when the Byakugan was taken they seemed more eager to point fingers at branch members than to recover what was lost. That said, Hyūga Ritsu's slaughter of main house members had clearly crossed a line. The Hokage's view is that most Hyūga are innocent, Minato said steadily. The clan's stability is essential to the village's welfare. Therefore, he paused, then spoke with absolute resolve, the Hokage's order is, punish only the ringleaders. All right, punish only the ringleaders. Hyashi answered without hesitation. Beside him, Daichi released Hisho's mouth and stepped forward, fired with anger. I will personally execute that traitor Ritsu, he declared. Elder Daichi, calm yourself. Don't disgrace the clan, Hyashi snapped, stern. Then he turned back to Minato. When do we return to the village? If you are ready, you may leave now, Minato replied. Then we leave at once. Hyashi looked to the two elders flanking him. Daichi, Hisho, are you with me? Yes. Daichi responded decisively. He could not wait to avenge his son. Hisho hesitated briefly. Clan head, my son Tosho's wounds. The village has far better medical care, Hyashi cut in, firm. He glanced at Minato. You will use the Flying Thunder God technique to send us back, won't you? Is there a limit on the number of people you can transport? Up to 10, Minato answered. Elder Hisho, bring Taisho here at once, Hyashi ordered, his voice steel. He had never liked Taisho, and now, more than ever, he resented the trouble the youth had caused at the front. If Taisho were not a main house member, Hyashi admitted to himself, he might have had less restraint. The Flying Thunder God technique, a time-space ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. By placing a unique seal beforehand, the user can instantly teleport to that location, no matter the distance. In simpler terms, it is instantaneous movement, teleportation that can span entire countries. It was this very technique that earned Namikaze Minato the legendary title of Konoha's Yellow Flash, and today, once again, he relied on that same technique to race back and forth across the Hidden Leaf. After receiving direct orders from the Hokage, he had crossed thousands of kilometers to reach the Eastern Front, where Hyūga Hyashi and the others were stationed, to deliver the grave news and coordinate their response. Konoha had long anticipated the need for Minato's mobility in emergencies. Thus, every field commander across the major fronts, including the Eastern one, held a specially marked kunai linked to Minato's teleportation formula. Orochimaru, as Supreme Commander of the Eastern Front, held one such kunai as well. Father, my eyes hurt so much. A young man wrapped in bandages cried out in agony, the right side of his face hidden beneath thick white cloth. He was Hyūga Taisho, the unfortunate main branch shinobi whose Byakugan had been stolen by the mist, a disgrace of the clan, a jonin in title only. Taisho, endure it, Hisho murmured, trying to soothe him. Once we're back in the village, we'll send you straight to the Konoha hospital. You'll recover faster there, it's better than suffering out here. Hiyashi watched the scene with a cold, hard stare. Beside him, Daichi's face twisted with disgust. Though his own son had died by Hyūga Ritsu's hand, he couldn't help but think, had this full Taisho not acted so recklessly, Ritsu might never have been driven to such extremes. The mere sight of the boy now filled him with resentment. Is everyone ready? Minato asked, glancing around the group. All ready, Hiyashi replied firmly. Then let's depart. Orochimaru-sensei, Minato added with a respectful bow, I'll be taking them back now. Orochimaru's serpentine grin widened. Go on, Minato-kun. I imagine that old man is already getting impatient. Minato nodded once, then reached out and placed a hand on Hiyashi's shoulder. Following his instructions, the Hyūga linked hands with one another, and in the next heartbeat, all five of them, Minato included, vanished into thin air. Orochimaru watched the space where they'd stood and let out a low chuckle. Hyūga, how amusing. A clan that's been stagnant for centuries finally shows signs of life. That Hirako, he's trained quite an extraordinary disciple. With a flick of his sleeve and a faint, sly smile, Orochimaru turned and disappeared back into the rain-drenched camp. He planned to visit Hirako, to share the news. After all, Minato hadn't said the matter was to be kept secret. Meanwhile, Konoha village, Hokage building quiet, smoke-filled office suddenly shimmered with chakra light, 5 figures appeared out of thin air. Hokage-sama, I've brought 'em all. Minato withdrew the short, trident-shaped kunai he had embedded in the floor, a special variant engraved with his teleportation formula, and slid it back into his pouch. Turning to report, he said firmly, Hyūga Hiyashi, Hyūga Daichi, Hyūga Hisho, and Hyūga Taisho, 4 members of the Hyūga main family, are all accounted for. Good work, Minato. Hiruzen set down his pipe and gave a weary nod before his eyes moved toward Hiyashi. Clan head Hiyashi, I trust Minato has briefed you on the situation. What are your thoughts? Hiyashi bowed deeply, his tone reverent. I will follow Hokage-sama's orders without question. Once, he would never have spoken so humbly. As the Hyūga clan head, Hiyashi had always faced the Hokage with dignity, neither servile nor defiant. But now, things had changed. Ritsu's uprising had left the main family powerless to suppress their own branch. Without Konoha's backing, they stood no chance. And when you must beg for help, pride was a luxury you could not afford. Then let us begin, said Hiruzen, standing from behind his desk. What? Begin now. Hiyashi and the 2 elders blanched. Isn't this a little too sudden? Hiyashi couldn't help but protest. Sudden, scoffed Danzo Shimura from the sofa, a dark smile twisting his scarred face. If you delay any longer, Ritsu will have every branch member eating from his hand. If that boy's method for breaking the caged bird seal spreads, you'll soon have no branch to command at all. Tell me, Hiyashi, do you still think we have time to wait? Danzo's words hit home. Hiyashi's lips moved soundlessly before he managed to reply, then, let's proceed. The truth was brutal, he lacked strength, experience, and charisma. Were it not for the clan's rigid main and branch hierarchy, he would never have become clan head in the first place. At 28, standing before veterans like Hiruzen and Danzo, he was utterly outmatched, pulled along by their will without resistance. In another timeline, he would one day even allow himself to be manipulated into sacrificing his own brother's life to appease the cloud. Truly, a man of tragic weakness. Watching Hiyashi now, even Minato could not help but feel disappointed. This was the man meant to represent one of Konoha's proudest families. Even Hiruzen, Danzo, and the 2 senior advisors exchanged silent looks, wordlessly acknowledging that Hiyashi would never be capable of standing against Ritsu. Minato remembered Ritsu's eyes, sharp as lightning, his presence heavier than most jonin twice his age, only 15, yet already commanding the air around him. Compared to that, Hiyashi felt hollow, and yet, Hiruzen had already made his decision. Ritsu would be executed as the ringleader. Hyashi and the remaining main family would be restored, and the Hyūga clan returned to order. Minato's heart sank. He had hoped that a Hyūga freed from the chains of its archaic system might blossom into something greater, a clan that could finally fulfill its true potential for Konoha, but he wasn't the Hokage. His opinion was worth only as much as the elders allowed. Instead, he would be sent as part of the strike force, a symbolic ally, tasked with helping Hyashi eliminate Ritsu. The idea of raising his hand against another leaf shinobi, even one gone astray, filled Minato with quiet bitterness. But orders were orders, and deep down, he could no longer deny the thought that had begun to take root: if I were Hokage, I could do things differently. See clan head, do we all have to go? Hisho held a yellow raincoat in trembling hands, staring nervously at the downpour outside. The rain hammered the glass like drumming war signals. Before Hyashi could respond, Danzo snapped coldly, "Your clan's rebellion and you'd rather stay behind. You expect the village to clean up your mess for you. If that's your attitude, perhaps all Hyūga affairs should henceforth be handled in this office." His single eye glinted with menace. Hisho flinched, cowed into silence. Even Taisho, usually brash, shrank back like a scolded child and hurriedly pulled the raincoat over his shoulders, too afraid to even mention his wish to go to the hospital. Moments later, "Move out." Hiruzen's voice was quiet but carried the weight of command. The window swung open. One by one, figures leapt into the storm, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself at the lead, Danzo following close behind, Minato as their swift advance scout, and the Hyūga elders trailing. The nominal justification for the mission. Advisors Homura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane remained behind at the Hokage Tower to coordinate in case of any unforeseen developments. Outside, thunder cracked over the village. The rain had never fallen heavier, and for the Hyūga, it was about to wash the blood of one era into the birth of another. Evening had come. The sky had gone leaden and the downpour still hadn't let up. Lamps were lit early in every home. The smoke of cooking was drowned by the rain, but if you pressed your face to a window you could still smell supper. No matter how much the clan had just been overturned, people still had to eat. Hyūga Ritsu and the 6 newly appointed elders remained at the Tamatsu shrine. The big meeting had ended, only to be followed by smaller conferences. The immediate crisis was contained for now. The clan's morale had been steadied, but the danger was far from gone. Former clan head Hyashi and elders Daichi and Hisho were still wildcards. Until those ticking threats were neutralized, true stability would remain out of reach. There were other urgent matters as well. Appointing consulting Hiriko the sage, to research a broadly applicable method to break the caged bird seal would affect the entire clan. This couldn't be left to Ritsu alone. And the matter of the Hyūga main family's stolen Byakugan could not be ignored. "I'll handle the threats posed by Hyashi and the rest, and I'll try to recover the Byakugan from the Mist Nin," Ritsu announced. "If they can be reasoned with, I'll negotiate. If they must be killed, then killed they'll be. I'm leaving for the front tomorrow. Clan head, take me with you." Hyūga Takashi, 44, spoke up. "You shouldn't carry every burden yourself. If we are elders, then we must act like elders, not be the same as the main family's useless lot." "Yeah, I'm going to. Count me in." The 6 new elders, including Hyūga Hisashi and the others, were all hardened veterans who'd crawled out of battlefields. They had no fear of going to war. "You can come if you insist, but we can't all go. We must leave people behind to hold the clan." Clan leader, "Something's up." Hyūga Arima, the guard on duty, burst in before Ritsu could finish. Hokage Hiruzen, Danzo, the Yellow Flash, and Hyashi with Daichi, Hisho and Taisho, they've broken into the clan grounds and are heading this way toward the shrine. Ritsu's Byakugan sprang open immediately. He followed Arima's pointing line and saw them, a fast-moving column. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Minato, and remnants of the main family. Ritsu narrowed his eyes. Hyashi and those who should have been at the eastern front were back in the village. There was no doubt this was Hiruzen's doing and Minato's execution. That could only mean one thing: they were not coming to reconcile. They were coming with ill intentions. Clan head, what shall we do? Asked Hyūga Karen, the 26-year-old woman elder. Everyone present had been tempered by blood and death. They all felt danger approaching like an instinct. Ritsu's face went calm, cold as steel. Hiruzen brings the main family's remnants to our door. He's delivering them into our hands. Then there's no need for politeness. I've said it already. Those remnants are to be dealt with by me. Your duty is to receive and entertain the Hokage and his party. Hyūga Ritsu smiled faintly, his tone calm but his eyes sharp as blades. Across from him, the 6 elders exchanged uneasy glances, each lost in thought. Right, Elder Hisashi, Ritsu said suddenly, turning to his uncle. If Hyashi chooses to resist, I won't be able to hold back. Those words hung heavy in the air. Hisashi's expression hardened. He clenched his jaw and nodded solemnly. Clan head, allow me to go and greet the Hokage and his party. Fine. Ritsu inclined his head. It's good that you two brothers have a chance to speak before blades are drawn. If you can persuade him to abandon the main family's stance, all the better for everyone. With permission granted, Hisashi grabbed an umbrella and dashed out into the damp night. Arima, Ritsu ordered, his voice snapping like a whip, gather all the Jonin and special Jonin. Have them assemble at the Tamatsu shrine, immediately. Yes, clan head. Arima answered, and disappeared into the rain. By now, the storm was easing, though the night air still smelled of wet earth and tension. 800 meters from the shrine, on the slick stone avenue, Hisashi finally spotted a group of figures advancing swiftly through the mist and light rain. Hokage-sama, he called, stepping forward and bowing deeply. I was sent by our clan head to welcome you. Hiruzen Sarutobi and his group halted. They all knew it was pointless to attempt any kind of ambush. The Byakugan would see through every shadow and illusion long before they could get close. The plan was never stealth, it was speed. Once they reached Ritsu, they'd strike in a single, decisive moment. Until then, they could afford to play polite. Clan head, sneered Daichi, unable to restrain himself. Hisashi, which clan head's orders are you obeying? Don't tell me you've joined that arrogant brat Ritsu in his madness. Your brother, the rightful clan head, is standing right in front of you. Repent now while there's still time, he barked, his voice rising. Otherwise, enough. Minato's cold voice cracked through the air like thunder. His eyes, glinting gold in the dim light, cut toward Daichi with a chill that made even veteran shinobi flinch. What was wrong with these Hyūga elders? They hadn't even reached Ritsu yet, and this fool was already on the verge of blurting out their entire mission. Did they want Ritsu to be ready for them? Hiruzen and Danzo's expressions darkened as well, faces like thunderclouds, every line of patience strained. Brother, Hisashi said suddenly, ignoring Daichi's outburst entirely, his gaze locked on Hyashi. Can we speak for a moment? Hyashi frowned. What is it, Hisashi? Do you still remember your dream, back when father was alive? My dream. Hyashi froze. The words struck him like a forgotten melody. His thoughts drifted back to years past, back when their father still lived, still wore the clan head's robe. Back then, Hyashi had brimmed with ideals. He'd told his younger brother that one day he would change the Hyūga system, that no one born into the branch family would ever again live like beasts bound to the main family's leash. But that fire had long since gone cold. When his father died and leadership fell onto his shoulders, he'd buried that youthful resolve under duty and tradition. He'd convinced himself there was no other way. The main branch structure had sustained the Hyūga for 1,000 years. He couldn't imagine a different world, a different order. So he followed in his father's footsteps, maintaining the same old chains, convincing himself it was for the good of the clan. For a long moment, rain whispered between them, then Hyashi's face settled into a mask of calm. Hisashi, he said quietly. Lead the way. I want to see Hyūga Ritsu. The rain had quietly ceased. Moisture clung to the air, and each passing breeze carried a faint chill. Around the Tamatsu shrine, lamps flickered to life one after another. The clan members responsible for the shrine lit the lanterns, then dispersed to patrol the grounds, busy, alert, on edge. Hyūga Ritsu stood beneath the shrines where the worn vermilion torii. Beside him stood the 5 elders, Hyūga Takashi, Hyūga Shinichiro, Hyūga Isamu, Hyūga Tenma, and Hyūga Karen. Together, they gazed down the slick stone path where a group of uninvited guests were approaching, led by Hisashi. At the front strode Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hisashi walked at his side. Behind them followed Shimura Danzo and Namikaze Minato, while Hyūga Hiyashi and the other ex-main family members trailed sullenly at the rear. Ritsu stepped forward 2 paces, meeting them head-on. Hokage-sama, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. Then, before Hiruzen could respond, Ritsu continued smoothly, his tone respectful but his words razor-sharp. I intended to visit you after settling internal clan matters. But I did not expect Hokage-sama to personally deliver the last remnants of the main family to us. Such a generous gift, I, and the 1,000 clan members who stand behind me, are truly grateful. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. This boy is good. That opening gambit was clean, loud, and calculated. 1,000 supporters. Was that true? If so, killing Ritsu outright might spark a rebellion too large to suppress. Could Hiyashi and these main family fools really stabilize the clan afterward? For the first time, the Hokage hesitated, but his face revealed nothing. Sticking to the script, he said, Clan head Hiyashi has accused you of disrespecting your elders and abusing your power to slaughter your own clansmen. I have come to administer justice. Ritsu, do you have anything to say in your defense? As Hokage, he held the power of life and death, but he could not wield it arbitrarily. If he wanted to eliminate Ritsu without provoking clan-wide backlash, he needed a justification, a moral pretext. The conflict had to look like an internal Hyūga matter. Publicly, Hiyashi and the surviving main family members would bear the weight of the clan's resentment. Hiruzen wanted to kill Ritsu with righteous authority, then throw the consequences onto the main family as a shield. But, Hokage-sama, there's nothing to discuss. This treacherous wretch deserves to be cut down on the spot. Hyūga Ritsu, you filthy branch house brat, give my son, Daiga, his life back. Hyūga Daichi could no longer restrain himself. With a roar, he lunged forward. The sudden outburst made Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows knit tightly. Shimura Danzo spat, useless fool. We haven't even established grounds for Minato to act, and you already attack. How the hell are we supposed to justify killing Ritsu now? But Daichi was already moving. 8 tetragrams vacuum palm. He thrust out his hand, a compressed chakra blast screaming toward Ritsu, all while shouting, Clan head. For show. Minato-sama. Hurry. Let's kill this insolent traitor together. Ritsu didn't even flinch. A brilliant azure lion head of chakra bloomed around his right hand. He pressed forward casually, and Daichi's attack dispersed like mist. That effortless motion made even Hiruzen's eyelids twitch. Everyone present clearly sensed it. Hyūga Ritsu was terrifyingly strong. Then Ritsu raised his voice, kill me to avenge your son. Then tell me, before Hokage-sama himself, who will avenge the dozens of branch house members who were tortured to death by the main house from the founding of Konoha to today. The words struck like thunder. Yes. Clan head speaks the truth. Hyūga Takashi stepped forward, eyes blazing. Hyūga Daichi. Do you even remember my cousin, Hyūga Shun? You were the one who made a fool of yourself on the battlefield and nearly died to Kumo Nin. My cousin dragged you back from death, and what did your bastard father do? He blamed my cousin, branded him with the caged bird seal, and tortured him to death. Who pays for that blood debt? Karen stepped forward as well. My brother, Hyūga Kashu, was only 5. They sent him to spar with Hyūga Masamune. He merely outperformed him once, and Masamune's father activated the caged bird seal on him. The next day, he died screaming in agony. I still hear his cries in my dreams. Shinichiro, Isamu, and Tenma didn't speak, but they stepped forward in unison, standing firmly behind Ritsu, their eyes burning with fury. Insults. Insolence. You traitorous, ungrateful swine. Hyūga Daichi was purple with rage. He raised his hand, ready to activate the caged bird seal and put these rebellious branch members in their place. But, even now, you still dare wield the caged bird seal against us. Ritsu roared, and attacked. 8 tetragrams vacuum palm. His palm lashed out. The chakra shockwave shot forward faster than thunder. Daichi was mid-sigil, caught off guard. The blast struck his arm and chest, the impact shattering bone, collapsing his ribcage inward, and sending blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. His life flickered out instantly. Silence, everyone froze. No one expected Hyūga Ritsu to be this audacious, to kill a main house elderite in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. But before anyone could recover, Ritsu barked, "These remnants of the main house seek to enslave us again. Hisashi, Takashi, protect Hokage-sama and the others. Do not let these deranged main house fools harm the innocent." "Yes, clan head." The 6 elders responded in unison. Because of the caged bird seal, they could not attack the main house directly, but protecting Hiruzen, Danzo, and Minato as well within their rights, they surged forward, forming a protective wall around the Konoha leaders. "Hokage-sama, please step back. The main house remnants are dangerous." "Hokage advisor, stop advancing, you might get hurt." "Minato-sama, we meet again." Karen practically glued herself to Minato's front, boldly admiring the famously handsome, yellow flash. Even the hero who made Iwanin flee at the mere sight of his hair collar found himself overwhelmed, backing up repeatedly under her unabashed attention, face stiff with discomfort. Hyūga Ritsu's play was downright nasty. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt his stomach twist. With all these branch house shinobi crowding around him under the pretense of protecting the Hokage, he suddenly discovered he couldn't do anything. He couldn't strike them down, not with more and more Hyūga Jonin and Tokubutsu Jonin arriving, all staring at Hyūga Nishiki and the other main house members not with familial warmth, but with the eyes one reserves for an enemy. It hit him hard. Hyūga clan could never return to what it once was. If he killed Ritsu now, instead of restoring peace, it might spark a far greater rebellion. So, Hiruzen hesitated for only a heartbeat. Then, seeing Ritsu launch himself toward Hyūga Hisho and Hyūga Taisho, he shouted, "Hyūga Ritsu, stop." Ritsu didn't even twitch. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the father and son. "Minato, stop him, don't let him keep killing." Hiruzen barked the order instantly. Hearing this, Elder Hyūga Karen, assigned to protect Minato, tensed up like a panicked cat. She threw her arms wide, completely ignoring propriety between men and women, clearly intending to hug Minato into staying put. Whoosh. Minato flicked a finger. A flying Raijin kunai shot out from under Karen's arm like a streak of gold. Karen lunged forward but only grabbed air, stumbling so hard she nearly fell. Minato's form vanished, and reappeared behind Hyūga Ritsu, his trident-shaped kunai pressed against Ritsu's back. "Stop, Ritsu-kun." Minato spoke softly. But Ritsu didn't acknowledge him at all. He simply brought both palms forward and struck. Forced to defend themselves, Hisho and Taisho had no choice but to meet him palm for palm. Crack. Minato didn't hesitate. He thrust his kunai straight toward Ritsu's spine. But it didn't pierce. A branch of bone burst from Ritsu's back, knocking the kunai away with a metallic clang. At that exact moment, Hisho and Taisho screamed. The centers of their palms were punched clean through, perfect round holes of blood and flesh. Ritsu didn't pause, because as the saying goes, when your enemy is wounded, finish them. Seizing the moment while Hisho and Taisho writhed in pain and confusion, Ritsu closed the distance in a blur. His palms swept forward, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. This was the very core of the Hyūga gentle fist. Techniques such as 8 trigrams vacuum palm, rotation, twin lion fists, all of them were built upon the foundation of the 64 palms, a secret reserved exclusively for the main house. The branch house was only ever taught the 32 palms. But thanks to the regenerative power of his mutant body, Ritsu had long since mastered the complete 64 palms on his own, without fear of damaging his chakra pathways, and now, against these two watered-down main house jonin, he didn't even need 64 palms. 4 were enough. The first two pierced clean holes through their remaining palms, the last two crashed into their chests, bursting white-bone spears shooting from Ritsu's palms, stabbing straight through their hearts. They died instantly. The Shikotsumyaku and Gentle Fist really were made for each other. At that same moment, Minato Namikaze struck from behind. A pale blue sphere of high-density chakra spun in his hand. He slammed the Rasengan toward Ritsu's back without hesitation. But three razor-sharp bones tore out from Ritsu's spine and collided with the Rasengan. Boom. Shards of shattered bone sprayed outward. Ritsu's back was left raw and bloody, yet he only staggered forward 4 or 5 meters, then straightened as if nothing happened. He turned calmly and locked eyes with Minato. Minato frowned slightly. He didn't advance. Hisho and Taisho were already dead. The mission, to stop Ritsu without harming the branch house, had failed. There was no justification for further action. Clan head, are you all right? Hyūga Takuma, Hyūga Arima, and several Jonin rushed over in a panic. Seeing Ritsu's bloody back, Arima exploded with fury. Hokage-sama, what is the village trying to do? Continuing to help these main house beasts enslave us branch house shinobi. You, Arima, enough. Ritsu stopped him with a low command. He moved forward, ignoring the blood trickling down his back, and stood before Hiruzen. He bowed respectfully and said, Hokage-sama, Arima is young and hot-blooded. If he spoke out of turn, I beg you to forgive him. Shimura Danzo immediately stepped forward like Hiruzen's shadow. Hyūga Ritsu, what are you trying to do? Slaughtering your clansmen openly before us. Do you think we can't touch you? Ritsu straightened his posture, eyes steady. Advisor Shimura, this is an internal matter of the Hyūga clan. His voice remained calm, but unyielding. Please do not forget the rule laid down by the first Hokage himself. The village does not interfere in internal clan affairs. Danzo sneered. That rule applies only when clan disputes do not endanger the village. Do you truly think your clan's infighting affects only yourselves? How narrow-minded. Ritsu stepped forward. Then tell me, what exactly has the village suffered? If the Hyūga truly caused harm to the village, as clan head, I will take full responsibility. He did not retreat an inch. Danzo's face twisted in rage. No one spoke to him like this. Not even Hiruzen dared speak so directly. His killing intent surged. You want to know the cost to the village? Fine, I'll tell you, Danzo. Enough. Hiruzen finally intervened. Danzo snapped around. Hiruzen, I said, enough. Don't you see? This boy is a threat. He must be eliminated now, while we still. Danzo. That's enough. Hiruzen's voice thundered across the courtyard. I am the Hokage. Silence. A vein pulsed at Danzo's temple. You will regret this, Hiruzen. He spat the words like a curse, then flung his cloak and stormed away. Around him, dozens of Hyūga Jonin stared daggers into his back, and by their eyes alone, it was clear, if they weren't restraining themselves, they might have torn Danzo to pieces on the spot. Everyone, move. Do not block the Hokage advisor's path. Ritsu's cold voice cut through the tension. The Hyūga stepped aside in silence and watched Danzo disappear from sight. Danzo stormed off in anger. Hiruzen did nothing to stop him. His silence was tacit permission. Only after that iron-willed old man disappeared into the rainy dusk did Hiruzen finally turn back to Hyūga Ritsu and ask, what do you intend to do with Hyūga Hyashi? Ritsu answered without hesitation, Hyashi may be main house, but he has never committed any true atrocities. He even protected several branch members over the years. And more importantly, I already promised Hyūga Hisashi, if Hyashi does not resist to the bitter end, I will spare his life. He paused, expression calm. Ritsu was not a man who broke his word. Of course, not killing did not mean no consequences. With the clan still bound by the caged bird seal, he absolutely couldn't allow Hyashi to remain a threat. The man would have his chakra sealed and would spend some time in confinement. Only when he no longer posed danger could he return to an ordinary Hyūga life. Hiruzen nodded slightly. It's good you don't intend to continue the bloodshed. Hyashi is no prodigy, but compared to the last 2 generations of Hyūga clan heads, he's far from the worst. His misfortune is simply that he happened to cross paths with you. His gaze drifted to where Hyashi stood stiff and silent while Hisashi whispered urgently beside him, "Hiruzen." Sighed inwardly. Then he asked, "And tonight's incident, how do you plan to explain it?" Ritsu waved a hand, signaling the surrounding clansmen to step back. When only Hiruzen, Minato, and a few key members remained close, he spoke softly. "Internally, I will say that you and your entourage were deceived by Hyashi and his main house remnants. That misunderstanding led to a minor clash between me and Minato-senpai. As for the external explanation, we'll say the Hokage personally came to help us deal with Hyūga Daichi and the other deranged main house traitors, restoring peace and justice to the Hyūga clan." Ritsu smiled faintly. Hiruzen stared at him for several seconds, silent, conflicted, troubled. Finally, he murmured, "Your clan's system, I cannot imagine how many geniuses it has crushed." Then, more direct than ever, he asked, "After everything that happened tonight, do you hate us?" He held Ritsu's gaze unflinchingly, waiting for the answer. Ritsu blinked once, slowly. "Hate you." He shook his head. Those pale Byakugan eyes were serene, without a trace of resentment. "I don't care how rough the road is, as long as the final outcome is good, that is enough for me." At that moment, Ritsu paused for 2 seconds, then spoke solemnly, "Hokage-sama, let me make one thing clear first. Though our clan has suffered upheaval today, the Hyūga will always be Konoha's Hyūga. Without the parasitic drain of the main house, our clan will only contribute more to the village." He raised his voice, his words striking like falling hammers. "Give me a few days to stabilize the clan. After that, I will personally lead our elites to the front lines. Although it was the incompetence of the main house that allowed the mist to steal a Byakugan, the Byakugan belongs to Konoha alone. What was stolen, we will take back. And the mist will pay for their insult, with blood." His declaration echoed through the shrine like thunder. The surrounding clansmen heard every word. The older veterans maintained stoic expressions, too experienced to be easily roused, but the younger generation, their faces flushed, blood boiling, eyes blazing with fervor. "Kill the Mist Nin!" Hyūga Arima roared like a battle horn. "Kill the Mist Nin! Kill the Mist Nin!" A chorus of young voices rose in frenzy. Hiruzen slowly swept his eyes over the crowd, then looked back at Ritsu, long and deeply. A warm smile tugged at his lips. "Clan head Hyūga Ritsu, come to the Hokage building sometime. Keep this old man company. These days, I most enjoy speaking with outstanding young people like you and Minato. Seeing you two, I feel like I'm seeing Konoha's bright future." Ritsu bowed slightly. "You flatter me, Hokage-sama. I wouldn't dare compare myself to Minato-senpai." Hiruzen chuckled. "Blocking Minato twice is qualification enough. And one more thing, when you have the time, I expect an explanation about that Shikotsumyaku of yours." He turned, cloak sweeping in the breeze. "Then we'll leave you to your clan affairs. Minato, let's go." "Sorry about that, Ritsu." Minato gave an apologetic smile, placed a hand on Hiruzen's shoulder, and in a blink, both vanished from a forest of Byakugan eyes. Ritsu remained standing for over 10 seconds, breathing slowly. Finally, he rolled his neck and released a long exhale. At last, the village hurdle is cleared. Plans really never keep up with changes. Things hadn't gone quite as he intended, but the results were still acceptable. The last major threats were eliminated. The village confrontation had concluded without catastrophe, and most importantly, Hiruzen had publicly addressed him as clan head Hyūga Ritsu. It wasn't full acceptance, but it was official recognition. As for the danger that might come from behind, Ritsu's eyes narrowed. That irritable elder who left in a rage, the Hokage's personal, black glove, the man who carried out everything the Hokage could not openly do. Yes, Hyūga Ritsu had likely been added to his list, possibly near the top, though who knew if he ranked higher than those self-important Uchiha. Ritsu turned around and faced the gathered elites, Jonin and Special Jonin alike. A bright, unstoppable smile spread across his face. From today onward, the main house will never again enslave us. Our futures, our lives, now truly belong to ourselves. Go home. Tell your families the good news. He waved gently, but no one moved. Dozens of stern faces stared at him with blazing determination. A 40-year-old veteran suddenly stepped forward, voice rough with emotion. "Clan head, I swear to you, if my children can grow up free from the caged bird, I'll climb mountains of blades or walk through seas of fire without hesitation." Then, voices surged forward like a flood. "Anything you need, just command it. I'll take rearguard every mission if I have to. Same here. If anyone dares oppose you, I'll smash his skull. That's right. We'll crack the heads of anyone who stands against the clan head." It devolved into a chaotic mess of fierce loyalty. Ritsu's smile only grew wider. He raised both hands, signaling silence. Gradually, they quieted. "Actually, there is something," Ritsu said lightly. "As I mentioned, in a few days, I'm heading to the front lines to crush those mist bastards. If anyone wants to join, report to Elder Karen for registration." He clapped his hands once. "Now go home." The crowd dispersed in pairs and groups. Many immediately swarmed around Hyūga Karen to ask about joining the strike force, leaving her overwhelmed until she finally announced she'd start taking names tomorrow. Soon enough, the courtyard emptied. Only Ritsu remained, along with his closest aides Hyūga Takuma and Hyūga Arima, the 6 elders, and finally, Hyūga Hiyashi, the former clan head, standing like a lifeless plank in the rain-washed night. The Hokage Tower glowed brightly against the rainy night. Inside the office, Mitokado Homura and Uchitain Koharu sat quietly on the sofa. Neither spoke. Their eyes were closed, their breathing steady, almost like they were sleeping. But the moment the office door opened with the softest creak, their eyes snapped open simultaneously, sharp as blades, fixing on the figure who entered, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, something went wrong?" Koharu asked immediately. Decades of camaraderie had made him capable of reading Hiruzen's mood from the slightest twitch of his wrinkled face, and right now, he was not in high spirits. "The operation failed." Hiruzen exhaled deeply, running a hand through his thinning hair. The weariness in his movements made his age painfully obvious. Koharu and Homura exchanged a concerned look. Homura turned toward Minato, who entered behind Hiruzen. "Minato, tell us what happened. And where is Danzo?" Hiruzen waved a hand tiredly. "Minato, explain. Let me breathe. This old body gets tired." He lowered himself into his chair, pulled out his pipe, and began packing tobacco with slow, practiced motions. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Minato nodded, then looked to the 2 elderly advisors. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he began. Hyūga Daichi acted without authorization. He attacked impulsively, and gave Hyūga Ritsu the perfect opening to unite the branch house's loyalty. Ritsu seized the moment and killed Daichi instantly. After that, he struck down Hyūga Hisho and Hyūga Taisho as well, and none of you stopped him. Homura shot up from his seat in disbelief. The reputation of the Yellow Flash was known across the entire ninja world. He personally knew Minato's terrifying speed and skill. Even Hiruzen, in private, had admitted that Minato's abilities surpassed his own. Of course, Homura firmly believed Hiruzen meant the older, slower, past his prime third Hokage, not the unstoppable war hero of his youth. Still, with Minato there, how could Ritsu possibly succeed in killing 3 people? Minato offered a strained smile. "Counselor Homura, you give me too much credit." He sighed. "Hyūga Ritsu isn't weak. His reputation as the greatest branch house prodigy isn't an exaggeration. I struck twice, and failed both times." His eyes hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should mention the Shikotsumyaku, but he swallowed the thought. "To think even you failed twice," Homura murmured. "We underestimated that boy. And then what? After killing those fools from the main house, what happened? Did he kill Hyūga Hiyashi as well?" Minato shook his head. "Hiyashi is alive. At least, he was when we left. After Ritsu killed Hisho and Taisho, he stopped immediately." By then, the Hyūga clan's Jonin and special Jonin had all arrived, and every one of them rallied behind Ritsu. You could clearly see it, the entire clan supports him. Hiruzen tapped his pipe, taking over the explanation. Afterward, Danzo and Ritsu started arguing. He took a long breath of smoke. Danzo lost his temper, nearly provoked a full break with Ritsu right then and there. I stepped in and stopped him. Danzo stormed out in anger. Koharu frowned. Then why stop him, Hiruzen? We all agreed, the mastermind must die. Hiruzen shook his head. That was under the assumption that Ritsu didn't have the clan's support, that killing him would stabilize the Hyūga. He tapped ash into the tray. But now, Minato just said it, the Hyūga Jonin and special Jonin all stand behind him. He looked the two advisors in the eyes. If we continue trying to eliminate Hyūga Ritsu, we won't be stopping a rebellion, we will start one. And a war between Konoha and the Hyūga clan is something I will never allow. Hiruzen spoke with absolute finality, blowing out a thin stream of grey smoke. Hearing this, both Homura and Koharu frowned. They understood well, the stability of the Hyūga clan was crucial to Konoha. Unlike the always volatile Uchiha, a clan ready to erupt like a volcano at any moment, the Hyūga had always been one of the village's strongest pillars. More importantly, the Hyūga clan's overall strength had long eclipsed the Uchiha. Their population was larger. Their number of Jonin far surpassed the Uchiha, but they had always lacked top-tier prodigies. Meanwhile, the Uchiha produced monsters almost every generation, too dazzling to ignore, and all of this was the result of the Hyūga's own cage, the caged bird seal and the main branched side branch system. Main house members were few, pampered, and politically sheltered. Side branch members were shackled by the caged bird seal. Even their gentle fist was restricted to a crippled 32 palms version. Under such constraints, how could true elite shinobi emerge? Yet, one had emerged. Hyūga Ritsu, a monster born from a broken system. He blocked Minato twice, killed two main house Jonin in an instant, and stood unfazed before the Hokage himself. That level of strength put him at the doorway of the village's highest echelon. Given such talent, attempting to eliminate Ritsu by force would be foolish. Even if Konoha could annihilate the Hyūga, afterward, Konoha would be crippled, unable to handle the mist on the east, unable to deter the restless cloud to the northeast. Once this precedent of rebellion is set, other ambitious fools will copy it. Homura sighed heavily. Between two harms, we choose the lesser. The Hyūga must not fall into chaos. Koharu tapped her fingers on the armrest. But then what will we announce publicly? Such a major upheaval requires a proper explanation. Sarutobi closed his eyes briefly. We follow Ritsu's suggestion. His voice was calm, but firm. We declare that the Hyūga main house had grown tyrannical and cruel, and the village simply assisted the branch house in overthrowing their oppression. Polish the wording, and announce it. Both advisors nodded. It was a clean story, one Konoha's civilians, and other clans, would easily accept. Sarutobi's gaze softened as he turned to Minato. Minato, you've worked hard today. Go home and rest. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato didn't protest. He vanished in a flicker of flying thunder god. 5 or 6 seconds later, rapid footsteps approached. The door was thrown open violently. Danzo stormed in. His eyes were cold and vicious. Hiruzen, Hyūga Ritsu, this evil little snake, cannot be allowed to live. He is a disaster waiting to happen. We must eliminate him. Sarutobi did not argue. I know. He nodded slowly, voice gentle yet chilling. But we cannot kill him openly. His death must appear justified, and must not be traced back to the village. He exhaled a thin smoke ring. And since he insists on going to the eastern front to reclaim the stolen Byakugan, then it is best, if he dies in the mist's hands. Danzo showed no surprise, only grim satisfaction. I'll handle it. He turned on his heel and walked out without another word. On the sofa, Homura and Koharu finally relaxed, their expressions softening. These two old men, Sarutobi and Danzo, were still perfectly in sync, still as reliable as ever. The next morning, the news of the Hyūga main house's near-total annihilation spread through the village like wildfire. As one of Konoha's only two remaining great clans, the Hyūga were nothing like the Uchiha, who were famously disliked by both civilians and fellow shinobi. The Hyūga, on the contrary, had extensive ties throughout the village, because on missions, everyone loved having a Hyūga teammate. Byakugan dramatically increased survival rates and mission success rates, so despite the clan's insular, compound-style living, their reputation within Konoha was excellent. Thus, by the time dawn arrived, the shocking news had already traveled through every possible channel, and as expected, it caused an uproar, not only among the various clans, but even among many civilian-born shinobi. Everyone was asking questions, looking for answers. Around 9 in the morning, staff from the Hokage's office fanned out across the village and posted an official announcement on every public notice board. Greater than the matter of the Hyūga main house's destruction is fully under control. The Hyūga clan remains one of Konoha's unshakable pillars. The third Hokage's reputation remained as solid as ever. The statement immediately calmed most of the panic. Shortly afterward, messengers from all the major clans began heading toward the Hyūga compound. With the main house gone, it was time to establish friendly relations with the new power structure. Everyone wanted to stay on good terms with the Hyūga, everyone except the Uchiha, who had never been good at having friends. Messengers from every clan came to pay respects to the newly appointed clan head. But Hyūga Ritsu, the new clan leader, did not appear. Instead, the one entertaining the visitors was Hyūga Hisashi, the new elder who looked almost identical to the former clan head, Hyūga Hiyashi. Many envoys were disappointed, but none dared complain. After all, even outsiders could sense it. Now that the oppressive main side branch system was collapsing, the Hyūga were like a giant who had finally broken free from its chains. A clan like that would only grow stronger. As for what Ritsu himself was doing, the answer was simple. Under the assistance of the former clan head Hyūga Hiyashi, he was busy organizing the true inheritance left behind by the main house. Not their wealth or mansions, but something far more valuable, the Hyūga clan's secret techniques and ancestral scrolls. Tamatsu Shrine, Treasure Hall. Ritsu stood before 3 large wooden chests stacked atop the tatami mats. Are these all the main house's inherited scrolls? Nothing missing? He asked calmly. Hiyashi nodded. Everything the clan has preserved over generations is here. All the classic texts, all the scrolls, even the personal notes left behind by the 7 ancestral main house bloodlines. Hyūga Hiyashi stared at the neatly arranged scrolls inside the wooden chests with an expression full of reluctant resignation. In the end, he bowed his head to fate. Out of all the adult members of the main house, he alone remained alive. The children were unharmed, yes, but could one realistically expect a bunch of still growing children to one day revive the glory of the main house? Impossible. Even if Hyūga Ritsu failed to remove the cursed seal from the foreheads of the clan, as long as the next generation grew up without the caged bird seal, the resurgence of the main house was nothing more than a fantasy. And so, under the persuasion of his younger brother Hyūga Hisashi, Hiyashi reluctantly cooperated with Ritsu, gathering every secret technique the main house possessed and bringing them to the treasure hall of Tamatsu Shrine. Let me see. Ritsu casually picked up a scroll. A glance told him it contained a technique named Gentle Fist, Mountain Breaker Palm, an advanced derivative of the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, boasting destructive power far beyond its predecessor. A single strike could pulverize boulders dozens of meters away. He skimmed through it, came away satisfied, and set it aside. Then he reached into another chest and pulled out an old notebook. The yellowed pages and neat handwriting indicated that it was a copy of something even older. In other words, its contents were truly ancient. Well, this ancestor of yours really dared to dream. He actually tried to imitate the Uchiha and create a Hyūga version of Susanoo. Ritsu lifted an eyebrow and turned to Hiyashi. You've read this one, haven't you? Hiyashi nodded stiffly. Yes. It was written by an ancestor of my bloodline over 300 years ago. The original was already damaged. What we have now is a copy made about 70 years ago. And what did you think after reading it? It's unrealistic. Far too fanciful. Fanciful. Ritsu let out a light chuckle. He flipped through the thin notebook again. Sure, much of it is speculation and theory, but you've never thought of trying to follow in that ancestor's footsteps. Hyashi froze, unable to answer. Ritsu sneered. That's exactly why the main house is useless. Your ancestor dared to attempt creating a Hyūga, Susanoo. He failed, yes, but he had ambition. Something I don't see in any of you. No wonder that despite having more members and more jonin than the Uchiha, we have always been suppressed by them, because the main house is full of trash. Ritsu didn't soften a single word. Hyashi's face darkened, but he couldn't refute it. Not after watching Ritsu slaughter Hyūga Hisho and the others so effortlessly. Every argument withered in his throat. Reality spoke for itself. The main house's elite had been wiped out by a single teenager. How could he argue with that? Hyashi fell silent. Ritsu, seeing no point in continuing the conversation, shifted his attention to the young woman standing nearby, his cousin, Hyūga Uchiha, whose eyes were glued to the mountains of scrolls with barely concealed excitement. Uchiha, sort these into categories. From now on, they'll be stored in the treasure hall. Label everything properly so they're easy to borrow and reference. In the past, everything here had been kept locked inside the main house, sealed away from the side branch entirely. Side branch members weren't even allowed a glance, much less to study them. But those outdated rules were gone. After discussion with the elders, Ritsu had decided, from this day forward, every member of the Hyūga could study the clan's ancestral techniques. Also, notify all jonin, chunin, and genin. They will come in groups to learn the full 8 trigrams 64 palms. Ritsu commanded. The side branch had always been restricted to the weakened 32 palms. That era was over. Not everyone could, like Ritsu, break through the limits on their own. Most shinobi spent their entire lives following the footsteps of their predecessors. Only a rare few could innovate beyond them. But giving everyone access to the same foundation, that was how a clan grew strong again. Strictly speaking, Hyūga Ritsu was not a particularly qualified clan head. He wasn't skilled in managing internal affairs, nor did he have the patience, or interest, to study administrative processes. After briefly trying his hand at it, he simply delegated everything to the elders. Luckily, though the elders were thrown into the role half-prepared, the fact that they were unanimously recommended by the clans Jonin and Tokubutsu Jonin already meant they possessed considerable prestige and connections within the clan. With that reputation and network to support them, most clan matters could be resolved smoothly. After some initial chaos, even they gradually adapted. Meanwhile, Ritsu himself spent the next few days living a quiet, almost monotonous routine between the shrine and his home. During the day, he squatted in the treasure hall of Tamatsu Shrine, devouring the main house techniques he previously had no access to, studying every scroll like a starving man discovering food. He absorbed knowledge greedily and worked tirelessly to convert it into his own strength. Whenever clan members came to learn the complete 8 trigrams 64 palms, he personally instructed them. His guidance earned unanimous praise. At night, he dragged his exhausted, foggy mind home to sleep, though more often than not, one elder or another would come to his house to discuss matters, pushing his bedtime later and later. This continued for 5 days. On the 6th day, the sky turned dark and heavy. After several days of clear weather, the air once again held the taste of incoming rain. Moisture drifted through the wind, and the trees lining the streets shook violently as gusts swept past like they were dancing. Pedestrians hunched their shoulders, clutching their collars as they hurried along the road. At 8:10 a.m., shortly after breakfast, Ritsu led 20 clan members to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen received him in the Hokage's office. The 20 clan members, led by Elder Hyūga Shinichiro, waited downstairs. Hokage-sama, I am ready to head to the Eastern Front and continue serving the village. Ritsu's tone was respectful and composed. Hiruzen smiled behind his desk, pipe in hand. Hyūga Ritsu, clan head, still feels too formal. May I call you by your given name? Asterisk, of course. Then, Ritsu-kun, is everything within the clan settled? All arrangements have been made. Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You and Minato, the two of you are the future of this village. Under your leadership, the Hyūga clan will flourish sooner rather than later. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. Ritsu kept his reply brief, neither arrogant nor humble. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi sounded eager to chat, Hyūga Ritsu had no intention of engaging in small talk. He knew very well that the third Hokage would never truly admire someone who had openly defied the main house and overturned the clan order. If anything, the more Hiruzen praised him, the more likely it was that he wanted to remove him as soon as possible. Trying to curry favor would be pointless, so why waste his limited reserve of polite fake smiles on Hiruzen? Humility is a virtue, Hiruzen said with a leisurely smile, but too much humility can look like showing off. Some ill-tempered fellow might even take a swing at you because of it. Ritsu narrowed his eyes slightly. There was definitely subtext hidden in those words. He quietly waited, expression unreadable, letting Hiruzen continue his performance. Ritsu-kun, you are now the head of the Hyūga clan, a prestigious position. But once you are on the battlefield, Hiruzen paused, wearing a troubled, hesitant expression. Then, as if making a difficult choice, he gritted his teeth and said, what I'm about to say may be harsh, perhaps offensive, but someone who has crawled out of a mountain of corpses should understand this well. He leaned forward, eyes fixed on Ritsu. On the battlefield, there are no clan heads, no department chiefs, none of those fancy titles. When an order comes down, you carry it out. No exceptions. He stared hard, waiting for Ritsu's response. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. I understand perfectly. Ritsu answered calmly, meeting Hiruzen's gaze without wavering. Once I reach the front lines, I am merely a jonin. If there is a mission, I will complete it with everything I have. I will not shirk. Good. Hiruzen's face glowed with approval. I believe you will teach the Mist Nin a harsh lesson and bring back the stolen Byakugan. Ritsu smiled faintly. He wasn't fooled. No rank privileges on the battlefield sounded righteous, but was utter nonsense. Whenever clan heads were deployed, even if they weren't commanders, they were always assigned advisory or supervisory positions, staying inside the main camp most of the time. They rarely needed to risk their lives in the vanguard. Yet Hiruzen clearly had no intention of giving Ritsu any such protection. Once Ritsu reached the Eastern Front, he would still be thrown into the thick of battle, sent to the most dangerous places, dancing with death alongside Mist Shinobi. He would be used as a blunt instrument. But Ritsu didn't argue. After all, this unwritten rule of giving clan heads cushy positions was just that, unwritten. Hiruzen could ignore it without anyone being able to accuse him of breaking protocol. There was nothing to fight over. He had come mentally prepared for exactly this kind of arrangement. And he could accept it, because he wasn't going to the front to relax in a command tent. He was going there to reclaim the stolen Byakugan and firmly cement his authority within the clan. Afterward, he would continue studying the Chimera technique, climbing higher, reaching for a greater view atop the world. A certain pretentious sage once said, no one starts out standing in the heavens, not you, not me, not even the gods. So why couldn't he be the one to sit on the vacant throne of the heavens? Hyūga Ritsu's ambition grew like wild grass, untamed and relentless. Hokage-sama, here is the list of clan members accompanying me to the Eastern Front. Ritsu handed over a scroll. Hiruzen scanned it and couldn't help remarking, impressive, as expected of the Hyūga. 7 jonin and 13 Tokubutsu jonin, quite the show of force. He picked up a brush and signed a pre-prepared deployment directive authorizing reinforcements for the Eastern Front, then stamped it with the Hokage's seal. Moments later, an aide was summoned to transcribe the names, including Ritsu's, onto the official document. And just like that, a fully authorized, perfectly legitimate deployment order was ready to go. Deep underground, inside a hollowed-out cavern. The lamps burned steadily, yet the gloom never lifted. The air was thick with the scent of damp soil, and beneath it lingered a faint, decaying odor, like something ancient and half-rotted was waiting to die. How is the boy progressing? A low, weary voice echoed through the chamber. Far better than expected. came the reply from the shadows. He has fully adapted to the erosion of the Hashirama cells and is rapidly regaining his health. He's a promising candidate. Good. Then it's time to move forward with the next phase. The voice hidden in the darkness hesitated. You mean? The old man seated on the stone chair lifted his gaze toward the thick blackness pooling in the corner. The one Obito cherishes most is that girl, Nohara Rin, isn't it? Use her to show him the true face of this hellish world. A pause. Then a doubtful murmur floated out, now. Isn't this too soon? Obito has only adapted to the Hashirama cells. It's enough, the old man said calmly. Anyone who can withstand Hashirama's cells without being devoured already possesses immense potential, and for us Uchiha, strength awakens in a single instant. A reluctant sigh. Very well. I'll send the message. Go. The dense shadow in the corner thinned, peeling away like mist. On the stone chair, the old man slowly closed his eyes, slipping into a shallow, corpse-like slumber. Meanwhile, after more than 10 days away, Hyūga Ritsu returned to the Eastern Front camp. The scenery was unchanged, the war had not shifted. Both Konoha and Kirigakure continued their relentless tug of war, throwing lives into the grinder day after day. At the main gate of the encampment, clan leader Hyūga Takashi, one of the clan's elders, led a group of Hyūga forward to greet him. After Konoha officially issued its announcement regarding the upheaval within the Hyūga clan, Hyūga Ritsu gathered with his elders to discuss how to handle the group of clan members still stationed on the Eastern Front, especially those loyal to the now fallen main house. In the end, they decided that the eldest elder, the 44-year-old Hyūga Takashi, would personally travel to the front lines carrying a letter from Hyūga Hiyashi. The goal was simple: to escalate the situation, convince those loyalists to accept reality. If persuasion failed, then at the very least, prevent them from causing chaos. Was everything handled smoothly? Ritsu asked. The process was extremely dangerous, but in the end, the outcome was acceptable. Hyūga Takashi still looked shaken. What happened? Hiyashi's letter saved us all, Takashi replied with lingering fear. Clan leader, your wisdom truly saved the day. If you hadn't spared Hiyashi, we would have had a full-blown civil war at the front camp. Takashi explained the situation. The group brought to the front by Hiyashi, Hyūga Daichi, and Hyūga Hisho were all die-hard loyalists of the main house. When they heard that nearly all main house members had been wiped out, they flew into a frenzy. They tried to kill Takashi and the others on the spot. Then they planned to storm back to Konoha to restore order, in other words, to overturn Ritsu's leadership. Only Takashi's quick reaction, pulling out Hiyashi's handwritten letter, prevented catastrophe. Once the loyalists saw Hiyashi's own words, they deflated instantly like frostbitten eggplants. The letter extinguished their murderous resolve. You've done well, Elder Takashi. Ritsu did not explain that he'd spared Hiyashi mostly to keep a promise to Hyūga Hisashi, not out of foresight. But whether it was strategy or luck didn't matter now. The crisis had been averted, and his own prestige soared even higher. Not at all, not at all, Takashi laughed heartily. Compared to everything you've done, clan leader, this was nothing. Right, you're going to see Orochimaru, yes. I'll take you there. Ritsu actually knew the camp like the back of his hand. He'd helped build it, after all. But he didn't refuse the elders' goodwill. So, accompanied by Takashi, he walked to the large command tent in the center of the camp, where the Eastern Front's commanding officer awaited. Inside the command tent, Ritsu-kun, we meet again. Orochimaru greeted him from behind a desk. A bright smile stretched across his pale features. Orochimaru-senpai, thank you for your help last time. Did I do anything? Regardless, I will remember that favor. Ritsu spoke sincerely. He knew very well that without Orochimaru issuing him a legitimate assignment, leaving the camp would have been considered desertion. Even if he reached Konoha, Anbu and Elite Jonin would come hunting him. Orochimaru's signature had saved his life, and Ritsu never forgets favors, or grudges. One day, he would repay this debt. Give me the Hokage's dispatch order, Orochimaru said lazily. I'll assign you your role. Ritsu handed over the document. Orochimaru skimmed it, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. He looked up. Ritsu-kun, are you certain this document wasn't swapped on the way here? I kept it with me at all times. If that's the case, then listen carefully. Before you arrived, the village appointed Aburame Ryoma as deputy commander of the Eastern Front. Ritsu's eyes narrowed. Aburame Ryoma, Danzo's trusted subordinate. Sending him here now, Ritsu could practically taste the hidden malice seeping from beneath the deceptively calm surface. The tree wishes for stillness, yet the wind refuses to stop, Ritsu whispered. How relentless. A cold light glinted in his eyes. But then, his expression smoothed into an easygoing smile. It's fine, Orochimaru-senpai. Hardship is nothing new. I didn't return to the front lines for comfort and danger. There is no battlefield without danger. I'm here to wash away the shame those useless main house fools brought to the clan, and I will take back the stolen Byakugan. Orochimaru studied him deeply, his smile growing sharper. Ritsu-kun, you truly are exceptional. I'm beginning to feel a little jealous of Hirako, being able to take a disciple like you. Ritsu only smiled silently. Orochimaru chuckled, shaking his head. Very well. Since you have no objections, rest here for now. If I'm right, orders for you will arrive soon. I look forward to the surprises you'll bring me. Hyūga Ritsu had not been given any official position, merely told to wait in camp as an ordinary jonin. This arrangement instantly made the Hyūga clan members furious. Elders Hyūga Takashi and Hyūga Shinichiro both wore equally dark expressions. Clan leader, this is far too much. Shinichiro growled. As someone with both insight and courage, he could see exactly what had happened. Ritsu not receiving the customary advisory or command post was not due to bureaucracy. The root cause was the third Hokage himself. Shinichiro, silence. Takashi's face paled as he snapped at him. Do you think this is the clan compound? Watch your tongue. What's there to fear? Shinichiro shot back, unyielding. If the Hokage dares trample on the dignity of the Hyūga clan, he should expect our displeasure. If we swallow this humiliation, won't it make us look weak, easy to bully? Takashi gritted his teeth. What you say isn't wrong, but he is still the Hokage. Opposing the Hokage openly is never wise. And so what if he's Hokage? Shinichiro snorted. He's been Hokage for decades. Isn't everyone saying he'll step down after the war? Instead of sitting here offended, why don't we support someone favorable to us for the fourth Hokage position? Takashi frowned. But the two strongest candidates right now, one is the Hokage's direct disciple, the other is his disciple student. Both are his people. Shinichiro was instantly deflated, struck speechless. A moment passed before he muttered irritably, then what do you suggest we do? Not what I suggest, Takashi answered, the clan leader decides. Both of them turned toward Ritsu, who had been quietly listening. Ritsu chuckled softly. Why are you staring at me like that? You're both right, Ritsu continued calmly. To stand openly against the Hokage is impossible, unless we intend to betray the village entirely, which we won't, but being underestimated. That is infuriating. A faint smile tugged at his lips. So yes, finding someone suitable to support in the Hokage election is a very good idea. He said this casually, but then lowered his head in thought, as if truly considering the matter. Hyūga Takashi and Hyūga Shinichiro exchanged uneasy glances. All right, that's enough about this topic, Ritsu continued, waving a hand dismissively. Being slighted by the Hokage is infuriating, I know. But what can we do? He's the Hokage. We can't touch him, even if we've been humiliated. For now we can only swallow it, until the day was strong enough to answer in kind. He stood up, plainly ending a conversation that had long since lost its value. At this point, more words were pointless, being looked down on. Then think of a way to return the favor. No need to waste breath here. Elders, Ritsu said as he rose, I expect a constant stream of missions to be thrown at me soon. But the two of you should remain relatively unburdened, so I'll leave the care of our clansmen in your hands. As for recovering the stolen Byakugan, leave that to me. The villagers' stance, More precisely, the stance of the Hokage and the senior elders couldn't be more obvious. The Hyūga clan must not fall into chaos. But Hyūga Ritsu, the upstart who led the branch house to overthrow the main family, was another matter. In their eyes, he was expendable at best, a dangerous variable at worst. So, if his predictions were correct, they would bury him in impossible missions, one after another. And knowing Danzo's methods, collaborating with the mist to get rid of him wasn't impossible at all. The rest of the clan, however, wouldn't be treated the same way. As always, Hyūga belongs to Konoha. Weakening the clan only harms the village. Clan leader, you mean the village is targeting you? Shinishiro's face went pale. His mind worked quickly. He had assumed the village only wanted to shame them as punishment for killing the main family. Ritsu shrugged. Targeting is too strong a word. They won't assign me a mission that guarantees death, probably. But enough. I know what I'm doing. Just take care of the clan as I said. Leave the rest to me. Then, clan leader, Takashi asked quietly, how exactly do you plan to recover the Byakugan? You really don't need us to assist. Ritsu answered calmly, simple. If luck favors me and I run into that so-called Byakugan Slayer, I'll kill him and retrieve the eye. If not, I'll capture a few high-ranking Mist Nin and negotiate. The Mist Nin named Ao had gained the infamous title, Byakugan Slayer, after taking a Byakugan from the Hyūga head family. The title made it sound as though he had killed countless Hyūga, though that wasn't true. All right, that's enough. My teacher is here. You two go handle your duties. Ritsu waved them off and strode outside. At the entrance of the Hyūga assigned quarter of the camp stood a white-haired middle-aged man waiting for him. Sensei, you're back. Ritsu greeted him, genuinely pleased. He had intended to seek out Orochimaru to locate his teacher, but Orochimaru had informed him that Hirako had been away on a mission. Ritsu had expected he might be deployed again before Hirako returned, but here he was. Hirako looked at his student, familiar, yet changed somehow, and sighed with mixed emotions. Ritsu, you really are unbelievable, bold beyond reason. Originally, he had simply wanted Ritsu to use the Chimera technique to break the caged bird seal and then flee far away. He never expected Ritsu to sneak back into the village, overthrow the Hyūga main family, and then claim the position of clan head. Ritsu grinned. When the moment comes, you have to gamble. And between living like a hunted rat and staking everything on one decisive fight, I'll choose to fight. Even if I failed, I could always run again. Come, sensei, let's talk inside. He personally led Hirako to the command tent. Both took their seats. Akiha, bring some hot water. We'll make tea. Ritsu called to his cousin, who had come to the front line with him. Hirako raised an eyebrow at the scene. Well, already acting like a clan head, I see. Ritsu snickered. What can I say? Perks of the job. Meaning, Akiha helps by pouring tea and giving me face. In exchange, I have to teach her the advanced Hyūga technique, gentle step twin lion fists. Hirako couldn't help but laugh. But once Akiha had served the tea and left the tent, his expression shifted sharply. The warmth vanished, replaced by stern gravity. Ritsu, he said, voice low, Orochimaru told me your situation isn't good. What exactly is happening? Sensei, are you sure your relationship with Orochimaru is just ordinary? Because it feels like he tells you everything, Ritsu said, sidestepping Hirako's earlier question and instead poking curiously at their connection. Hirako sighed helplessly. Orochimaru is a creature of strange tastes, he muttered. Honestly, even I can't read him. But I can guess one thing, he's extremely interested in you. Everything you've done in the village, he was the one who told me. Just strange tastes, huh? Ritsu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Don't change the subject. Hirako leaned forward, staring sharply at him. Orochimaru said your situation has gotten dangerous. What exactly does that mean? Ritsu shrugged. It's nothing dramatic. I wiped out the Hyūga main family. The higher-ups didn't like that. The third and the elders want you dead. Sensei, you're saying it way too bluntly. Ritsu rolled his eyes. My guess. They're hoping I, accidentally, die fighting the mist. That's the same thing. Hiriko's frown deepened. So what's your plan? Play it by ear. Ritsu. Hiriko's voice hardened. Tell me what you're actually thinking. He finally understood his disciple well enough. Ritsu wasn't the type to bow his head and endure. The main family drove him to flee the village, forced him to rely on a forbidden technique just to live, so he came back, and erased the main family entirely. Now the village treated him as a problem. Hiriko feared Ritsu would recognize a pattern, and try to eliminate the village seniors the same way. Ritsu, he said gravely, I'll speak plainly. Dealing with the Hyūga main family was internal clan business. But the Hokage is the Hokage of the entire village. If you ever raise a hand against him, every clan, every civilian shinobi, everyone, will turn on the Hyūga. Your clan can't survive a war against the village. It was a warning he felt obligated to give. Ritsu snorted and rolled his eyes again. Sensei, what are you imagining? I'm not stupid enough to pick a fight with the Hokage. Good. If you had that idea, you'd better kill it now. I know exactly what lines cannot be crossed, Ritsu said calmly. The third has ruled for decades and is well loved. I'm not planning anything against him. He smiled faintly. What I am thinking about is the fourth Hokage. The fourth. Hiriko blinked, then his gaze sharpened. He nodded slowly. That's smart. Build a relationship early. Once the fourth takes office, your situation will improve. Wait. His eyes narrowed. You asked about my relationship with Orochimaru earlier. Because you think Orochimaru will become fourth Hokage. It's what everyone's saying, right? That the final choice will be between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato. Sensei, you really haven't heard. I've heard. Hiriko waved a hand dismissively. I just didn't care. Ritsu lifted his teacup, took a sip, and watched his teacher silently ponder. Hiriko rubbed the rough porcelain cup, brows furrowed in thought. Orochimaru and Minato. Both seem possible, he murmured. Orochimaru is the third's direct disciple, Minato is practically his grandson, and their achievements are hard to compare. Ritsu, are you rooting for Orochimaru? No, Ritsu smiled. I think Minato-senpai has the better chance. Then why ask about Orochimaru? Because Orochimaru is obsessed with forbidden techniques. If he becomes Hokage, life will be easier for the two of us. Obsessed with forbidden techniques. Hiriko froze. He instinctively glanced around, lowered his voice, and whispered, Where did you hear that? I've never heard anything like it. Why would Orochimaru research forbidden arts? What does he gain from it? To him, it made no sense. He studied forbidden jutsu because he was desperate to break free from mediocrity, to chase the three geniuses who had left him behind, but Orochimaru. A prodigy among prodigies. Top of his generation. The Hokage's personal student. Born standing on the summit of the shinobi world. Why would someone like that willingly risk everything to touch taboo techniques? What could he possibly be seeking? Ritsu lowered his voice to a whisper. You haven't heard because almost no one knows. I only caught hints thanks to my eyes, and a bit of luck. From what I've seen, he's searching for immortality. The word was spoken softly, but Hiriko heard it clearly. His expression shifted instantly. So that's it, he exhaled with sudden understanding. No wonder. I always wondered what he was after. Well, whatever his goal is, it's not our place to meddle. He straightened, serious again. Right now the real issue is your situation. Making friends with the future fourth Hokage is a long-term plan. But if you don't survive the present, there is no future. I said it already, I'll improvise. Ritsu looked completely unbothered. Hiriko's eyes widened. Ritsu, that's far too passive. Do you have a better plan? If not, I could go ask Orochimaru to assign you a safer mission. That won't work. Ritsu shook his head. Orochimaru-senpai is the third's disciple. I'd bet anything the new vice commander brought him very clear instructions. Unless Orochimaru wants to openly oppose the Hokage, your request won't change anything. Hiriko fell silent, troubled. Ritsu smiled faintly. Sensei, you're worrying too much. It's not as dangerous as it looks. Remember, I have 2 Kekkei Genkai now. Whatever comes, I can handle it. Hirako blinked, then smacked his forehead. I almost forgot. Ritsu, how do you feel after using the Chimera technique? Any side effects? None. Everything's normal. Ritsu raised his hand. A sharp, ivory white bone spike slid out from his palm. I feel great. After gaining Shikotsumyaku, not only did the caged bird seal dissolve on its own, but my Byakugan's pupil power skyrocketed. My chakra reserves increased by more than 10 times. Honestly, it feels like I've leveled up in every possible way. He held nothing back, explaining his transformation completely. Hirako listened, thought deeply for a moment, then nodded. It all fits. Maybe you really are right. Byakugan and Shikotsumyaku must share the same origin. The Hyūga and the Kaguya might actually descend from the same ancient bloodline. That would explain the perfect compatibility. Ritsu grinned. So, Sensei, do you want to use the Chimera technique too? Then he added sincerely, honestly, between Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato, I'd much prefer you becoming Hokage. Don't talk nonsense, Hirako laughed. How could I possibly become Hokage? I'm mediocre, my achievements are ordinary. If I ever became Hokage, it would mean the village is already doomed. Sensei, you're seriously underestimating yourself. Hyūga Ritsu spoke bluntly. What? Hirako blinked, stunned that his own disciple would rebuke him so directly. Teacher, you always say you merely improved the Chimera technique, but from where I stand, that's no different from creating an entirely new forbidden jutsu. Ritsu leaned closer, voice calm but stirring something deep inside the older man. Your talent isn't mediocre. Maybe your body's natural talent couldn't keep up with prodigies like Orochimaru, but that's exactly what this jutsu was created for, to compensate for those innate limitations. His voice wasn't loud, but every word hit Hirako like a plucked nerve. Something long dormant began to stir inside him, a forgotten spark of ambition. Sensei. Ritsu placed both hands on the table, leaned forward, and locked eyes with him. I've personally tested the viability of the Chimera technique, so why shouldn't you use it to grow stronger? If you gain power, achievements will naturally follow. It's only a matter of time before the world recognizes you. Hirako fell silent. After a few seconds, he let out a helpless laugh and shook his head. It's not as simple as you make it sound. You and I are not the same, Ritsu. You already had a bloodline limit, I have none. To survive the Chimera assimilation, I would need to acquire 5 Kekkei Genkai, and just obtaining 1 Shikotsumyaku nearly cost us everything, and that was only possible because a war is happening. But the war isn't over yet, Ritsu countered immediately. From what I've learned, Kirigakure has at least 4 bloodline limits: Shikotsumyaku, lava release, boil release, and ice release. 4 already, we're almost there. Lava release won't work. Hirako shook his head. Why not? The Chimera technique isn't just about collecting the right number of bloodline limits. They must be compatible. The combination determines survival rate and eventual strength. The wrong mix means instant death. Ritsu's lips curled into a knowing smile. So you have been thinking about this, Sensei. He tapped the table. You rejected lava release right away, which means Shikotsumyaku, boil release, and ice release are part of your plan. If that's the case, why not start gathering them now? I may not be free to act, but my clansmen can help you. Do you seriously think that's possible? Hirako clearly wanted to believe, but lacked confidence. Bloodline users are never easy targets. Every clan guards their Kekkei Genkai with absolute paranoia. Every village treats the unique blood inheritance as national secrets. Capturing even a single carrier is as hard as kidnapping a cage's shadow. The only reason they captured the Kaguya clan Jonin before was sheer luck. The man was a battle lunatic who had lost himself to bloodlust, completely ignoring his Kirigakure squadmates, separated, outnumbered, and unstable. He fell into their trap. Ordinarily, such luck was impossible to reproduce. The Hyūga clan's gentle fist was one of the best techniques in the entire shinobi world for capturing enemies alive. a few precise strikes to seal off an opponent's chakra network, and even a jonin becomes no harder to carry than a trust chicken. Of course it's possible, Ritsu said with full confidence. The only concern is whether we actually encounter mist shinobi who possess the Kekkei Genkai we need. But as long as we do, and we hold the advantage, the gentle fist can subdue them alive with ease. Once captured, my clansmen can guard them. Even after the war, we can transport them back to the Hyūga compound to be contained securely. He smiled faintly. And conveniently, I already have a perfect reason to rally the entire clan to assist you in capturing Kekkei Genkai Mist Shinobi. Oh, Hirako raised a brow. What reason? Sensei, Ritsu said formally, voice steady, as the head of the Hyūga clan, I hereby formally commission you to research the caged bird curse seal, and to develop a method to remove it. For this purpose, the Hyūga clan is willing to meet any request within our power. Any request? Hirako stroked his smooth chin, and it was clear the offer hit straight at his heart. Yes, anything within our clan's capabilities. Ritsu nodded. Capturing Kekkei Genkai uses from Kirigakure is dangerous, yes, but it is not beyond our capability. There's no flaw in that logic, Hirako admitted, nodding repeatedly. His disciple was planning everything neatly for him. Right, Sensei? Your plan doesn't involve any of our village's Kekkei Genkai, does it? Senju would release, Uchiha Sharingan, Hyūga Byakugan, is there any among them you're aiming at? Would release is extinct, isn't it? True. As for the Sharingan, powerful, yes. But offending the Uchiha clan is suicide. Even if I acquired it, I would never dare reveal it unless I planned on becoming a missing nin. And my clan's Byakugan. That's also not in my blueprint, Hirako sighed. The village's 3 Kekkei Genkai are indeed powerful, but targeting our own village's clans creates trouble with consequences far too great, so my current ideal combination is Shikotsumyaku plus boil release plus ice release plus storm release. The final Kekkei Genkai is still undecided. Ritsu clicked his tongue softly. Shikotsumyaku for defense and close quarters power. Boil release for explosive mobility, ice release for battlefield control, storm release for devastating mid to long range output. It is a well-built set. It was a beautifully balanced configuration, one that covered all ranges of combat. As for the 5th Kekkei Genkai, Ritsu said, you can take your time choosing. Meanwhile, we can already begin working toward collecting the other 4. He suddenly stopped, because noise erupted from outside the tent. Akiha, what's going on? Ritsu called. Clan leader. There's a messenger. He says he has an urgent order for you. A messenger. Ritsu exchanged a glance with Hirako. Hirako nodded faintly. Let him in. A few seconds later, the tent flap lifted. A short, slender teenage boy stepped inside. White spiky hair, a black face mask covering everything below the eyes. His forehead protector was tilted, hanging low over his left eye, leaving only a single cold, expressionless right eye visible. His entire presence radiated the silent warning of someone who had killed far too many people for his age. Ritsu and Hirako both narrowed their eyes at the same time. In the name of Deputy Commander Aberame Ryoma, the boy said calmly, Hyūga clan leader, you are requested immediately. There is an important matter he must discuss with you. His voice was as cold as his gaze, entirely devoid of emotion. The white-haired boy was Hitaki Kakashi, son of the late Konoha legend, White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo, and now the disciple of the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato. Not long ago, during a northern battle against Iwagakure, he inherited the Sharingan of his fallen teammate, Uchiha Obito, becoming the first non-Uchiha to legally possess a Sharingan. In short, Kakashi was no ordinary brat. He was already a name that echoed across the shinobi world. Of course, to Hyūga Ritsu, Kakashi being here meant something far more complicated. The unseen hand that manipulated the fate of the shinobi world might have already started tightening its strings. To Ritsu, this war between Konoha and Kirigakure felt less like a natural conflict and more like a stage constructed meticulously by some hidden puppeteer for an unknown objective. After all, How else could one explain the mist's irrational persistence? They had already suffered crushing defeats, lost the infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, and yet they attacked again and again, relentless, rabid, as if sworn to die with Konoha. It made no sense, unless someone wanted it this way. The weak really do live in sin, Ritsu murmured. Kakashi, walking in front, stiffened for a split second, but his composure returned instantly. Without a word, cold and silent as a scarecrow standing in a storm, he led Ritsu to a solitary command tent. Ryoma-sama, the Hyūga clan leader has arrived. Kakashi spoke from outside the canvas. Let him in. A deep, muffled voice replied from within. Inside the tent, the space was barren. No decorations, no clutter. Only a table, a single chair, and the man seated in it. He wore a black hooded coat, long and heavy, the shadows concealing his face entirely. This was Aburame Ryoma, a master of the bug users, a formidable shinobi, and one of Shimura Danzo's most trusted operatives. His reputation was unpleasant. Rumor said even the Aburame clan itself wanted little to do with him. But reputation mattered little here. He was now deputy commander of the Eastern Front, a position second only to Orochimaru's. Deputy Commander Aburame, Ritsu said calmly. To what do I owe the honor? He called Orochimaru Sr. out of respect through Hirako. But he had no relationship, none whatsoever, with Aburame Ryoma, so his greeting remained polite and distant. Hyūga clan leader, Ryoma began without a hint of small talk. The mist's counterattacks have been fierce. Many squads have suffered casualties, leaving their formations incomplete and unable to continue missions. We intend to disband these damaged squads and reform new mixed units. His tone did not waver. We request that the reinforcements your clan has brought be assigned among them. Having Byakugan users in the field significantly reduces casualties. Ritsu nodded. Of course. This was reasonable. The Hyūga had always been scattered among various squads. One Byakugan per team was a massive tactical advantage. Keeping Hyūga shinobi clustered together was wasteful. Besides, being placed among elite squads prevented malicious targeting. Anyone worthy of teaming with a Hyūga was usually a clan prodigy or a skilled civilian ninja, not cannon fodder. This was why the Hyūga were considered a pillar of Konoha. Sharingan improved the individual. Byakugan improved the whole army. I have no objections, Ritsu continued, but I would like 2 of my clan elders to assist with the assignment process. One could never be too cautious. That is acceptable, Ryoma replied immediately. With 2 elders advising, the arrangements will naturally be more thorough. If Ritsu himself had demanded to oversee the restructuring, Ryoma would have refused without hesitation, but letting 2 Hyūga elders help. No problem. He had come to the front lines with a very clear objective. Lord Danzo wanted Hyūga Ritsu eliminated. Ritsu, and only Ritsu. Not the other Hyūga, and Orochimaru had warned him personally, no reckless actions, no destabilizing the Eastern Front, so, he could only make a move against Hyūga Ritsu. No one else. Hyūga clan leader, Aburame Ryoma began, voice calm to the point of emotionlessness. I'm afraid a rather troublesome mission has arisen, one that requires your personal intervention. He spoke politely, yet his tone was flat, like he was reading from a script prepared in advance. We initially hoped to assign someone else, but we currently lack any shinobi qualified for the task. And the matter is urgent, too urgent for hesitation. Ryoma lowered his head slightly. So we must trouble you to make the journey yourself. Ritsu let out a soft breath. Sounds like I don't have the luxury of refusing. We are truly at an impasse, Ryoma replied without shame. Orochimaru-sama has offered to go himself, but without him protecting the camp, a missed assault would cost us dearly. It may even be a feint, an attempt to lure him away. I see, Ritsu said coolly. So, what is the mission? Reinforce the Ishiguryu Mountain defensive line. That front is in critical condition. The mist are launching a full-force assault without regard for casualties. If Ishiguryu Mountain falls, the land beyond is nothing but flat plains and open forest. We'd lose all terrain advantage, and if they pillage even a few inland cities, the daimyo's court will be shaken. The repercussions would be disastrous for all of us. No matter how the world dressed them up, ninja wars were still wars. Murder, plunder, arson, those were constants. If the mist broke through into the land of fire's rich heartlands, they would not behave with restraint. These conflicts always came down to resources. Konoha and the land of fire were simply too rich, too fertile. That was why they were surrounded by enemies. Thus the Hidden Leaf deployed wave after wave of shinobi along the long eastern coastline, fortifying every natural choke point to prevent the mist from spilling into the inland expanse of forest and fields. "How many people am I taking?" Ritsu asked. Ryoma did not answer. The silence itself was the answer. Ritsu's brows tightened. "You want me to go alone?" "Not entirely. There will be one more joining you." "Who?" "Uchiha Shisui." Although Aburame Ryoma insisted the Ishiguryu mountain defensive line was on the verge of collapse, that the mist could break through at any moment, he still granted Hyūga Ritsu a brief window to prepare. He wasn't so brazen as to shove Ritsu out the door and send him straight into a meat grinder. Ritsu returned to his quarters, where his teacher, Hirako, was still waiting. "Ritsu, how was it? What did Aburame Ryoma want?" Hirako immediately asked upon seeing him. "Teacher, wait just a moment. I called 2 elders over as well. I'll tell you all together." "Ah, they're already here." Before Ritsu even sat down, Hyūga Takashi and Hyūga Shinichiro arrived in a hurry. "Clan leader, what happened? Why did Ryoma look for you?" Shinichiro, always the impatient one, blurted out before the door even closed. "Teacher, Elder Takashi, Elder Shinichiro, please sit." Ritsu took his seat, lifted his cup, and drank a mouthful of completely cold tea before continuing. He glanced at the 3 of them, noticing how all 6 eyes were fixed sharply upon him. He paused, then spoke. "First matter, all clan members who came to the front with us will be split and assigned into various teams to perform missions." "That sounds fairly normal," Takashi murmured after thinking it over for a couple of seconds. "It is normal," Ritsu agreed. "Which is why I'm entrusting this arrangement to you 2, elders. Make sure each of our clan members ends up in a reliable team. The goal is not just to complete missions, but to come back alive." Shinichiro frowned. "And what about you, clan leader? You're not participating in these arrangements." "The second matter," Ritsu said calmly, "is that I've been assigned a mission. I'm to leave immediately for Ishiguryu Mountain. The line is reportedly under fierce attack. Several calls for reinforcements have already come." That answered Shinichiro's question for him. Takashi's face tightened. "That sounds extremely dangerous. Clan leader, how many people are they giving you?" "Just 1. "What?" Hirako shot to his feet, nearly knocking over his chair. "Only 1. Aburame Ryoma is going too far. Does he think he alone commands this entire battlefield? I'm going to find Orochimaru right now." He turned to leave, anger boiling off him. "Teacher," Ritsu said, "don't rush. The person going with me is Uchiha Shisui." "What?" Hirako froze mid-step, the outburst dying instantly in his throat. Hirako, who had already taken 2 steps toward the exit, froze mid-stride. He slowly turned back, narrowing his eyes. "The Uchiha Shisui you're talking about, you mean that Uchiha Shisui?" "As far as I know, the Uchiha clan has only 1 Shisui." "Huh. Then that makes things a lot less problematic." Hirako walked back and sat down again. Even elders Takashi and Shinichiro nodded in agreement. Shunshin no Shisui, Shisui of the body flicker, was a name so infamous that even Konoha shinobi who had never stepped foot on the Eastern Front knew it well. He was hailed as the Uchiha clan's greatest prodigy, a shinobi whose speed bordered on teleportation, a nightmare whispered about among Mist Nin. Together with Minato the Yellow Flash, he was regarded as one of Konoha's 2 shining stars. As for Hyūga Ritsu, the #1 prodigy of the branch family, he was a prodigy too, yes, but compared to Shisui, they weren't even in the same galaxy. "I thought Aburame Ryoma was planning to set you up," Hirako muttered, brows tightly locked. Something still feels off. Is there some angle we're not seeing? Takashi and Shinichiro were frowning deeply, clearly thinking the same. Teacher, elders, stop overthinking it, Ritsu said calmly. With the information we have, we won't figure out what's hidden. I already have my own plans. Besides, if danger appears, I'll have Shisui take the lead. He didn't even bother hiding that arrangement. Before I leave, there's something else I need to discuss. What is it? Takashi and Shinichiro immediately focused. I've already entrusted the matter of breaking the caged bird curse seal to teacher. He has agreed to research a method that can be used widely across the clan. The two elders' faces lit up instantly. So, Ritsu continued, his expression turning solemn, from here onward, elders Takashi and Shinichiro, you must lead the clan in fully assisting my teacher. As long as his requests don't harm the village or the clan's fundamental interests, and as long as they fall within our power, fulfill them at any cost. If you have questions, now is the time to ask. Ritsu glanced between them. If not, let me warn you now, the way I broke the curse seal was through a forbidden technique. Don't be surprised when you see teacher's research direction. Rest assured, clan leader, Shinichiro said eagerly. If we can remove the caged bird, we'll pay any price. Even if teacher needs human materials for experiments, that's Shinichiro. Watch your mouth. Takashi barked, horrified. Some things you do without saying. Do you want people to grab us by the throat with your words? Shinichiro immediately bowed his head. Right, I won't say it again. But whatever the clan leader's teacher needs, I swear I'll make it happen. Just call me Hiroko. Mr. Hiroko, Takashi said respectfully, please take care of us from here on. You are the clan leader's teacher. Whatever you require, simply speak. Hiroko sighed and waved off the overly respectful tone. He glanced at Ritsu, who was smiling brightly, and let out a helpless breath. Ritsu, this entire arrangement is basically coercion. Ritsu grinned. Teacher, I'm counting on you to become my backing. Hiroko stiffened. Suddenly, old memories surfaced. A tiny child, barely taller than a table, had once stood before him with sparkling, earnest eyes, begging, please take me as your student. He refused at first, but Ritsu pestered him endlessly for nearly 3 months. Eventually, Hiroko relented. And somehow, nearly 10 years had passed in a blink. Now, that little kid had grown into a full jonin, even the Hyūga clan leader, while he, the teacher, was still just an ordinary jonin. Beyond gifting Ritsu the chimera technique, what else could he truly give him? Hiroko exhaled the memory away. He looked at Ritsu and said, hold out your arm. I need to draw some blood. Why? For research. You're the prime example of someone who broke the caged bird. Your blood has enormous scientific value. At that moment, from outside came Hyūga Uchiha's voice, clan leader. A ninja from the Uchiha clan is here. He claims to be Uchiha Shisui, and says he's here to see you. After drawing 2 vials of blood, Hiroko returned to his quarters to pack his belongings. He planned to move into the Hyūga clan's encampment. After all, to study and unravel the caged bird curse seal, he needed ready access to test subjects and reference points. Living among the Hyūga made everything far more convenient. Meanwhile, Ritsu finished checking the contents of his gear pouch, ration pills, explosive tags, smoke bombs, and other essentials, before once again reminding the 2 elders to fully cooperate with his teacher's requests. Only then did he step out of the command tent. The moment he emerged, he saw Hyūga Uchiha waiting by the entrance. He paused for a second, thinking, then waved her over. Uchiha, come here. The girl jogged up to him immediately. Ritsu ni? Clan leader. What is it? Ritsu chuckled. You don't have to call me that. Just like before is fine. He reached out and ruffled her hair affectionately. Still haven't figured out the gentle step twin lion fists, huh? Of course not. That technique's ridiculously hard. You think everyone's a genius like you, Ritsu ni. At the mention of it, the girl's face instantly fell, frustration clouding her features. Don't be discouraged, Ritsu said with a grin. Once I get back from this mission, I'll teach you personally, step by step. I promise you'll master it. Oh, and one more thing. Soon, everyone will be assigned to different combat squads for active missions. When that happens, make sure the elders help you find a reliable team. And once you're on the front lines, stay sharp. Don't act recklessly. Relax, Ritsu-ni. I'm not some rookie. That's exactly why I'm worried, he said with a sigh. It's the talented ones who take the biggest risks. Anyway, stay safe. I've got a mission to run. He waved goodbye to his younger cousin and walked off. Outside the encampment, a young man from the Uchiha clan was already waiting for him. Black hair, dark eyes, the Konoha forehead protector gleaming faintly under the sun. His features were sharp but not cold, a rare softness to his gaze, even with the stoic set of his face. He wore the Uchiha's navy blue combat gear, a short blade strapped diagonally across his back, the hilt peeking over his right shoulder. This was Uchiha Shisui, known throughout the shinobi world as Shunshin no Shisui, Shisui of the body flicker, the Uchiha clan's brightest prodigy, Konoha's deadly dagger aimed at the mist, a name that sent terror rippling through enemy ranks. Sorry to keep you waiting, Shisui, Ritsu greeted with a warm smile. Ritsu-senpai? No, I should say clan leader Hyūga now, shouldn't I? Shisui replied politely, voice calm and respectful. I only just arrived. His demeanor was humble, almost gentle, completely lacking the usual arrogance so common among his clan. Ritsu waved a hand dismissively. No need for formality. Just call me like you always have. He stepped forward and gave Shisui a friendly pat on the shoulder. He and Shisui weren't strangers. They had fought side by side on the Eastern Front for years, cutting down Mist Nin again and again. Because of the Byakugan's overwhelming tactical utility, Ritsu frequently teamed up with various squads, and Shisui had been one of his most reliable partners. They'd hunted Mist Nin together more than once. And a genuine sense of camaraderie had formed. So then, Ritsu-senpai, Shisui said with a gentle smile, I'll be counting on your guidance again. Shisui was only 14, 1 year younger than Ritsu, so he naturally addressed him as senpai. Looking at Shisui, one could truly understand what a real prodigy was. Guidance. Me. Ritsu laughed. Let's be real, just like old times, we'll be relying on you to massacre those Mist Nin. I'll support from the side. He waved a hand. All right, let's move. If the Ishiguryu front collapses because we're late, we'll both get chewed out. Ritsu slipped easily into command, as naturally as breathing. Yes, Ritsu-senpai. Shisui didn't mind being directed at all. His temperament was so mild he barely resembled an Uchiha, at least, compared to the clan's usual arrogance. Of course, he didn't mind because Ritsu had already proved through countless battles that he could lead. With Ritsu coordinating the field, Shisui could simply unleash himself. At the same time, inside Aburame Ryoma's tent, Kado, Ryoma asked calmly, do you understand what you're to do at the Ishiguryu mountain line? Find an opening and shoot an arrow into Hyūga Ritsu's back. What nonsense are you spouting? Ryoma looked helplessly at the kneeling subordinate before him. Your mission is observation. Gather intel on Ritsu. Understand. But Lord Danzo ordered us to kill him. Ryoma's brows tightened. Yellow flash struck twice and still couldn't kill him. You think a sneak attack will? His tone sharpened. You think your little trick will escape those Byakugan eyes? Do you really believe his overthrow of the Hyūga main house was just luck? Yamanaka Kado's mouth shut instantly. With Minato Namikaze himself as the comparison, he couldn't possibly claim superiority. Think back on Lord Danzo's actual instructions, Ryoma continued coldly. He said Ritsu must die a reasonable, untraceable death, killed by Mist Nin. Not a single hint can point back to us. The leaf must not be implicated. He tapped the table with a gloved finger. Killing Ritsu yourself and framing Mist Nin is theoretically an option, but the battlefield is chaotic. Leaving behind even one clue is enough to doom us. If something goes wrong, you and I will be executed as scapegoats. Ryoma paused, voice low and serious. So the only acceptable outcome is, Hyūga Ritsu dies at the hands of actual Mist Nin. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Kado bowed his head, the yellow ponytail at his back swaying. Good. Then depart immediately. Ryoma handed him a document. You will infiltrate Ishiguryu as a medical nin. Do your job. No theatrics. And use your clan's jutsu to track Ritsu's every move. Kado accepted the mission and left. Left alone, Ryoma returned to his desk. His rank came with authority, but it also came with endless administrative duties. Neither he nor the insects in his body sensed the pale, ear-shaped growth clinging to the bottom of the desk, a strange, white fungus-like entity. It slipped silently into the ground, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. Even between shinobi, terrain still matters. Konoha's defensive lines along the eastern coast were all built around mountain ridges. For ordinary humans, mountains might act as walls, but for shinobi, climbing them wasn't difficult. Even so, choosing elevated ground wasn't meant to hinder physical traversal, it was meant to counter Kirigaku's water release. Mist Nin typically used Suiten in two ways: 1. With a natural water source nearby, allowing them to manipulate existing water with minimal chakra cost. 2. Without a water source, forcing them to expend huge amounts of chakra to create water from nothing. Thus, fortifying elevated terrain where ponds and lakes were absent forced Mist Nin into the second, far more expensive method. On a steep hill, even water created through chakra couldn't pool, circulate, or be reused, raising chakra consumption drastically and shortening their fighting endurance. However, Terran's advantages were limited. The moment the mist increased troop numbers, numerical superiority smothered whatever benefits Konoha's positioning offered. The defenders of Ishiguryu Mountain were learning exactly what it meant to be outnumbered. They were forced to retreat step by step, from the foot of the mountain, to the slopes, and now all the way to the peak. Any further and they would be pushed onto the mountain's backside, losing the last of their positional advantage. If the peak fell, the terrain advantage would flip entirely. Mist Nin would gain the high ground, and water release unleashed from above would become a catastrophic deluge. On the summit, inside a crude clay fort, the last remnants of Konoha's forces were gathered for a morning briefing. We can't retreat anymore, the sole surviving Jonin said grimly. Before him stood only 7 comrades, 2 special Jonin and 5 Chunin. Counting him, they totaled 8, the final defenders of Ishiguryu Mountain. Yet just 5 days ago, 16 full squads, 64 shinobi, had been stationed here. Now, many squads were utterly wiped out, the rest crippled beyond functioning. Only this final handful remained. Their one saving grace was that the supply cache remained intact. If we abandon the peak, we'll be defenseless against their Suiten. Once they break through Ishiguryu, they'll spill into the plains and forests behind us. If the Mist Nin start raiding cities unopposed, even the daimyo's palace will panic. They're coming up. The Jonin's speech was cut short by the Yamanaka special Jonin. He turned stiffly, staring at his captain, whose attempted motivational words had been derailed mid-sentence. The poor man now wore a constipated expression of pure despair. The Yamanaka sighed. All right, Captain. We've heard enough grand speeches. Anyone left alive at this point already made peace with dying. Save your breath for killing a few more Mist Nin to join us in the Pure Land. The captain struggled for several seconds before muttering stiffly, today, I'll kill at least 3 mist bastards. The Yamanaka glared at him. 3. Captain, you're supposed to say you'll take down 10 to fire us up. But Mist Nin are really strong. Saying 3 is already me deciding to take one of them down with me. The captain sounded genuinely aggrieved. Seeing their honest, helpless leader, the Yamanaka couldn't help bursting into laughter. The others soon followed. The heavy, suffocating atmosphere evaporated into something almost warm. Just looking at their captain, a man determined to die properly, gave their morale an unexpected lift. Not even 20 seconds passed before, one after another, silhouettes of Mist Nin emerged into view, more than 20 in total, advancing in tight formation toward the last earthen fort atop the mountain. But before they could even step into jutsu range, they were greeted by a storm-like barrage of shuriken raining down from the fort. That alone wasn't the problem. The real danger lay among the shuriken, kunai with explosive tags tied to their hilts, hidden like venomous snakes among a swarm of insects. "Leave it to me." A mist Jonin leading the assault stepped forward, hands already forming seals. Water release. Water formation wall. In the next instant, on soil that was only slightly damp, water erupted violently upward, forming a towering 3-meter-high wall with sheer force. The shuriken slammed into the water wall and were deflected, unable to penetrate the defense. But the kunai's explosive tags detonated. Thunderous blasts ruptured the water wall into scattered streams, although the mist-nin stood far enough back to avoid casualties. They gained not a single step closer to the fort. Such was the nature of shinobi warfare. Though outnumbered, Konoha's defenders used terrain and cover to force the enemy back, leveraging shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags to pressure the mist-nin into repeatedly using water release for defense, draining their chakra bit by bit, and mist-nin had to use Suiten to defend. If even one explosive tag detonated unchallenged, the resulting shockwave would scatter the shuriken like unpredictable buckshot, an outcome far harder to defend against than the initial volley. In contrast, mist-nin had no terrain advantage, no cover, and attacking uphill meant their thrown weapons lacked range and accuracy. The fortified earth structure atop the peak was strengthened with earth release and protection seals. Breaking through it would require heavy ninjutsu or a prolonged bombardment of explosive tags, neither of which was easy. In short, this battle was far from over. Victory would not come quickly for either side. At the same time, midway down the mountain, inside another battered fort, nearly 50 mist-nin were gathered. At their center stood a towering, round-bodied man with long orange hair and rows of sharp triangular teeth. A massive, bandage-wrapped sword rested on his back. This was Fuguki Tsukazan, one of the Hidden Mist's infamous 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the Great Blade, Samehada, and a renowned powerhouse of his village. Yet this famed elite was troubled. "Fuguki Tsukazan," a voice rang out sharply. A pale boy with silver-white hair and clear violet eyes sat perched atop the crumbling wall, his expression cold and unimpressed. Despite being young enough to be Fuguki's son, his tone carried no respect. "These past few days, what exactly have you been doing? With the strength you command, you should have crushed Ishiguryu Mountain 3 days ago, so why the delay? And today, you're clearly holding back again. What game are you playing? Mangetsu, are you interrogating me now?" Seated on a squat wooden stool, Fuguki Tsukazan shifted slightly, and the stool immediately groaned under his enormous weight. Creak, creak, as if begging for mercy. Fuguki ignored it entirely. His small eyes were fixed on the sudden visitor standing before him. "I'm here on behalf of the Mizukage to inquire," Hozuki Mangetsu replied coolly. "But if you can't give a reasonable explanation, then yes, it will turn into an interrogation. So you're using the Mizukage's name to pressure me. How you interpret it is your choice," Mangetsu said, his tone light. "What I want is an answer." He sat perched casually on the ruins of the earthen wall, one leg dangling down, swinging lazily. His posture was relaxed to the point of insolence, completely unbothered by the murderous aura Fuguki was releasing. Around them, the assembled mist-nin remained silent, unmoving, like jagged rocks facing crashing waves. Between their commander and the Mizukage's envoy, none of them dared interrupt. "You annoying little brat," Fuguki growled openly, making no attempt to hide his disdain. "You want to know what I'm waiting for? Then look for yourself." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded sheet of white paper. Rolling it tightly, he slid it into the hollow shaft of a shuriken, then flicked it toward Mangetsu with a practiced snap of his wrist. Mangetsu caught it effortlessly. He tossed the shuriken aside, letting it sink into the dirt, and unfolded the paper. The lazy, half-amused smile on his face vanished instantly. He read the paper once, then again, then a third time, flipping it over carefully each time as if searching for hidden meaning. Only after confirming every word did he snap his head up and lock gazes with Fuguki. "Is this real?" Fuguki didn't speak. He merely waved a hand, and the mist nin, who had been motionless like statues, suddenly stirred back to life. In seconds they dispersed outward, creating a perimeter to ensure the two men could speak without fear of eavesdropping. Not certain, Fuguki finally answered. But there's a very high chance it's true. Explain. Because I've been attacking this mountain for 5 days, and not a single Konoha reinforcement has shown up. Fuguki's lips twisted in a grim smile. It's like someone is deliberately manufacturing a crisis here, just to justify sending someone in this direction. Mangetsu's violet eyes narrowed sharply. Mangetsu did not respond immediately. He lowered his head again, rereading the sheet of white paper in his hand. The page was densely packed with writing, half a sheet full. The message was simple. The anonymous sender claimed to have a deep grudge against Hyūga Ritsu, the newly appointed head of the Hyūga clan, and wished for the mist to erase him. The letter went on to detail Hyūga Ritsu's abilities, claiming he had used a forbidden technique, that he now possessed both the Byakugan and Shikotsumyaku, and that, for safety's sake, Konoha would be sending both Ritsu and Uchiha Shisui together to the Ishiguryu defensive line. You can use this chance to test his capabilities, the note suggested. And in the near future, we will create an even more favorable opportunity to push him into your encirclement. When that happens, kill him, swiftly and decisively. That was the entirety of the letter. Mangetsu closed the paper slowly. Why didn't you report this to the Mizukage earlier? Because I suspected it might be a trap laid by Konoha, Fuguki replied. A ploy to manipulate our troop movements for some ulterior motive. But you just said there's a high chance it's real. Exactly. Which is why I decided to gamble. To wait and see who Konoha sends as reinforcements. If it really is Uchiha Shisui and Hyūga Ritsu, then it proves Konoha's internal strife has grown so severe they're willing to use the enemy's knife to eliminate their own. That is unquestionably good news for us. He paused, then continued. And if not, Fuguki shrugged, lips curling. Then the worst outcome is merely losing our chance to take Ishiguryu. Or, at worst, we all die here. But even that isn't a major loss. Our lives, our success or failure, none of it affects the village as a whole. He leaned forward slightly, staring straight at Mangetsu. So yes, I can afford to gamble, but the Mizukage cannot. He is the leader of Kirigakure. Every decision he makes carries enormous consequences. A risky ploy like this is not something he should be entangled with. That's why I intended to verify the authenticity of the information first, and only then report it. He tilted his head. Mangetsu, do you find any flaw in my reasoning? Mangetsu narrowed his eyes. Inwardly, he thought, flaw. The flaw is that you're full of shit, you overgrown blowfish. You've been acting on your own since the third Mizukage's era. You don't respect the fourth Mizukage at all. If I hadn't been sent here, you'd probably wait until everything was over before even thinking about reporting anything. Outwardly, however, Mangetsu only said, my opinion isn't relevant. This is the Mizukage's authority. Fuguki Tsukazan was no ordinary jonin. He was a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, arguably their foremost, and also the deputy commander of the Border Defense Force, commanding elite troops responsible for foreign intelligence. In Kirigakure, he was unquestionably a man of power. Only the Mizukage could discipline someone like him. Mangetsu changed the topic. How did you even get this letter? One of my plants sent it. People in Konoha, one or several, have used that exposed pawn of mine to send messages more than once. And who do you think sent this? 1. Who wants Hyūga Ritsu, the new Hyūga clan head, dead? The higher-ups of Konoha, Fuguki replied without hesitation. The third Hokage and his faction. Based on other intel I acquired, this Hyūga Ritsu most likely took control of his clan through less than approved methods. Given the third Hokage's increasingly obsessive desire for control, it's hardly surprising he would want to eliminate someone like that. His analysis was smooth, thorough, and frighteningly precise, befitting a man who specialized in foreign intelligence. Even Mangetsu couldn't find fault with it. Just then, Fuguki-sama Incoming. A sensory nin called out urgently from outside. At the mountaintop, the battered earthen fortification was on the verge of collapse. Though mist nin were famed for water release, by the time one reached the rank of jonin, it was rare to obsess over a single chakra nature. Most developed multiple natures to broaden their combat repertoire and adapt to complex battlefield conditions. Among the mist forces attacking the mountain were a jonin and a tokubutsu jonin, both proficient in lightning release. Their combined jutsu and explosive tags had pushed the earthen walls to their limit. Inside the fort, the remaining Konoha shinobi reported the grim situation between gasps. Walls are about to give. We've got plenty of explosive tags left, but all our barrier seals are gone. After holding out for so long, the fort's defenses had been ground down to the point where a single blow might topple it. Supplies were running low. They had at least inflicted casualties: 4 mist nin dead on the hillside, 3 more wounded and forced to retreat. Their own side still hadn't suffered a single fatality, but the mist still vastly outnumbered them. More than 10 enemy shinobi continued attacking relentlessly, and the 2 mist jonin leading the assault were still nearly unscathed, clearly planning to break the fortress in one decisive strike and finish the Shigashin line today. Nothing left to say, the taciturn Konoha captain muttered. When this place falls, we go out fighting. Stick close and follow me. But just then, the Yamanaka Tokubutsu jonin, who had been using his clan's sensory technique with his eyes closed, suddenly broke into a grin. His eyes snapped open. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. What? For real? I thought the main camp forgot we existed. For a moment the nearly hopeless defenders erupted with manic energy, like men injected with pure adrenaline. They shouted, venting all their pent-up fear and frustration. How many? Their captain asked urgently. 2. What? The captain froze. Every shooter immediately fell silent, except the Yamanaka shinobi, who grinned wider and declared, "Don't worry. One of them is Shisui of the Body Flicker." Shisui of the Body Flicker. That name alone radiated an almost supernatural reassurance. Numbers suddenly didn't matter. Outside, the mist nin's assault abruptly slowed. One of their jonin had already formed 7 or 8 seals, no doubt preparing a high-level jutsu, but he stopped midway. Their sensory nin clearly detected the incoming chakra signatures as well. From their formation, it was obvious the mist forces were divided. Both jonin seemed to be arguing. But before they could reach a decision, 2 blurs, one white, one black, exploded out from the tree line like bolts of lightning. The mist reacted instantly, launching a storm of kunai and shuriken. But neither of the 2 newcomers slowed. Neither attempted to block. Under the stunned gazes of the mist nin, the white-clad and black-clad figures twisted through the rain of steel, graceful as cranes, swift as leopards, their movements impossibly fluid. Not a single knife or shuriken so much as grazed them. Damn those Byakugan and Sharingan. A mist nin cursed. All mist nin were adept in water release, but mist jonin were no amateurs. They understood clearly that both the Byakugan and Sharingan could effortlessly read the trajectory of shuriken and kunai. Unless the projectiles were so dense that no space remained to evade, such attacks were meaningless. Worse, because the reinforcements were a Hyūga and an Uchiha, their signature technique, hidden mist jutsu, was completely useless. Thick fog could blind ordinary shinobi, but it could never obstruct the Byakugan or the Sharingan. Jonin, form up and defend. Send a flare for reinforcements. He barked. They still had the advantage in numbers. Yes, the enemy reinforcements were only 2 people, but one was a Hyūga, and the other was an Uchiha, and that Uchiha happened to be Shisui of the Body Flicker. Even with 10 or more mist nin combined, they might not withstand Shisui alone. The second jonin didn't argue. He simply flashed through seals and unleashed a water-style technique. Water release. Water clone jutsu. The shallow puddles and damp depressions around his feet churned, then rose up into rows of watery humanoid copies. The moment they stabilized, the water clones grabbed the discarded kunai scattered on the ground and charged toward the 2 charging Konoha shinobi. Stalling tactics. Hyūga Ritsu instantly read their intention. Water clones were the weakest among all solid clone techniques. They possessed only 1/10 of the user's strength. though they also consumed far less chakra, a good tool for mowing down fodder, but against high-level opponents, water clones had only one purpose: to buy time. Even weakened, they still had killing power. They couldn't simply be ignored, and since they cost so little chakra, a jonin could casually produce 50 or 60 of them. If this were before, these things really would be annoying. Ritsu accelerated, wind whistling around his steps. But now, this trash means nothing to me. The instant his words fell, sharp, ivory-white bones erupted from his palms, elbows, shoulders, and knees. Each bone spike stretched nearly 60 centimeters long, branching outward like skeletal tree limbs. From afar, he looked like a human porcupine. Shikotsumyaku, dance of the willow. Ritsu didn't dodge or weave. He simply let his body sway like a willow in the breeze and charged straight in. The razor-like bones pierced through the watery bodies with zero resistance, destabilizing their fragile chakra structures. The clones instantly collapsed back into splashes of water, drenching Ritsu's clothes. Shikotsumyaku. Both missed jonin stared, wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Why Shikotsumyaku? That was the bloodline of the Kaguya clan, a tribe of battle lunatics infamous in the mist. How could that appear on a man from the Hyūga clan? That meant he possessed both the Byakugan and the Shikotsumyaku. And while rare, dual bloodline uses weren't unheard of. Mist had one such genius girl, but her parents came from two of the village's bloodline clans, so her dual inheritance made sense. But this creature before them. What was he? Did some Kaguya clansman and a Hyūga secretly elope and produce a monster like this?
And there you have it. That's the explosive start to the wicked Hyūga Prodigy, where bloodlines collide and destiny gets shattered. What did you think of Ritsu's forbidden gamble? Drop your thoughts in the comments, smash that like button if you're craving more twisted Naruto tales, and subscribe with notifications on so you never miss the next drop. Huge shout out to our Patreon squad at patreon.com/mv1717. Your support unlocks early access, bonus chapters, and wild behind the scenes. Links in the description. Until next time, keep chasing that power, and I'll see you in the shadows.